GameFest 2026, and welcome to day number 2. We had an incredible day 1. We crowned 4 major game champions, had a slew of side brackets, and we welcome many returning competitors and new alike this morning. Live from the CRC right on Georgia Tech's campus, we welcome you to Atlanta, Georgia for what should be a fitting conclusion to a wonderful student-ran, student-led, student-hosted event with the very new and very formidable GT program that has been on a tear as of late. So let's talk about what is going on today. Well, very shortly on stream, Rainbow Six Siege will take the 10 a.m. slot and the 11 a.m. slot. However, you will notice it is 10:40. We are getting there. It is land. Bear with us. Now, as for what else is up for grabs today, we have our grand prizes that are going out today. First place gets a brand new PC. It's got a 5070 in it, and we're going to talk about the specs. I'll grab them later throughout stream. We'll talk about them. As for what is second, we have a Switch 2, as you can see, unopened, brand new, and of course a monitor as well. And those are just the grand prizes. We also have prizes to give out per game, and we've got quite the slate of games today. We have Siege today, we have TFT, we have Valorant, and I'm forgetting one more, but I'll catch it later. I know we have Mario Party going on. Pokemon Champions is one of the side events as well, and also there will be a K-pop group performing later today as our closing ceremony, so make sure that you hang around for that. I believe that's around 6:30 EST. That is confirmation. It's 6:30 EST. We'll have a K-pop group right here on this stage live from the CRC for you to watch. Now, as for very last notes before we get this stream up and going, we have a lot of people to thank. We have Alienware, who supplied 24 rental PCs for players and fans alike. DreamHack has supplied tickets for prizing, and also we are running something called the Collegiate Crew Cup. If your school, if your students want to get discounted DreamHack tickets, you can talk to me or talk to Doja Fratt in the Discord. Mine's DJ TJ. You can talk to one of us. We'll get you set up with a 20% off discount code. That way you can get your students to DreamHack, and we hope to see you at Atlanta. Monster Energy supplying the staff with obviously energy drinks and also some of the players as well. Also AVER Media with the supplies to run production for events and even some prizing as well. But on that note, I believe that's all of the thanks in order for the opening ceremony, for the introduction. But we are going to go to a very, very brief break. But when we come back, it is Georgia Tech and Kennesaw in Rainbow Six Siege. So without further ado, my name is DJ TJ. I'll be leading you guys throughout the day. Welcome to GameFest 2026 Day 2. Best of luck and have fun.
broke your record.
Haha,
Right.
no anymore.
Yes.
Think you can beat my new one? Hey, who is back?
Dad, you're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Yes.
Ibermedia. One clip save your every moment.
Good morning, live from Georgia Tech here at the CRC and the brand new esports facility. It's been a morning, to say the least, and we have a lot ahead of us. It's day 2 of GameFest 2026. My name is DJ TJ. Next to me, Skyther. A pleasure to share the booth with you.
It's been a long time since we've been casting together.
Amen to that.
I think the last time was probably MomoCon in like
Oh my
2023.
gosh. Yes,
Heck,
another.
last time we ran a Siege event with like all the colleges.
Yeah, that was one of the other major Georgia Tech students and UGA students collabing together to make something special. But we're here on Georgia Tech's campus today and for day 2 of GameFest. For those of you not familiar with maybe what you missed yesterday, we had a slew of main title card games that happened. We had games like CS2, League of Legends, Rocket League, I believe Rivals also. And today we get here we go. Let me try and remember. We get Overwatch, Valorant, Siege, TFT. Look at me go. We're ready
Hey,
to
we got
go
them
this
all
morning.
4 of the big headliners
Yeah,
going.
and let's get locked in for Siege here, because that's what we're going to be spending the morning with. We got 2 games. We only have 3 teams in our Siege kind of group stage little round robin, but we're starting with Georgia Tech versus Kennesaw State. But they're playing under a different name. We'll get to that when it comes up.
Yeah, we already do have some map bans coming through from Georgia Tech and through KSU. We're already seeing Bank get banned. We've got a border ban coming out, and I think because Georgia Tech is probably the higher seed, they're getting to be able to pick more map bans. We've seen Chalet come out. Consulate, I believe, is going to be our map of choice. So neither of us have to deal with Cafe or Fortress or Lair, some newer innovations in the space.
Yeah, I believe Georgia Tech, being the higher seed, they get the first ban, and they get the side pick in a best of 1.
Yes, that is the case.
And then you get Kennesaw, who basically gets the last 2 maps. You get to ban the last map. Effectively, you pick the last map. So we're going to con. I'm not opposed to that at all. I mean, obviously, we're going to talk trying to relate some pro stats, because obviously we don't have a lot of CR6 stats to go off of yet. But, I mean, in terms of the pro scene, con, a map that isn't ultra common. I mean, very rarely see. I'm not even sure if it is.
Funny enough, it actually does seem like it is, along with Bank, it's one of the more popular bans that you would see.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Just because you
decipher.
don't want to have to deal with constantly doing garage pushes or having to worry about the vertical playing around top garage, top yellow beam. It's a very common defender-sided map, so I'm happy to see that it's like we do get to see it, but we might get to see some really good attacks get played on this map as well.
Well, and also on the note of comparing the pro league to the college league, comparing semi-pro to real pro, et cetera, it's worth noting that con has not been played in this pro split, at least in North America. And when it comes to the collegiate game, there's always a lot of unexpected nature.
Exactly.
We're going to see some names on the Georgia Tech side alone. Funny enough, they named themselves after Deadlock characters. But then one of their characters, or one of their players, I should say, cannot get into their account. So Ben, the wonderful team captain, that's normally Bede, but now he will be Doorman, and Bede64 is not Ben, it's their 5th.
That is a very interesting circumstance to have to navigate.
What more can you ask for here at what was supposed to be a 10 a.m. start? Granted, we are running a little bit behind, but it's LAN. Again, fully student-ran, student-produced, student-led. It's pretty incredible what the Georgia scene has really came together to build. But again, on that note, we are kind of waiting for Kennesaw to actually get in the lobby. And talking about this Kennesaw team, we don't know too much about this roster. Obviously, there is a steamed tenure on this Kennesaw roster. You talked with Bow Wow earlier. I'll let you talk about some of that conversation.
Yeah, so WoW has actually played in the collegiate collegiate or in Rainbow's scene for quite a couple years. He actually has taken on their IGL role recently, and he didn't expect that. He's usually one of their top fraggers. Usually is one of their initial people to get in, grab a kill or two, and then back out, and then let the play be called. But now he has become the playmaker for this team, and actually is now taking on that next step, especially as he's going into his junior year. It's such an interesting way to like evolve both as a player, but also as someone that your other players can look up to.
Yeah, well, and that and many more storylines we're going to be figuring out among the day. But also, again, to give everybody reference, these players love their tags. They love making them different. They love either putting their school in it or making them something different. Like, I wish you guys could see the lobby right now, because we're looking at Georgia Tech, who are all completely in kind of sync, and then you have one player from Kennesaw whose name is Plant Gazer. So, again, it's just going to be one of the mornings of all time.
No, you can't ask for something in a collegiate scene, something more grassroots, something more traditional that you would see like taken course. So I'm just excited that we're finally getting to see two teams that we both love and we've seen grow over the last couple years actually get to come back together and actually test their mettle against each other. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning as well that with the Georgia Tech side, I believe this is their full main roster.
It is indeed.
And it is fitting that, of course, team captain, again, the ultimate senior, Ben, in terms of what you could ask for in a captain. It sucks that Georgia Tech has had all this incredible equipment, and they're playing in the private team room on the other side of the wall from us, whereas Kennesaw are on the BYOC setups upstairs. So you get an advantage, and also you have your full A team. Kennesaw, I believe, because Dylan plays a pivotal role in the Kennesaw Esports program. He's a manager and a sub for many, many teams, and also plays very consistently in the Rocket League side of things. I believe Dylan is the sub for Kennesaw Rainbow, but outside of that, I think it's their starting roster.
I want to say that it actually is their B team.
Okay.
They brought their B team because their A team couldn't get everyone together. So WoW is used to playing on both, and managing for either
role.
team. Yeah. So that's where they said, hey, we need to bring in a sub, so we're bringing in Dylan into this. So it makes sense that they're still going to have a formidable team comp together, but it'll be interesting to see how some of their A and some of their B play together.
Real investigative journalism from us. Again, we have been so back and forth. I mean, obviously, I was here yesterday as a competitor at GameFest, had a great time with my Rocket League team, so we've just been kind of easing in to this morning and really trying to get settled. There's also even more action later. Zobi is here to work Valorant. We are very grateful to have them here, and I believe you might even see an appearance from Sultan, former vice president of GT Esports. Might see Sultan on that cast as well, from what I understand. So there's just so much packed into what today, or I guess it is to be entitled, to be deserved. I don't know. We're really waffling here. Kennesaw's really making us work for it.
Hey, at the end of the day, like I said, we get to see two teams, actually three, play at their hardest, and then we're also going to see like amazing other games today. You can't ask for better collegiate play. Plus, this is also going to be a good setup for what will be DreamHack Atlanta in May, because you'll see a bunch of the Rocket League teams later today, or from yesterday, I believe. Also, with some of the Valorant teams you'll see today playing at the Collegiate Invitational later at DreamHack.
Which I guess I'll talk about the Collegiate Invitational. What a wonderful segue. Doja Fratt, GT student kind of esports club. I guess I don't want to call them a club. They're so much more than that now. But president of that program. Myself, I'm president of the University of Georgia's esports program. So both of us combined to run the DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational. It is now going to be the third year running of our wonderful event. Unfortunately, we did not get to add a third game due to the double up of DreamHacks. For those of you who are local to the Southeast, we'll take an extra DreamHack. We'll take a COD major. We'll take an IEM.
Well, yeah, we'll take a huge Counter-Strike major. First one in Atlanta in like the last decade, I believe.
It's been a long, long time. So we'll take it. But also for the collegiate event, it is a summer event, so it makes it a little harder to get teams. So we will have 8 Rocket League teams. We'll have 6 Valorant teams. And we're going to have full group stage on Friday. So if you're around, make sure you come by the free play section, come check us out, and obviously come support. We also do have something, an activation we're calling the Collegiate Crew Cup, where if your school, any school, is eligible, you can apply. You can DM either me, I'm DJ TJ on Discord, or you can talk to DJ, that's Doja Fratt on Discord, DOJAFRAT. DJTT. Mine's just 4 letters, DJTT. So message me. But we're getting schools set up with 20% off codes for your DreamHack tickets. Those are applicable to any general admissions. Unfortunately, not applicable to IEM tickets, COD major tickets. I mean, those are more expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the Kennesaw R6 players was telling me they spent $300 on their CS tickets for IEM. So I personally, I will be in the standing room only with my general pass, and I'll call it a day. But seriously, we are trying to get as many schools as possible access to discount codes. We want to see students at DreamHack, just like we see students and run these events and direct these events, produce these events. That's what we do it all for. So thank you for the little segue to that.
Hey.
I was also trying to pull up the GameFest Start GG to try and get an idea of some of our registrations today. We also do have Pokemon TCG, which was yesterday. Pokemon Champions is today, which just came out earlier this month.
I actually haven't gotten to play it yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, no. I've seen a lot of buzz about it because I'm a pocket player. I like collecting my cards, doing my daily packs. But could you tell me how Pokemon Champions does work for those who haven't actually heard about it?
We are really waffling now, still waiting for this game. Well, I also will say Pokemon Champions has a decent amount of signups. I believe they're sitting at 10 to 12, which for kind of come up random land, you'll take it in terms of that specific side section. Well, Pokemon Champions, I actually got my Switch 2 about 2-3 weeks ago. Got it not for the game, but obviously to play it. As a Great Ball 3 player and ranked right now, big Gengar Sylveon guy for me. No, I mean, it's a turn-based Pokemon game. It's no different than the average Pokemon battles in the video games, except it's doubles, so 2v2s, teams of 4, but you bring in a team of 6 to the map pool, or to the rank queue.
Interesting.
That way you see a full list of 6 from your other opponent, then you pick your 4, and that's kind of the element of strategy to surprise, and then it's just turn-based chess and checkers at the same time from there. So that's Pokemon Champions. I'm very excited to watch that later today. Hopefully we get the CGM up and running so I can actually catch it, but Kennesaw's taking their sweet time.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on one more player, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to get back into our map pool, who do you think we're going to see come out early bans? I feel like we're probably going to see a glass ban. That's a common one you see, especially when they're trying to make those garage pushes, trying to stop those windows up in Top Visa or the spiral stairs. You want to just try and limit all those smokes that Glass would have. So I'm betting I'm going to at least see that one. Maybe we'll see a Monty ban out on attack as well, because that's just one of the most common shield operators that you're going to ban. You don't want that back shielder. You want that full shield constantly having full force for defenders to have to deal with.
And Spiral having a window. I mean, obviously, the map's been updated for a little bit now with Siege X and the game becoming free to play. There was not a window on Spiral. Now all of a sudden, Monty can come in with one player behind and really take that entire, basically get into sight for free. But I mean, we're gonna see what happens. I really have no idea what to expect. Obviously, these two teams are ultra talented, but it is collegiate R6.
That's true.
At the end of the day. But no, I think Monty and Glaz are safe picks. Now, in terms of where things get a little frisky down the rounds, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I will say we are playing on one of the newest patches now that the game has been updated. Smoke now has a deployable shield again, bringing back the old meta of days of sitting behind there using all 3 smokes behind the shield, guaranteeing 45 seconds of delay for the attacks. We've seen the new Aurora buff come out, where she starts with all of her Dom panels for doorways. She gets they instantly launch, and the defenders also make it to where it's another 3-second delay added on when they try to open the door. So it's way more balanced around how many Doms she can get out. So she could instantly start an attack push.
And an unofficial term, she got a Glock with a switch. And I'm excited to see that Reaper NK2 go to work. Now, granted, does it have a miserable recoil pattern? Absolutely. Will it get buffed? God, I hope not. But what I also will add is we're talking about kind of the patches over Siege, or Season 11 now that we're getting into, after Siege X Season 10, obviously. I'm really intrigued to see, especially with Mute, who used to be absurdly strong upstairs on Con, now getting nerfed to the point where if it is a physical gadget like a breach charge, or a hard breach charge, that will detonate without any hesitation. It's only things that are remote controlled, like an ace charge, or like a Selma, or anything like that, or a thermite. Those are where the Mute is, or that's where Mute's actually the most successful. But without further ado, we don't want to waste too much more time. We are finally ready. Kennesaw had a player spend about 5 minutes connecting their AirPods, but you better get connected this morning because we've got a whole best of 1 coming to your screens.
We are starting our map or our operator bans now. We are playing in the Pro League format, so where they do get 2 bans for each team right off the start. They play a couple rounds and then get comfortable and finally see what's coming out. But we are going to see the usual ranked ban that you would see in every single ranked game of Ace in attack and Mira on defense, which honestly on consulate is not a bad pick. When you're playing in office with a Mira window, you can look straight into the broken table, straight out to like where your main breaches are going to be, and to take that away from them I think that's a great pick to start off with.
Well, and also for Ace, if you're playing kind of off the rappel, off balcony as well, you can get those Selmas in and open up almost all of what I believe is B site. Forgive me for getting maybe my sites mixed up there, but you can see almost fully into office and into bathroom as well. So you got to make sure you get the Ace out of the way. Again, very funny that they are rank bans. I was not thinking about the Azami, but Azami also, especially playing around the couch in B side as well, up top. Very, very dangerous operator. So no shocks in these bans. Blackbeard as well. He's become
a more consistent shield ban compared to the Monty, just because you put an iron sight on his AR, you get that thing down, like downrange so fast.
Well, without further ado, we get to finally settle in to a full best of one. We're going to go back-to-back best of ones. We're going to be following Georgia Tech and the A team through both of them. So they will play this Kennesaw roster, which again, they're playing under a different name. I did not catch it. I will make sure that I catch it very, very quickly. They are going under TLD Passion. And then we're going to see Georgia Tech Gold go against Chud Gaming after this.
I love the team names at GameFest. They consistently change it around every year and just make it the wackiest it could be. I will say, if we are looking at Georgia Tech on defense, I'm so excited to see Denari consistently come out on this map.
Yes.
Those lasers over the windows to block off the main hallway around vending is so consistently nice.
Still waiting, I think, for Denari to be kind of mixed and mastered in the pro scene. I'm all for seeing Denari, especially on this site. And it seems like, you know, nothing too surprising. One Denari bathroom, one covering yellow stairs. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary there. Also, the mute still does come out, still noting how strong that operator can be just for intel denial in the first place. But now we get to finally see what is Kennesaw going to do. Already trying to make their way in on first floor, and Georgia Tech not too far extended out either.
Yeah, we are starting to see in the coffee break or into the break room, we're starting to see a very consistent push with the Flores drones, trying to grab that intel super fast. But it is going to be a nice little swing from Dylan. Tries to figure out where Georgia Tech is hiding, finds one sitting over by spiral stairs behind the desk, getting that head level, trying to still distract him with the Flores drone. But I don't think he realizes that one is hiding behind the deployable shield on the left side. Just a little poking fun at each other right now. A little swing here and there.
Just siege timing at its finest, and Dylan's going to be a player to watch out for much of this game and for Kennesaw's run. It's Galau. I guess we're going to go with Galau. We should have probably asked for pronunciations. But meanwhile, I mean, Hayes is doing a great job. And even though they did give up administration way too early, they're doing just fine right now. And I don't even know if they're going to be able to jump in for free here either.
Almost caught one outside on the breach, but it is going to be a trade out. We are going to be back to 4v4. Good swing off of the Jaeger, stops the utility from coming out, and you also do see the shotgun in play from Warden. I do enjoy the shotgun still way more than the MPX, but SMG-12 back pocket, it's not gonna matter. Plant Gazer's gonna find P-Pop. It's gonna get traded out. Hayes picking up another one with the SMG-12. Puts them up.
Swinging through reception unbelievably right now, and then all of a sudden might find one more if they're able to finish that one down, and we'll do exactly that. Hayes is on a tear against Pyro. What can Plant Gazer do? Not even looking the right way, and Bede will find the last one.
What a clean 3 versus 3, honestly. They couldn't have asked for like a better positioning. Good openings on onto KSU. You stopped one of their top fraggers. You got rid of the Capital, so you didn't have to deal with the flame. You didn't have to deal with extra smokes to worry about. And I think that was just a perfectly played defense.
Well, it helps when Hayes just decides to turn 2 or 3 and just absolutely demolish everything that Kennesaw had going on. But also, it is worth noting, I mean, it's 11 a.m. Again, I don't like giving up admin early, and we'll kind of have to keep tabs on how a later admin round goes. Again, we're in the pro format, so it's not ranked, where you're only going to see one side per half. But Now, we'll jump down to, I believe we should be all the way in Garage. We are. We are all the way down in Garage. So now, no surprise to see, obviously, a Cade, which unbanned. Might as well go ahead and take full advantage of that. That's, again, Senior Ben. That's Doorman taking over the support role with Cade. I mean, that Slug Shotgun will do a slew of work. The Aruni to deny the hatches. And then also the Tuberau just to stall some time out. I'm really intrigued to see how the Scopos plays.
Hey, Scopos has been a consistent roaming threat in ranked recently, especially when you have one hiding upstairs for grabbing piano hatch, getting rid of all of, probably just being a menace. But I will say Dylan is on the snake, so maybe they can find that Scopos pick early on.
It's a bold pick, putting one of your subs on not only the F2, but also putting on a Snake, an operator who you desperately need to survive. So maybe Dylan will kind of just tuck in behind and already going to go ahead and rush in through the obvious breach and make their way through electrical. And I don't know if Georgia Tech is even holding out. Still, giving up a lot of room on the same level as Sight. I mean, enough faith in their roamers. I don't blame them. I didn't see where that extra Scopo shell doesn't even have an extra shell. They're going to just roam upstairs from hallway. So very, very pivotal potential flank to watch out for later in this round.
I don't think they realize that they're actually 1-1 off. They're on each side of the stairwell from each other, watching the hallways to see if they can find something or get something planned out. But we are going to start to see some gridlocks come out and actually get those stinger tracks out, make sure that those stairs are covered so they get the audio cues.
I think Scopos was heard there as well, but in the meantime, Hayes will keep on tagging, and there goes the Snake. That's what I'm talking about. It's a huge frag. Might find one more, potentially. Hayes is on a tear, but does exchange some shots. It's going to be Plant Gazer, who, again, brings the gridlock and will give Basement almost for free, but Hayes will take a single DMR. Beat picks up one in the meantime. That Scopos rotate finally comes down. However, River will find one extra. How about two? Bringing it back.
Man. Aruni DMR is still such a menace. Finds a third one. Brings us back down to a 3v1. And I think we might see Georgia Tech pick up the round yet again.
Well, hold on now. I mean, 6-0 is something special, but we got to see something from Kennesaw. I mean, it's worth mentioning that many of these smaller bracket games, they will see each other multiple times. Not to mention the grand final is a best of 3. So there is a lot to learn from in this group stage matchup, which they matter, but everyone makes it a playoff. So they matter, but they don't at the same time. River will completely give away the position there, and so now I think everyone will know we're going to see a Tuberau thrown over here. But again, 50 seconds left. A move's got to be made. I'm not sure what you can do if you're River here.
One thing I consistently forget about Tuberau is that if you are stepping on the ice, either on defense or on your attacking, your reticle does go away, and your movement is still slowed. But the reticle going away, giving that EMP effectively, it's such a hard thing to get rid of.
Yeah, if I was on a SWAT team trying to push into whatever you call chalet, I would not want to be standing on ice, to say the least. But 20 seconds left now. Got to make a move. Diffuser's on the whole other side. River didn't even get the chance to go for it, so has to try and at least play for an extra little KD. Might find one. Will injure one. Look for the KD. Why not? Find a triple kill. You need to do something else, but this Goyo's lasting way too long. You have a player holding, not looking at the right angle. Stays alive, but it will not be enough. Georgia Tech hold their crosses. You let an extra body go through, but at what cost? You win the round.
Hayes picking up a 4K that round. Again, a Rooney DMR is such a punishing thing. That's why even ranked in all Pro League, we're consistently seeing something come out where everyone is asking for a DMR ACOG nerf. Everyone thinks that one-time scopes should just be exclusive to defenders, and I see it on both sides with Aruni and Hayes picking up 4K just like that. Or even giving like an ADS penalty could be something that is a foreseeable punishment down the line, but honestly, take advantage of what you got in your arsenal.
Speaking of taking advantage of what you got, first floor on Consulate, one of the hardest sites, I think, in the game, especially at a high level to go for. I mean, we're talking Piano Exposition are absurdly open. They're very tight. There's nowhere to tuck except for kind of that back corner, but even then there's a window outside over there and only a half wall to play off of. So very, very, very interesting to see if Georgia Tech can grab something like these first floor rounds, then what's next. But I can already see you pointed out, vertical's obviously the goal here for Kennesaw.
Yeah, we have the Ram coming out on attack. I'm surprised we're not going to be able to see that ban early on just because they did do those early bans and everything. So maybe we'll see a Ram ban later on in the game, but still putting Dylan on Snake to try and clear out that top floor to get that vertical space for the Ram to be able to come in. Putting Nomad with Pyro just so they can get the flank watch going. There's a lot of good utility ideas here. And I think Dylan does see that they're going to try and hold this second floor, try and flush them out, and get them to force down onto first floor.
I mean, Georgia Tech is aware they can't ban the Ram yet. You got to wait another round at least, and they're going to potentially lose, or sorry, Kennesaw potentially lose a player all the way in the back of admin. Dylan's got to hurry up and get in. Should get this revive for free. It's worth mentioning that Pyro's already in on the copy and kind of kitchen side of things. Georgia Tech has to hold second floor because nobody plays first floor. That's how bad the side is. So got to hold everything you can up here. Kennesaw has already wasted a minute. They've taken admin, but nothing more.
I think it's wild that we're seeing 4 players pushed up here on second floor and still just keeping your one anchor down on site. But usually you'll see maybe 2 or 3 in your Pro League, but again, that's the difference between Collegiate and Pro League. You see different things come out and see what works and what doesn't, and this is good to start early on. See what works on the second floor, and then push all of your defenders down to that first floor, and maybe even take that space early on.
It's also worth mentioning Gallo and already Planet Games taking first floor. It's a big pick. It's going to leave site wide open. I don't know if they know how many players are upstairs. Pyro holding Skylight. Rem will try to find some sort of vertical, but is it too little too late? Misses by that siege timing just ever so slightly. Plant should go down for free. Dylan will find one as well. So now you hold the Snake in a 5v2, going against some of the lower fraggers for Georgia Tech. Need this one. It is first floor. It has to be a gimme. Doorman goes down as well. It is all down to Rem and that DMR, and if there is any gun to do it, this one would make sense. Dylan will go down. Still 1v4, has to just drop. Oh, hip fire. No headshot, but will kill. Finds a double, and it is doable, but every angle is so hard to push, and the vertical's being held.
Lord have mercy for that person who got killed by the hip fire. There was a hip fire and a hatch drop nerf. It's not going to matter because attacking is going to pick up one. KSU puts their first round on the board. That was just a crazy chance that we got to witness live.
And you called it out right before. You said it's surprising that you see 4 people. You'd expect 2 to 3 to be upstairs. And maybe to the average viewer, why is that? Well, it's for that right there. You simply push 2. You'll take your trade. Sight completely opens up. The verticals weren't pre-made or made in time, so you miss out on any picks there. And just like that, it is a round. But also, I will say, for Kennesaw, you have to get those rounds on Con. If you're losing first floor, you kind of deserve to be 7-0'd potentially. So finally, Kennesaw, you'll take a round, take a little bit of momentum. Dylan got a pick as well in that round. And again, I'm really going to keep a close eye on Dylan being the sub for this roster. So now, back up to console and meeting. It's where it only gets harder from here.
Yeah, we did finally get our next round of bans in. We did get the Twitch coming out, getting rid of that ability to get rid of utility easy on, like at the start of the round, but also we did finally see the Aruni ban. Like, we did expect that, especially after that insane performance down in basement and garage. So I think getting rid of that DMR, getting rid of those hole punches, if they want to play that vertical, we saw that happen in the last round where the Aruni was starting to hit the ground and then get rid or try and get some picks through vertical spacing, and it didn't work out though. They didn't create those vulnerabilities early on in case the site was taken, like you mentioned.
Things to look out for in round 4, our second time heading up top, is will Georgia Tech play a little stronger into admin? They don't mind giving admin up. Again, personally, I expect to see at least one person get intel out of admin. I mean, you have a Warden, you have a Hayes who's 7-1. If anyone's positioned to take that role, I would put it on Hayes, or even somebody whose util is already down, like a Bebop or a Rem. But here we go again. Obviously, Dylan will go ahead and start trying to open up alongside Pyro, this kitchen admin side, and we'll see what Tech does to respond.
I will say, Rem did put out the deployable shield in the exact same spot. They did win this consulate, this top spot earlier, so I expect that we'll probably see the Warden hanging out around Spiral Stairs, but also seeing Rem play around that deployable shield behind the main office, at least on that little like corner turn back into sight.
Again, Pyro in for free, uncontested. Start to see these Flores drones try and take something out. Dylan, or sorry, not Dylan on the Snake. It's Gallo this time on the Snake, just trying to find a potential roamer. But all of Georgia Tech, I think, really relying on their mechanics here, letting everyone play upstairs. Now, granted, are you holding the top side of Yellow and top of Spiral? Absolutely, but I mean, for Georgia Tech, they also haven't been forced to do much else. Now, this Warden's going to be in a very pivotal spot. Dylan has the Capitao, needs to force Hayes out. We'll do exactly that. You take down Hayes, make him 7-2. It's a big pick.
That's essential. And we're finally going to see the Aurora come out, start using some of these Dom panels, start closing off some of this access.
How fast they are now.
It's insane how fast you can deploy these, and then they instantly deploy. And again, defenders have a hard time, but a pick from the Denari is going to even this out, and they get their trade that they wanted.
We didn't even get to see that. I mean, we're trying to focus on so much at once. I didn't even notice that B just had that opened up and was waiting for a drop. That's a crazy soul read of some kind. Huge pick for Bede. Rem finds one as well, and now it's going to be up to River and Dylan, but with that Goyo going off, it's going to waste almost half of this last minute. Rem just trying to fire some shells on, and there's still 2 Goyos on this side, but Dylan and that Capitao can make some damage.
I think the Capitao fire was the first thing to come out, because I think I saw both of those Goyo panels still up, so they can farm out 30 more seconds on the clock and make this such a harder push, maybe even make them push towards Spiral Stairs. And now, but Rem and them are still caught in sight. They could still be surrounded in some form within these last 30 seconds. Still clearing out the utility, still getting rid of those early Wamais so they can get those into sight. But we're going to start seeing some sneaks coming from Doorman. Tech pick up 3 in the round, push up their lead from 2-1 to 3-1. An insane 3K from Doorman this game.
Doorman was just sitting on the one-way looking out into hallway. It was an easy kill. I mean, you can't even see with that sideways table that just for some reason is propped up right in the middle of the site. Don't ask me. Go ask the art designers. It's too easy to play around that. You're completely non-vulnerable, whereas everyone coming through hallway can't even begin to peek you. Even the pre-fire is hard to do with a reinforcement in the corner there that they also had a player off of. Georgia Tech, again, all 5 players stayed upstairs. They're relying on the setups, relying on the mechanics. And this is where things for Kennesaw, especially when we flip to defense, get really interesting for them. Because with this kind of mixed roster, what are they going to bring in terms of setup game? But also, talking again about setups, Noah Rooney, Fenrir comes out.
I think that's a really good swap from Aruni, just because those Fenrirs, if you're playing your roam right, you can rely on the Scopos to sit around the Fenrirs, and if they take a little damage, okay, cool, they can switch to the other shell, get all their HP back. But still having those sound cues for your roamer is going to be essential, especially if you're playing a Fenrir. You got an MP7, you have one of the deadliest SMGs in the game, but you're also relying on that roamer to do their job. It's a good duo pairing, if I do say so.
See how it plays out here in round 5. This map, again, defensive, wow, excuse me, sided. But I don't know if we're looking at a 5-1, are we looking at a 4-2, are we looking at a 3-3? Those are all completely different storylines. I mean, I would imagine that if Kennesaw can survive with a 4-2, I think you'll be happy, especially for it to be an 11 a.m. game, that you had a player who showed up very late for, who was setting up their monitor as we were doing our little opening ceremony. You'll take it. But Dylan is on the Snake once again in a pretty safe spot in basement, and obviously they sniff him out. A great shot from Pyro. Big early pick for Kennesaw.
I think what I also enjoyed seeing was that they swapped from the Ash to the Deimos because they knew that they wanted to try and shut down these roamers where they were getting picked early on. And I think that's such a vital thing, especially when Deimos, you get to target one person. You can find out if they're in sight. You can deal with the roamers early on. It's just a good utility person to have.
Bede has a chance to get 2, but unfortunately he's not able to find them. But they did find Dylan will find 2 out of nowhere. The Snake doing damage. Plant Gazer swings into another 5 versus 1.
They know where the Scopos is because they have the Deimos still up. The switch down to sight is going to be all they have to deal with. They have the Deimos up top on the vertical, also trying to pick out Bede. But they still have Bede still has a 5v1 to go against. Hatch is going to get destroyed. He finds the Snake early on. But Glau, Deimos, through the ceiling, gets the Hatch drop, gets what he wants, and we see a 3-2 swing in favor of KSU this round.
Wow, I mean, the early picks, incredible usage of Snake without even fully using the gadget. Knew there was someone close. That next level of map knowledge, this is where CR6, Collegiate R6, really starts to impress you, is these players' further knowledge of the average peaks and spots, and obviously holding your reticle in the right spot, and then just tapping heads from there on out. So big for Kennesaw. If we're looking at a 3-3, that would do wonders for, again, it's a best of one.
I will say, we did see the switch coming in from Bede. He realized that he was going to get targeted by the Deimos, maybe a little bit more, especially if they're holding this basement again. We see the switch to Vigil, which Vigil can basically counter your Snake. It can counter your Dokkaebi. It can also counter your Deimos if they decide to bring it out again. The only thing it does not counter is going to be those Grim B drones. So if no matter where you're caught in those, you're still going to get tracked through a wall. You're still going to be able to get seen by everyone.
And again, for Tech, they don't tend to extend on the same level as Sight, which there's nothing wrong with that, even though I keep bringing it up. I bring it up because they keep on losing gunfights from those extensions. Now, granted, on basement, it is very hard on the electrical side to try and hold an angle, because that electrical take from outside is way too easy. Bede might be onto something here. He's going to try and find one just barely. Is it going to be timed well enough? It will be off by about a half second, but I respect the Bosch G effort. Now, however, is there a garage take in store? The Thermite is here for Pyro.
They know that Vigil is going to still be running up on those stairs, so they're going to probably try and clamp down both sides, be it the spiral or hanging out in yellow stairs, because Vigil, such an annoyance to deal with, especially with the Bosch G. You get one tapped, you're down injured, second tap, gone, and then that's your life. You have to sit there, watch your team rely on their map knowledge and their awareness of everyone going through. Look, honestly, a great clear from the Ram to go ahead and start getting that vertical space early on, opening up Piano, or maybe just trying to create a distraction to go hunt down the Vigil.
That's what I think Dylan's job is. I was just about to take that point from you and say the exact same words. So I'm intrigued to see Dylan, who's already making his way very quickly through Spiral. I mean, granted, the Vigil is in basement. I mean, I respect Bede returning, but I feel like with a minute 40, it's too early. But granted, it also goes to show the amount of respect that Kennesaw has earned after these last few gunfights and these trades that have very heavily leaned the Owls' way. So first floor is completely free. They're going to try and get this vert already opened up. It's going to make things really awkward. There goes the Vigil early. That's a big gun and a big body to lose.
That Gazer picking up one. Can't see him through the wall. We can see him on our side, but they already pick up and traded instantly.
I do believe.
Garage is finally open. The Tubby and Cade trick doesn't come through. One sitting outside Garage, still trying to take the vertical space. Picks up one with the AR-15. Hatch is still not opened yet. They still have a minute left on the round, but this has swung in the defense's favor.
Need this if you're Georgia Tech. It's not been the best half, but it is playable. Fenrir as well will only become more valuable. Even though there is a gridlock, nobody cares. There's no more roamers, but how good does Kennesaw know that? Gallo will pick up one. Rem needs to try and find that trade, but won't be able to see much in time, and Gallo's already looking at a whole different angle. 40 seconds left. You would love an extra vertical pick. Rem might walk directly into the crosshairs of one. That red dot is not exactly absurdly visible for Rem. I don't think Rem can see it. Dylan will find one in the meantime, and it's going to be even more awkward for these two last Tech players.
Now that gets rid of the Tubby. The Tubby pick isn't going to, they're not going to be able to use those canisters to see through the ceiling now. And now Tech has, or KSU has actually opened up themselves to a better position.
Huge from Bebop finding Plant Gazer. Dylan, however, wait a minute. Is this Plant going to get down for free? Holding the vertical. Almost a full whiff. Bebop will find one, but it's a 1v1, and the Plant did not go down. Found Dylan just in time, and Georgia Tech will absolutely laugh to the bank with a 4-2 half.
Honestly, still taking 2 rounds on this map is essential, especially when this is such a defender-sided map, and 2 attacking rounds is essential. You usually see a 4-2 or a 5-1 on this map, no matter when this is played in Pro League, like favoring defense. But now, because they took 2 rounds early on, KSU does still have their game available to them.
Well, here we go. This is where it gets harder now for Kennesaw, is Georgia Tech again with their full roster. should be a lot more composed, should be a lot more controlled on the attacking side. I don't expect many trades to fall through the cracks, but Kennesaw has shown very good prowess in terms of how they're rotating around each other and the space they're taking. So now I look to the opposite point that, again, I've continued to bring up. What space are they going to extend into? Like, is Kennesaw going to go full roaming for maybe 2 players at a time because the strat book isn't exactly practice among this roster? I'm not sure where we start, but we're going upstairs.
I will say they were smart and got rid of the snake. They saw how much of a menace they could pull in those early attack rounds. So they said, we don't want to deal with that. We don't want to deal with any type of F2 presence or any type of roam clearing. We want to have our full arsenal available to us. So getting rid of that snake is such a huge pickup for KSU.
Great ban for Tech as well, getting the Goyo out. I mean, same type of storyline. They had a Goyo basically win them around and kind of led to the winning of a second round, both of them being on second floor. So I expect nothing less for them to ban will work well for them. And as Ubisoft puts us through a wonderful loading screen, as always between rounds, now we'll finally get into the second half of our very first game of the day.
We finally get to see the smoke come out, and that excites me so much, especially since I usually consider myself a smoke main when it comes to playing some Chalet or some Oregon. I haven't played some much on the rework or getting his deployable shield back on Consulate, but I know how much of a menace he can be, especially on basement and especially up here on top floor. You could sit the smoke right behind vending, which is what exactly what I would do. Still have that peeky hole for like leaning on the sides, but they're actually playing the Warden behind vending this time, just so they can actually get rid of, like, he can get rid of your flashes, get rid of your smokes, and still be an annoyance for that hallway.
Yeah, Warden behind vending, especially with that deployable, I mean, that's the pick. I would be shocked to see anybody not use the Warden. But now we'll finally get to see Georgia Tech. Now, however, you will notice that this is what I've been waiting for. The Warden will extend past vending and will actually get almost a little bit of damage, just slightly mistimes it there, but it will open up a vertical for Dylan potentially.
We also do see the Monty pick coming out on attack. This is the first one we've seen all game, and we do see an early pick onto Dylan, gives Georgia Tech the early lead, and gives that opening for Monty to get in, start taking space, give them some more presence on the map, and start taking admin as well as extending out into this yellow hallway.
Dylan just got caught lacking over on the first floor side. Do they even know the Warden's there? Rem did not clear it out or even make a motion down there, so it takes a little bit of damage. Also, in terms of nitros, I believe there should still be a nitro cell left in the hands. Gallo has one, overextends like crazy, and it almost is a trade for Tech. Somehow it will not convert. I'm not sure what type of tango is going on out there, but I want nothing to do with that. Somehow it's not a trade. Flores drones will take out that deployable. It's going to be very awkward. Plant Gazer has not given up this vending position yet, but with these legions, they got to get him out.
Honestly, if I was Pyro, I'd start throwing out your smokes, guaranteeing your space so your Warden can come back into sight, but they might start relying on the Azami to do it. But he's just going to run across after the Grim drones come out, and they find their extra pick onto Georgia Tech. This can swing back into a 4v4. They're going to start using the smokes to try and clear out these Monties. 2 versus 1 onto it, bringing one up the spiral stairs to go ahead and start clearing and double clearing. Swing the spot. You can do it, Bede. I believe in you.
No.
Pyro picks up one with the smoke, and this swings back in favor of KSU.
How did Monty die through the smoke? I have no idea, but Hayes is somehow holding on for dear life. Georgia Tech, this is one of the attacking takes of all time. Again, that one way from the couch side is too easy. Gallo finds a second, and it's a deagle onto Hayes. What can Bebop and Bede do? They are split pretty dang heavy. Spiral stairs, the hard take to make. Bede almost taps ahead there, but now has to hold both angles. However, Kennesaw's got to be safe here. You can't play too much. There's one, but still a 1v3.
That's such a hard encounter to be put into, but if there's one person who can still win their 1v1s, we know it's Bede. We've seen him do it. They do know where he is, and they can stall him for 30 seconds, especially that you can start putting out these extra Kiba barriers, start getting rid of some of these doorways he can come through. But they got the crosses, nailed down.
Oh!
He gets the flick onto the Warden, still has a chance. Plant Gazer with the no shot.
Surely not. Surely doesn't find this one and get a free sight right? No! River, sorry, not rival, River. We'll make sure they take down their rivals in Georgia Tech. Big starting round for Kennesaw, trying to bring it even. One more round away from that.
Man, I will say, I don't think they expected the Deimos to be such a menace that round. Especially, they got that pick onto the Warden. They said, we can easily pick this out.
Well, and also for Tech, I mean, you lose your Monty to a smoke. Like, that cannot happen for a team of Tech's experience, their stature, and they're in the varsity lab on the other side of this very studio. Cannot let that one slide, especially you do have the more private, the quiet, the soundproof room, whereas Kennesaw are playing in the midst of many other brackets. It is chaos up there. This game has been exactly that.
We do see the Azami come out for basement as well. So I do think Gallo knows he's confident on his placement. He knows where he should be playing, and I would love to see more of those Kiba Berries get played in more defensive positions instead of more offensive pushes. So in this case, I think we'll probably see one start. I would like to see one around the yellow bear or yellow pillar, especially when you have a mute playing around yellow pillar.
Usually a lot of action over there.
But honestly, we're going to see a giant push for this garage door. We have the Thatcher. We have the Thermite. We have the Monty to try and get in and provide some cover. And we have the Jackal to clear the roamers. Hayes on the Grim as well, guaranteeing to find some spots. And I did get the Azami on yellow pillar. I knew where I would see one.
Well, also worth noting that River is also over there holding that yellow side, so I'm curious. This should be a free take for Garage. That's exactly what it will be, but now here comes the issue, is you need picks. Bede and Hayes need to find the early pick. I would argue you need to find the first 2 picks. You need to take out Dylan, who's all the way up top, or find the Vigil. Take either one of them and then take space from there, and if you get lucky, you get both. But also, cannot lose a body from outside of Garage. You cannot, with 2 minutes left to go especially, can't lose somebody this early.
I do think you have it really smart. They did have some punch holes created right above the garage staircase, but now with Jackal's buff, if they can find out where some footprints are from above, Jackal can now scan footprints vertically down or directly above you. That was an essential buff that they are about to make full advantage of, because now he saw where the Aruni was like potentially hiding. They know someone's there, but Jackal is going to find the Vigil roaming early on in this round. They still have a minute and a half left to defend this site.
I was gritting my teeth so hard, and also Doorman gets one as well. I was gritting my teeth because 3 players were on first floor. It was just Bede and 2 others, but now Bede is able to make their way through, find one. There is still a Dylan to be concerned about. Also, do they know that River is chilling right here? There's a drone. It has not been reactivated. However, they will finally see. You'll retreat to site. Big kind of free yellow space. River takes a big shot, though. Doesn't get knocked down somehow, some way. But Georgia Tech in a beautiful spot to make it 5, but still no plant yet.
Monty does get into the other site and is now going to start working his way, figuring out where people are. We do see a trade come out with injured, gets the cam destroyed back in the back hallway, knows the Monty's here. He's going to take the challenge. Monty gets the swing, still gets a trade out. This is still a 3v2, actually a 2v2, mind you. No, it's actually really 1v1. Dylan gets picked because the injury was down, and Georgia Tech pick up their next round and put it on the board. And that's a perfect attack from Monty. You could not ask for something better. That's what we were asking for in the last round. He didn't get smoked out. He was able to consistently go through, figure out where enemies were hiding, figured out where people were sitting and roaming as well, and was that teammate for his teammates.
Worth mentioning, the Monty almost swung 2 through that hole, which would have been crazy. Now, granted, did it matter? Not exactly. I mean, you know, it hurts the KD for Rem a little bit, but you're positive. Who cares? I mean, Hayes is 9 and 6 as well. You got to rely on your fraggers however you can. Bede has had a wonderful last 3 to 4 rounds. Not only got away with 1 up top to really kind of open up the entire electrical side, having all of first floor taken and the bottom side, but also Dylan had to go down. I believe he ended up going spiral down and then rotating through. Couldn't find much utility out of his positioning as well. But I will say this, Dylan being a sub 5 and 7 right now has had some impact frags, and I am very, very excited to not only see the continuation of this game, but also a castle comes out for the first time.
I do think it's smart to actually put the castle right on main stairs, or main entrance, get rid of some utility early on, force the frag grenade, or just take that time away. Even if it's early in the round, you're still taking away maybe 15, 20 seconds to either destroy it, or you're still making a snake or somebody waste a frag, which they didn't bring a snake on this one because he's banned.
Also, what's confusing me is that we're on first floor, which is why the castle pick is great, but only a few Slyke players just now make their way upstairs. So Pyro, after getting all of his utility down, he's just going to sit behind this vending machine. Hayes has got to make sure this drone does indeed find this Pyro. Is he going to check it out? Will do exactly that. Now they know where Pyro is. Big intel, and Rem's already making his way through kitchen.
Yeah, now Pyro swinging out into main lobby for Spiral Stairs, playing behind that desk. Monty's going to go ahead and find him out, but that's going to be a pick on the Monty early.
What? Somehow, some way, Bebop does not get the kill or trade of any kind, and Gallo will just get a free click-on head moment there. 11-4. Hayes will find Dylan in the meantime. Second floor is getting already as dicey as it could ever be. Still, even more players have rotated. Pyro's got a shoulder leaking out. Hayes is on for 2. Beats very aggressively swinging towards this top side, but not finding one yet. But they know where these players are. They're trying to push hard and heavy, but these angles get harder from this side.
Hayes and Bede's got to be careful because they're about to click at each other's heads, get our team kill up on the board. But honestly, if I was defenders, I would start moving down to sight. You've already taken down your Monty. You've taken down something else. But Gallo is going to pick up another one this round. Valkyrie cam playing into full use in this round.
Gallo just sat behind this table and has just made it work. It almost goes for 4, but timing just barely up. They need to push Gallo together. Flash galore. Swing is on. Player will go down. However, Gallo is just 1 extra inch away. Flank for Plant, who will find 1. Diffuser's down as well. 2v1 for Doorman. And now it's going to be down to Plant Gazer. Is River going to make their way upstairs? No, not yet. It's going to be slow, so got to be careful. Don't want to stay too isolated here.
That case still needs to be picked up even with 40 seconds left. They are fully going to run down to sight, especially running down that spiral stairs. They have every intent to keep them away from this site, and it's going to be a kill match at this point.
Doorman's wasting too much time, however, in this mini-team deathmatch we might see. I mean, has no idea that the other player ran away. I don't think he heard the audio at all. Just pre-fire. We've wasted another 20 to 30 seconds just doing all this. Need to get Diffuser, need to get down and out of there. So finally will. But with 15 seconds left, it's going to take something short of a miracle, or maybe even potentially more than that. We'll throw a drone just, I think, for the heck of it, to maybe throw intel away, but that one way onto the feet will hurt. Flash will go down, and we'll make the drop doable. I believe might have seen a player, but it will not matter. Kennesaw, with the help of I believe a 3 or a 4K coming out.
3K.
It was a Valkyrie 3K.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Valkyrie, especially on this map recently, and you can find some nasty black cam spots for for your team to look at, give you that intel that you need. But that MPX at the end of the day is one of the nastiest SMGs in the game.
Especially you have a player sitting right in the dead center of that second floor side. Forgive me for not remembering the exact call out there. But behind that table, which you can't pre-fire through, I don't believe.
You can't. It is wooden, so you can put bullets through it.
Okay.
But most of the time, people will reinforce the walls that are around it, so they can only really rely on the one-ways that they're creating through the main doorways.
Also a big chair there as well. I don't think you could fire through that. So
that you can't.
So to be completely safe, you have to prone through it. But didn't have to prone. I mean,
it was a great swing from the gridlock to help flush him out.
Gallo just got a bunch of 1v1s. I mean, they tried to flash in and finally swing 2, but they do that after. This is, again, for Georgia Tech, a team that has been more consistent in CR6. Granted, Kennesaw does have a really good history in CR6, but this is not the A-team roster, which is why that storyline doesn't apply. But a developmental program for these B and these sub players is obviously showcasing at its full glory right now, as they are very much in contention with this Georgia Tech side, who, to my main point, looks pretty discombobulated at times on this attacking end.
I do think it is smart for Georgia Tech to finally pivot and start bringing out your Dokkaebi. Start getting in those early calls to try and figure out where people are hiding. You know, you can get a roam clear here and there from it, but I think the biggest utility is trying to get those cameras, and even if they are default cameras, those are essential, especially for a site like Top Site. You can watch your yellow stairs. You can still watch your spiral to see if someone is hiding behind the desk. So maybe trying to get a pick early on, bringing your Dokkaebi over to hack the cameras could be a good pivot for Tech, especially when they get a pick early on like this.
I mean, Dylan must have been trying to, oh, it was through Skylight. Dylan had, I think, was either not aware of a player being there or maybe lost the 1v1. So sucks to lose Legion, who again only gets more, or gets stronger, I mean, as the round goes on. But speaking of stronger, I mean, Kennesaw do a great job of staying involved in all these other sites and extending. Also, Gallo subbed in the MPX for a Scorpion, which I think is only more dangerous. Also, look at this Denari, my lord.
This is a consistent one you will see in Pro League. So you'll see 2 put up on the vending machine. You can go lower if you want to block the drone hold to stop the drone from coming in, but you'll see it played on the closed off window, because if an attacker swings in either through the window or through the doorway, they can't see the other side of that window and destroy the Denaris. So it is one of the most common things you now see played in Pro League up on top in this top floor.
Well, it's one of many aspects of this Kennesaw defense that is being toyed with. A complete just W key from Pyro out towards Spiral will isolate one. River finds one back. Even when Georgia Tech gets a wonderful swing, could they find one more pre-fire for River? Won't be close enough, but now Hayes knows there's one there. Bebop was waiting for a swing. Overly aggressive for Kennesaw, especially in a 3v2. But if this is the sword they're gonna die by, then so be it. First 2 Denaris will go out, so we'll open up that backside of the hallway. Also, that Siege X fire extinguisher will provide a little bit of, or sorry, it's actually the Capital smoke. Fire extinguisher is still up, but it's a little high. So I'm a little confused as to what Georgia Tech's going to try and play off of. You have to be careful. You have to double swing. You have all of your players here. They know where they know where Pyro is now, but Pyro will now have the free ability to retreat to site and try and play a stronger angle.
They didn't drone out the vending. He was able to just still sit there and hide. Now he can use all of his smokes to his ability. He still has 2 left. He can actually swing this, get rid of that doorway. They're going to have to swing through with 15 seconds left on the clock. Still has the shotgun in hand. They know he's there.
Oh,
There's
no.
one. He's going to try and find the 1v1. He's going to get...
Gotta sneak it, gotta swing it. Pyro is blinded completely, and he will find it through the blind. Bebop knew where he was. Pre-fire was miserable, didn't find him, and somehow, some way, Kennesaw not only keep the most important operator alive, but they tie us at 5.
What incredible 1v1s, especially when you are flashed out like that. I used to play on a white flash where my screen would turn right, and it was miserable. I do understand now why it goes to the black, because you see the fade in rather than a fade out. And that actually proved so pivotal, since all he saw was bullet trails coming at him.
Well, and also playing off the audio with a shotgun prone, I mean, all you gotta do is just really make an educated guess, which these players are more than experienced of. I also will add, it actually still is a setting in the game. I don't think it's default dark flash. I think it is still default light flash. So for any new players out there watching, or any players who have light flash turned on, for your eyes' sake and for your competitive sake, just like that clip, please, for the love of everything holy in this game, turn on dark flash, because as long as you got a shotgun and a pair of decent headphones from Five Below, then you can make plays.
Hey, we got some team chatter out as well, coming out saying Beat is washed over here, even though he's still proving to be a pivotal player in these rounds. But we're tied up 5-5. If we go to a 6-6 and we go to a full round 15 game, or our first game of the day, TJ, we're looking at some of the best games that we could have all day.
It would be so fitting, and also keep in mind we get a best-of-3 grand final, which I would put my money on these 2 teams rematching. Now, however, we haven't seen the other team. That is a Chud Gaming, let it be known. And unlike the name, I hope they're not Chuds. I hope it's a competitive game. We're going to follow them versus Georgia Tech. Nitro from River is timed well. Again, just playing off audio cues and their mechanics. Now, all of a sudden, Kennesaw looks like the varsity team.
We had 2 Nitro cells. They had both sides covered no matter where they were going. And now they have the ability to Cade trick this with a Tubby no matter what. This was a pivotal find because they picked up the Thatcher. They can't EMP that wall anymore. They could put some Cade up on top of the hatch, cover that, guarantee that that's never going to be breached and that they have to play around the vertical space around the hatch. And they can't even get this garage wall open unless they have some direct EMPs from the Grim, which I believe he actually does.
Doke has impact EMPs, so, and with those nitros being used, also the Cade suffering a little bit of damage there. This should be a free take. Even with the Cade coming back on, I don't think it's going to be enough. And again, no nitros, so no instant denial from outside. However, I think it's going to be pretty close when this tuber out breaks.
I think they actually had to move the Tubby back so the Cade could try and go off, but I don't think it was enough. I think they are gonna get the wall open finally. The Cade is not going to be effective in this moment, but you have 3 players of Georgia Tech stuck on the swings, ready to go and start flooding the site. They find one early on, and they do get the down, trying to get these peak holes covered. They know one might be right there on the other side of the door frame. Rem's going to take the challenge on the Tubby. DMR's in full effect in the swings, but it is just going to be a pick and roll for each other. They do find one. Dylan does find one.
Oh my gosh!
Pulls this into
Oh
their
my
favor.
gosh!
Dylan pulling more out of nowhere.
Dylan!
Finds a 4th.
What in the world, Dylan? How has he turned? And he gets the revive. Team player, clutch player, looking to put Kennesaw up 6-5. Georgia Tech has completely crumbled at the hands of the super sub in Dylan Hayes. Here's one close. Will actually break the Tuberal. Prone Tuberal from Gallo makes it 6-5 Kennesaw.
What a swing in favor of the defense in that round. You had such a good, strong comeback from Georgia Tech, still opening up that garage wall, still trying to swing those yellow stairs, but Dylan proving he can click heads as well as click teammates and actually be their savior.
45-second timeout expected to be taken from Georgia Tech, who really had it moving, even at the early end of this half. Again, Con is a defensive-sided map, so do what you will with the first half, and Kennesaw played wonderfully in a few of those. But here on this attacking side, we go through those first 2 rounds. Georgia Tech finds some incredible trades, but then we get into the 3rd round of this side, and all of a sudden, that was the, I believe, the 3K. Sorry, it was actually the round before that. That was the 3K from the Valkyrie. Before that, it was the 3v2 that I believe was traded out by Kennesaw State. So we get trade after trade after trade. We get into this team deathmatch style where not only are you being outplayed through a vertical here and there or through a tight angle here and there, you're getting outplayed through your gunplay at the end of the day. And for Georgia Tech, again, being the hometown team, we're talking about, obviously, Mr. Captain himself and Doorman. That's Big Benjamin. I mean, worried about his last event ever here now. And it is groups. These matches do matter only to an extent. But, man, a Kennesaw 7-5 to kick off the day with a, again, hodgepodge-style roster. That would be something.
Yeah, and I will say, if we don't go ahead and look at the new team development down here, this is the first round we're finally seeing an Ella in play. Those Gersmont mines could be a game winner and a game decider, especially in the hands of Gallo.
It is going to be very important because Ella only, I believe, gets the 3 of those. So with those kind of timing moments, especially with the blitz, if you don't time it just right and you play immediately off of one of those, forgive me for forgiving what her concussion mines are called, unless it actually might.
Gersmonts.
Thank you. I'm going to get that eventually. But I'm just a plat, guys. So with this, you have to play the timing well with the Gersmonts. I mean, you have to find blitz as they're hitting it, as the shield kind of gets off the arm just a little bit, and that opens up a lane for a free shot. So Georgia Tech, I don't know what they got droned out exactly. I would imagine they saw potentially the Ella. I don't know. Didn't see how many drones survived, but from what I'm seeing, there's only 2 Georgia Tech drones alive. So maybe that Ella went unnoticed. This blitz is going to be in a tough spot.
I will say, with in regards to the Ella as well, I'm surprised that the attacking people didn't bring a Finka to counter that. Especially, you get Finka health permanently now added to your pull from when you're hurt. You get revives off of it, and it takes rid of any status effect, including the concussion that you would get from the Ella. But I don't think they need it when they're rushing into the fray right here. Blitz already picking up default cams, trying to get some early intel, and that could be life or death.
Oh, man, it's close. Siege timing at its perfect example, at its absolute finest right here. But, man, do not move if your name is Plant or Pyro. You got a lot of players around you. There goes the blitz from Pyro. That's a huge pick with everything on the line. It's first floor as well. You have to win second floor. Gallo through Spiral. Pyro's finally traded, but at what cost?
You lost your blitz. You lost your main form of rush, especially to counter any type of resistance that you would find on site, but they know that there's going to be another 1v1.
Oh,
Ozzy gets the swing, and they go up 4-2.
Plant is all the way back in office, and has a player, I mean, not even slow walking. Got to be careful, though. Doorman, a wonderful angle, not expecting Dylan to be there with the Scopos. Dylan to call game will do exactly that. 12-round banger to kick off your morning, and Kennesaw with a 7-5 upset.
You could not have asked for better siege as soon as they swapped over. They knew that this map was such a defense-sided map, and they took full advantage of it in the second half. They took their 2 attacks. They knew that they could probably get the win with it and get the runaround with it, and they said, you know what? Let's play consistently good siege. As we go ahead and look at the stats here, look at Gallo up on top, 14-6. I think Dylan was 12-3.
Yeah, I think it was.
Or it was like 12-5.
12-5.
Yeah.
Either way, nuts.
You had some insane top fraggers in that round, and if we're going to be seeing that all day and we see that insane matchup again, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be in 3 maps of that for sure. I guarantee it.
We're in for the thick of it, to say the least. It's also worth mentioning that later on in the day, Doja Fratt's coming on the cast as well.
He will be doing the finals with you, to my knowledge.
I'm just here to cast Rainbow Six. I'm glad I get to share the booth with you, not only for this game, but for another game as well. I'll try and very quickly wrap up our thoughts as we get ready for the next game. Man, Georgia Tech, again, it's your home event. You have all of this brand new equipment and support from the school, and Kennesaw comes in playing from the gymnasium up top, and 7-5s you with their sub going top 2 frags. I mean,
with some of their B team as well as 1 or 2 players of your A team.
True. But hey, IGL wow. What more can you ask for?
You can't ask for better play calls, honestly. Pushing your garage, pushing those admin, and taking so much space early on is truly pivotal, especially on a map like Consulate, when you have 3 floors to worry about. And KSU did just that. They took as much space as they could. They took hatches when they needed to. They took all their vertical space and played exactly textbook siege with all tactics in use.
It was I won't say a perfect game, because it is 11 a.m. and there was definitely some moments to learn from, but it will only get harder. Again, these teams will have to see each other all over again. Granted, there is still Chud Gaming. We have no idea who's on that roster or who's representing that team. I believe it's a mix of Kennesaw players. I could be completely wrong. We'll go upstairs and we'll check, but man, I mean, we're gonna go to break here. I mean, I'm still in a little bit of shock from especially Dylan's last 3 rounds of play. So we'll make sure we do a sponsor read coming out of the break. We have so many wonderful people to thank, but also here in the booth with us, we had Corey. We also had Elijah here doing observing on our 6 for one of the very first times. I mean, has only gotten to do it a few select times, maybe once or twice. So Elijah killing it over there on the buttons and also being our wonderful director on the backside. So when we come back, we have a lot of people to thank and a lot of games to watch. It'll be Georgia Tech versus Chud Gaming in just a second. welcome you back here in the CRC for the continuation of Rainbow Six Siege groups. Okay, production's let me know that I think we missed part of the intro, so I apologize. We're here live in Atlanta on Georgia Tech's campus. Apologies for the slight delay. Also, we're joining mid-game. We're just trying to make sure we get these games rolling. We've got Apex to catch, we've got TFT to catch, and hopefully one of these teams will get us back on track. Right here, Skyther, if Georgia Tech does find a way to beat Chud Gaming, that then means that Chud Gaming needs to find a win over Kennesaw to get a three-way tie, or else Kennesaw will clinch a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, I believe at that point we're going to go into round differentials to see who would actually guarantee that second and third seed to go into that final game, or in that final series between each other.
I'll also add, I kind of just didn't even introduce myself. My name is DJ TJ. It's a pleasure to be with you all once again. I'm the stage host / one of the R6 casters for the day. So it's been a hectic morning, to say the least. We started just a little late, which is why we're trying to rush into these games, let this group stage get moving and rolling, and then go from there. But on that note, we can actually settle into the games. We don't need to talk too much about the map bans because it's best of one. They don't matter. We're on Cafe, and I'm pretty content with what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, we do see an early pick from Cat for Georgia Tech, pulling out the Capitao, which is a pretty common pick for this top site. You can smoke off the freezer, you can smoke off the drop from the hatch, but if Georgia Tech is playing their defense right, they could have some Legion mines set up or some Momais set up right underneath and just block out some of that util early on.
Ban-wise as well, Mira and Aruni, I think for Cafe, absurdly obvious bans. I mean, Aruni's ability to basically hold the hatches with those Aruni gates, or even deny a window entry of any kind, especially for upstairs here for Cocktail, it's just way too important. But also an operator who is overly important on this map, Dokubi, who did get banned. There's too many cameras, too many angles to be held from those said cameras, but also Snake survives the first wave of bans. It's going to be very crucial to see how Kev decides to use it.
I will say, I do like the pick from Bede coming out with the Valkyrie. I love Valkyrie on this map. There's some really good black cam spots that you can play up in top Cigar, top Christmas Tree that don't really get seen out, especially when you have the Solus that can hunt down drones, get rid of that utility, and it lets the Valkyrie cameras be the main form of information from the defense.
Oh, wait, enemy.
Snake already tags one. You can see not only the operator, but which way they are aiming, an absurdly useful ability. And also, we haven't talked a lot about this Chud Gaming roster. It is all Georgia Tech alumni. And in fact, Bede, who is actually not playing under Bede, is playing under Doorman, who will be completely unknowing of that F2 to the forehead. And also, Scorpion might swing too, but this alumni team, we have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, I think someone was hiding behind the bomb chassis and it was smart and used that rotate that's off of the back of the guardrails to actually jump down, but it seems like Georgia Tech is still not finding the picks that they need, and it's not playing in their favor on defense. But they do finally get a trade out, and they do swing this in their favor just a little bit more.
However, Cigar is wide open now with a pick happening onto Doorman. It's a big spot to let go, especially from bathroom. I mean, looking directly into freezer or potentially even moving further into sight. However, coming off of this back alley window, I'm not sure if that window will be an option. I think Cat agrees. Rem will find one in the meantime. Mozzie's P10 going to work there. And also keeping their life, not taking any damage. Has to be careful. Almost catches a player swinging across. And now Goober's coming to join off of Fred's stairs and is busy claymoring while his two teammates are getting thrashed and now stuck in a 3v1.
They know that player is on the hatch drop over by Cigar, but I do believe that we're going to finally see a crossfire come out. Hayes picks up one on the P90 for the Solus, which P90 is just a bullet hose. You can just fire that thing infinitely, and it just seems like the bullet never stopped headed towards Chud Gaming.
No shocker as well that on the Hayes end of things, I think there was a lot left to be desired from Georgia Tech. Hayes had a absurdly confident start on defense, and then once we got settled into that backside where Kennesaw found 2 rounds, it really slowed down for Georgia Tech. And I mean, you know, we try our best to talk to the players of these teams between games. It's hard to avoid tension after a game that, in some of their words, they felt like they threw away. It
was crazy as well. Hayes had an insane swing onto with the not the P90. Who was it that has?
Oh, man.
There was an insane pre-fire with the P10. Whoever was playing the Mozzie pre-swung the cigar door and just laid into one. Couldn't pick up the second one that was traveling behind him, but that was just a crucial pick that you can't lose.
Well, it's one of many picks that you could do with or without that we will most indefinitely see throughout the rest of the day. It's also worth mentioning that it is a 3-team Rainbow Six kind of showcase today. It is one of our title games. I forget the exact pricing for Siege. We'll make sure we get that information later for you guys. But these teams very much in the heat of it upstairs. Again, we're live in the Campus Rec Center, the CRC. That we're playing upstairs in the basketball courts. We have an entire few courts blocked off where all these players are. So it adds an extra element, you know, playing on the hardwood, but you're still sitting down playing video games. I'm sure for many parents that's a weird sentence.
I think it's also fun that we're actually seeing the current Georgia Tech team play against what was the old Georgia Tech team, since they, again, you did say that they are made up of alumni, and you don't get to see that every single day.
Big pick onto Hayes. The Glaz is one of the most banned operators in all of competitive Siege, but will survive. And that Aurora buff does some wonders. Bede will find one out of the cigar window. Rem finds two here in Bakery. I mean, sorry, actually in the extension of Bakery from where the Aurora was placed. And it lets Kev get into Bakery for free, but again, at what cost? That Aurora, just as fast as it went down, seemed to come up. Full swing from Rem. Wants the fourth, but won't find him, and now you know where the last player is.
You know, those Aurora Dom panels, even though with the changes for them, defenders can still let those go up, but the Tubby actually was so smart and countered it and actually threw their canister above it so that it would stay up longer on his own side. So that was perfect utility use.
Free fire through the vertical, knows there could be a player there, and in fact it will result in a outdoors Georgia Tech player. Things a little unconventional, but Scorpion, that's Kev, sorry, will need to make a lot happen. And I'm not sure what they can do. Also worth mentioning, Cat and Meme Nub, again, also veterans. But also it seems that ASG, Goober, and Kev actually play together, sharing the same tag. So maybe there's some callouts, maybe there's some really crucial placements being made, but not enough to convert a 1v4. And Georgia Tech, a very strong start thus far.
Yeah, despite the yellow pings coming out on the Thorn, wasn't able to pick up that second pick. But, you know, the swing from the red stairs, picking up the one that was on site, that was still just a really good placement of that crosshair.
Those are the mechanics I was waiting for Georgia Tech to reveal, too. I mean, one thing about the alumni, make your jokes about reaction time, make your jokes about, oh, maybe the arthritis is taking my crosshair off, whatever you want to say. But for Georgia Tech, I mean, granted, there are some old faces. Big Benjamin is also, I mean, they're a grad student who unfortunately will be leaving this semester. It's why we've talked about him so much, and hopefully for the storyline, especially here at Georgia Tech, we'll see more success from the Ben side, which, again, not playing on his main account, which is Beat64, playing on Doorman. Named after Deadlock characters. I don't know why we're talking about Deadlock on an R6 stream, but also we're hosting 1,000 different games this weekend. GameFest has been an absolute hoot to be at after yesterday's series. A lot of deciding games. A Georgia Tech team actually took home League of Legends yesterday, so there is some hometown storylines being made. Hopefully, for the sake of goodwill and good fortune and a little bit of wholesomeness, we see more today.
Yeah, maybe Georgia Tech can pick up yet another game here in Siege, but they might have to play that KSU game. No, there is no might. They will have to do it again.
Yes.
We'll probably see an insane series played in that game as well. But if we take a look back at our current setting and everything, we have a lot of players, again, up top on a second floor, defending a first floor push yet again, just like we saw in Consulate.
Well, and even comparing Consulate, the first floor sites, there's 2 of them. Here on Cafe. It's because they're actually playable to an extent. The Consulate's first floor is very much losable. You have to play second floor. It's not too much different. You still need to extend to second floor here on Cafe, but it also is winnable. Train room is absurdly doable for angles, and also you can't shoot through any of the trains. It's a bunch of pure steel in that room. So definitely winnable. This is why you're going to be okay with leaving players like Bede, like Doorman, who, again, Thorn and Valkyrie playing very crucial roles, even though their util's already out. Very crucial guns. Thorn's gun has been a wonder to watch in Pro League this season. And those big guns alongside, obviously, Hayes, again, continuing to find big picks. You will absolutely take it, but this IQ is doing a little bit of intel work.
That is fair. And Hayes is also playing on the Thunderbird, so they know exactly where all of their extra health canisters are going to be, and they are smart playing them on site or keeping them on them so they will instantly activate. Plus, now Thunderbird gets a faster regen after this last patch. Whoa! They try to find Kev on the, or they try to find Rem on the deployable shield, isn't able to find them. They still know that they're there. They're lining up for picks.
I mean, great.
For Collat.
They're moving like a SWAT team. The alumni are doing wonderful right now. However, Hayes will still find another from the Thunderbird. Goober finds another one. Has to be careful. There's a player right next to you. And Hayes finds a triple. I don't know if they know where this last player is. I mean, all these Rams go out, but do they know, do they hear where the Nomad is? And it will not matter. A few whiffs, a few poorly placed crosshairs. Georgia Tech up 3-0.
This is what they were looking for in that last game. They were looking for 1v1s, but they had the Valk cam ready just for the 1v1 scenario anyway, so if they would have won the 1v1, the Valk cam was going to figure out they were coming down the white stairs. There was going to be some crossfires set up on that first floor white stairs, probably from dining, probably from the actual site itself. You know, Georgia Tech is still playing an insanely good defense.
Not sure where you go. I mean, we were talking about it in the green room right before we got up and running. Cafe is, at least in terms of North America, about 55% sided on the defensive side, this split. And it has been, I think its entire history as a competitive map, it's been decently defender-sided. So for Georgia Tech, I think you're looking at a 5-1. I think that would be the dream scenario. 4-2, don't love it, don't hate it, but that would be the average on a map like this. But with the way Chud Gaming's playing, I mean, shoot, do we see 6-0 at this rate?
Man, it is a potential, especially since they're right back up on top site. You know, you get 3 chances in Pro League to win whatever site before they're reset. So now, because they won 3 in a row, they can just choose wherever they want to go, again, because all of the sites have reset, and they felt so comfortable up on that top floor, it just makes sense why they would want to go back.
I'm glad you added that as well. For any viewers who might be joining us late, yes, we are on Pro League settings. Yes, we are playing on LAN, and I can't ask for much more on a Sunday than for some good old morning R6. I'm glad to be on the casting side, the viewer side, if you will, rather than the playing side. I would not want to have to try and place my crosshairs and really pull out the strat book at 10 a.m., but that's what makes these players special. Even the alumni team pulling up and having, well, what I hope is some strats of their own that I hope we'll get to see in the second half. But as of right now, some glimpses here and there. I mean, Kevin Goober, again, moved like a SWAT team upstairs and played their crosses beautifully. Meme Nub will also find one as well.
I don't think they know that Pete is currently sitting on those red stairs ready for the hatch, but they are finally using those DMRs, creating that space, opening up that wall so they can look down onto red stairs from the outside windows. Gives them just a little bit more visibility to figure out where some of these roamers are going.
Alumni team turning back the clock just a little bit, taking space easily here. Wonderful gridlock. She'll just take red stairs and just say no one's coming up and down red stairs, which is great for this take. This is what you have to do in order to try and take advantage of this site, and it's going to leave players like Bebop, who are now going to be on the only open staircase in a more important position. Both him and Hayes stuck together, but on that red side, I'm curious to see what does Bede do. I mean, has to rotate towards the other side. I mean, I would be shocked if they decide to try and take out some of those gridlocks and give away their position as easily, but look at all this space being taken. Meme Nub's already in Cigar, no surprise there. They still have to make their way over towards the lounge side of things, but Georgia Tech, again, against Kennesaw, they played really far back, they played their angles, they get their trades, and when things get hectic, they came out on top, at least for the first part, and then things obviously changed. But so far this game, it's looking to favor them with about a minute to go.
Kev is being really smart in setting up claymores on the common runouts that we see on defense. Like, especially you have someone jump out from the white stairs and jump into that claymore, or you have the run out from the doorway right beneath that window that's getting punched. And, you know, that's textbook. That's textbook cafe. That's what you constantly want to see, is using the basics, using everything in your power to open up sight lines, but also setting yourself up for any potential threats that you can't control. That is the key for this Chud Gaming, is they know that they can shut down Georgia Tech. They have to just set up and play your basics.
Waste of a nade and freezer. That's how back Georgia Tech like to play, but Meme Nub finding one. That's a big deal. Big swing across. I think Hayes completely whiffed on 2 players there, so Goober will swing on. need to find some extra picks here. Bede with a pre-fire at perfect timing. Or sorry, Bebop finding one that ended up being another kill, however, on this back end. Bede's in a crucial spot, even with a down player on top of that Bebop downed. Need to find an extra pick. Diffuser could go down. There goes Meme Nub and the down player as well. Cat needs to find the plant. Is there room? Pre-fire goes through. We'll drop Cat. 4 seconds left. And Bede and Bebop do what I thought was impossible and convert a 2v4 without hesitation.
It just goes to show you that Thorn, you can use the utility and those Razor Blooms to figure out exactly where people are, but they still didn't clear that deployable shield on attack. That deployable shield proved to be 2 kills for Bede and Bebop, and it guaranteed that they had better positioning for everything inside of Freezer. They had sightlines open all the way to the cigar hatch over on balcony. They had every sightline in their favor that Chud Gaming just couldn't actually clear out.
Chud Gaming chudding it, that's for sure, right now, and I don't know any other word to describe it. I mean, especially in 2026, I think chudding is probably a great adjective or verb, however you'd like to use it for this game, because it's not going great. That's one thing we can both agree on. So 4-0 for Georgia Tech. Obviously, no shock to see the setup downstairs involving Goyo. I'm surprised that there's no Castle, who is still up on the board, surprisingly, but I think Georgia Tech may be trying something new, especially with the Thunderbird. I mean, I guess that you're going to use the Tuber out to deny either Bakery or the Freezer side. I mean, who knows what we're going to see out of this Thermite and this Thatcher. They got a lot of options.
I will say, we did see one of the Jaeger placements come out right next to a Thunderbird in a Bakery behind the actual counter itself. So they're going to guarantee maybe a rotate from the small Bakery. They actually didn't open it up, so I don't know why. I guess they're trying to play someone in this Bakery at all times to guarantee they have health. They have a way of denying utility, flush out people early.
Man. Gotta be careful here. Hayes will take a drone out, but also is in such a safe spot during balcony. Timing works out in favor for Rem, who finds Scorpion on the other side. That's losing the Nomad early is a big deal for any sort of upstairs movement that none of the players of Chud Gaming have decided to take. Everyone's fighting this Bakery double door, which is a waste of time. We're already about to waste a minute away. Gotta be careful! Hayes gets away with his life there and has the Thunderbirds play off of. Drones galore in Bakery, but you've got to do something from it. Is there a pre-fire? How about 2 players? Hayes and Bebop will find one. 5v2, and they're just fighting Bakery for no reason.
This is not working on their favor, and another one goes down outside of small Bakery. They bring out the pistol, bring out the spear, bring out the denial, guarantee that you're going to go up at least 5 rounds and make this insanely hard for Chud to come back from.
I mean, you had Chud's Thermite playing over the SWAT car. That angle normally gives you a free pick as long as you can force Bakery to move. No nades, no smokes, no fire. Nothing of any kind was thrown. So what does that player do? You sit there, you make comms, you let a player pre-fire here and there, and all of a sudden you pick up 2 kills back to back. You leave him in a 4v or a 5v1, excuse me. I mean, what in the world from Chud Gaming? I have to at least make Georgia Tech work for it. I think we are looking at a 6-0 at this rate.
I will say one thing that they were trying to do right that Georgia Tech just actually kept shutting down was they kept trying to flood a Flores drone behind that counter to get rid of the Thunderbird, to get rid of the Jaeger so they could start using more utility without it just getting popped or denied from the Jaeger drone itself. But they had pre-fires already set up still in kitchen with those head holes so they could see behind the SWAT car. They could see directly into Bakery. They could see into small Bakery. So it guaranteed all of the visibility that they wanted. And like I said in the last round, Georgia Tech is playing visibility sightlines and playing their basic siege in the best way possible.
I am not sure where you start if you're Chud Gaming, but I can at least get an idea. I mean, the mechanics alone, let that go. Georgia Tech playing a more polished game because they're in season. The alumni are very much not in season. Other than, I think, Kev, Meme Nub, and Goober, who Meme Nub must be grinding ranked, and Kev, ASG, and Goober must be playing together. But ASG has left a lot to be desired, especially when the Nomad has died early so many times. You lose any sort of protection, but it also doesn't matter if the Nomad dies early. You can't even get in sight. going back to first floor. Need to find one of these first floor wins. You just need even a sliver of momentum going into the defensive half for Chud Gaming. But lo and behold, see what the move is here. Already wasting a minute away. Not a lot of intel found just yet. They are going to find a deployable, but no player there.
I think what their goal is to try and get the fuse into Cocktail, into Christmas, and actually use those fuse charges, get some angles opened up onto that first floor, clearing out the site. But the problem is, Georgia Tech doesn't want to play the site. Those aren't going to find players. They're going to just try and play and open up these sight lines into Cigar, into Christmas, to try and just create pressure.
Gonna try and relax for just a second. Do they know there's a player there? I believe may have seen maybe a sliver of an outline, but if that, just a good free fire in the meantime. And Habana's wasted a lot of time opening up this red stair side just to try and take Cigar, but it's all of this for what? I mean, the bombs are not up here. You still have to win. Rem will get one. How about two? And that will do this round, at least to make it easy, unless ASG finds one. We got a minute left now, and everyone's still outside. Kev, I apologize once again, needs to find a big pick here. Decent pre-fire, but again, nobody there, and somebody's creeping their way up. Doorman's in Cigar shop. Doesn't look left. Didn't hear the gunfire. It's a free pick, and now all of a sudden it's doable.
The fuse is still alive to be able to find one, but ASG still on that outside window, does pick one that's in freezer, and it's going to be the swing from Bebop to immediately trade it out back into a 2v2. They're looking for ASG, still on the window, finds a triple, brings us to a 2v1, and now Chud is finally looking at a potential round win.
Why are we swinging everything? What are we doing, Georgia Tech? You're completely getting away with murder with Hayes running face down across the line there. Thunderbird will heal him back up to almost full, but man, Georgia Tech just overextending, a little too confident. Now you have a player with you. Fuse on the backside through the fireplace is going to be stuck in this corner. You need to find something here. It'll be pre-fire low, won't find it. Pistol, SMG on the head will do just that. That's the fuser as well. You need to stay alive. 5 seconds left. Is there any sort of swing or pre-fire? Is the timing going to work out? 2 seconds left now. Is there anything through the fireplace? It's a headshot from Hayes and GT 6-0 half.
And even from ASG, you had an insane comeback in the round and kept getting picks on that outside window directly from where they were staying the entire time. They had everything in their favor. They swung the momentum. They swung their ones, but they just could not get any momentum in that late round. They kept losing their ones. And then you have the Thunderbird alive, who's still able to go and get the health packs from her own Thunderbird gadgets. So was it worth it in the end? I would say not.
30-second halftime timeout. Nothing out of the ordinary for a half switch, but man, you want to talk about a mountain to climb? Georgia Tech is talking about lunch. I'm trying to talk about lunch. We've been here grinding out this morning since, I've been here since 8:30. Not sure when you got in.
I got here at 9, so just a little bit after.
Nothing wrong with that. And even yesterday was a grind as well. For those of you who did not catch some of the action, League of Legends was a 2-0. CS2 was also a 2-0. Rocket League was a Game 7 grand final. And then I'm forgetting one more. Overwatch I think was also a 2 or a 3-0. Or Rivals, whichever one flips the two. Well, again, there's a lot to follow here at GameFest. If you're anywhere near Atlanta, I very, very heavily encourage you to pull up to the Campus Rec Center, the CRC, right here on the edge of Georgia Tech's campus. And speaking of the edge of greatness, Georgia Tech on with a 7-0 on the table.
It's truly something that they could hunt for, and it is the leading benefactor for them, especially after they lost that game against KSU. It's going to make it even easier for them to clinch a spot for grand finals later on. But if they can just knock Chud down, they're looking at another rematch against KSU, and that's really the game that we want to see again.
Hayes is wondering Prod's thoughts on it. I do wonder if they're watching the stream with a delay on. I will make a comment. I think I'm having a great time, and I think this is the bare minimum for Georgia Tech. You're playing a roster that Bede literally played with, and also on that mention, you're pointing it out. I'm going to let you talk about it. Even though Bede is not on Bede's main account, there is a certain operator on a Bede account that concerns me.
You know, Amaru is known for slinging webs around the map, slinging her grappling hook around just to get around the maps easily, swinging in through windows, and He's also rocking the LMG, which is just the best weapon on Amaru. So I'm excited to see, one, what window B decides to get through, or if B is just going to play this hesitantly just to get up to the top of sight.
See it. Here comes Bede trying to make their way in all the way. Oh, I thought they were going in a window. Apologies. The little camera angle threw me off there. Just going to take roof for now. So even though with the Amaru, you're not rushing yet for Bede, which I respect. As for the actual Bede, who is 0-3 on Ace, who somehow did not get banned. They went for the Snake and the Aurora for some odd reason, even though they went upstairs first. So
pretty sure the Aurora was for like bakery and small bakery in case they won a round. But trying to get the pick early on, you get your Reaper action finally in play coming out from Hayes. He's gonna get tagged up with Meme just a little bit, and still trying to pull it out. Can't find one though.
I do love me a Glock with a switch, especially in the hands of a Ying, and these balls of absolute fury for Ying are gonna go crazy. ASG finds one in the meantime. Here comes the Reaper, finds the injured player, didn't look left, in a cap can trap. Will take Hayes out. Trades somehow, some way, are still remaining at 4-3. What in the world's happening in Freezer? Trade galore once again, 3-2. Georgia Tech still down 1. Do they know there is a Azami waiting in the corridor?
Azami just doing her best to make sure that she doesn't get hit from a couple shots as she rotates out of the freezer into White Hallway. But Bede is still keeping up the pressure with this Amaru LMG. You have so much ammo to work with. The problem is, even with this pre-fire, it takes so long to just get this reload in, and it's still wasting this time. The Akiba barriers are finally coming out from Azami to start blocking out some of this space that Georgia Tech has already taken. They do have the man advantage on Chud. One sneaking up on this back window as well, or on the back stairs, just to give some extra cover for the Azami, guaranteeing that space is not taken as easily.
Big Grad Senior, Big Ben, Doorman on the ace, with an opportunity to call a game in a 7-0. Needs to find this pick, I think, over towards that cocktail side. Needs to find that first, I think, in order to open up a lane. They could get the plant down, unless... Does Doorman even know there's a player over there? I don't even think they're aware. We'll try to stick the plant. Nobody's there to hold the vert. Is there any nitro to be thrown? I don't think that's going to be there either. ASG goes down. Kev finds the trade. It's all down to Grad Senior Big Benjamin. Doorman GT in a 3v1.
Finds one on Cat. Still, bomb is down. Has 35 seconds. Finds the second on the cap can. This turns into a 1v1 with Chud's game.
Oh my gosh!
The stun comes out. This is still going to be a 1v1. Chud gets the swing, gets the knife, and you finally see the case get disabled for the first time in the entire series. Oh my goodness. There's your production that you wanted, ladies and gentlemen. Chud is on the board.
What in the world? I mean, I'm not going to comment on that other comment, but what I will say is, what in the world from Big Benjamin? I mean, Fines too. Two of them weren't, they both weren't looking at him. And then I thought had the audio coming out of Cigar, coming out of like the Skylight main area, then making their way towards Cigar, and then all of a sudden you try to full swing it without peeking the first. Like, I don't understand how that is how that round. I thought for sure it was going to be 7-0. I already had a Jimmy John sandwich in my hands, and we were going to be out of here for the day. And then we were going to come back for Grands. But no, we're 6-1. We're going to extend it. We're not going to see an Amaru Part 2, even though Amaru did survive, actually one of the longest out of any operator somehow. We're going to reset. We're going to go down to Kitchen and Freezer. Whole lot of good operators, too, still on the board. Goyo, Denari, Mute, Castle, Amai. Pretty dream setup right now.
Doorman does have the ace to work with, which is really, really important, especially for a site like this. Guarantees that they have a chance to open this back freezer or even this bakery reinforcement for the main breach. They have a lot of utility that they can work with, and we're finally seeing Rem pull out the Monty special like we saw in Game 1 versus KSU. But if we go back to that last round, Doorman was huge for picking up those 2 picks on the Azami and getting that down, or getting that confirmed kill on the cap can, turning that 3v2 strictly into a 2v1 that swung in GT's favor, and then immediately swung it back down to 1v1. But I think we have a disconnect.
And I believe the rule is to play on. So there goes ASG in a crucial, I say crucial, but a match point 6-1 scenario here. So that means that it'll be pretty free for Rem to just make their way through. They do know, you can see that ping coming through. And they're going to ask for rehost. I don't know what the rules are. I believe they do still have to play this out.
Usually...
they know Mute's there. Okay, Goober finds one, so it's a 4v4. Hold on now, no rehost. We're gonna keep playing this out. Goober,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the ruling in Pro League is if someone disconnects as the round is starting and both teams are in, maybe they do play this out, maybe they don't.
That is the rule. That's Ben saying it is after round. Goober finds 2, though, and so a 5v4 becomes a 4v2. However, Bebop, and they still know this Mute is sitting there in the corner. Rem's got to be careful. Monty in for free. Got to be careful. Is there anybody to play the backside? Monty staying alive. Will go down. Where is Bebop? He's nowhere near to play the trade. Was on the right side, but didn't come anywhere near to help out. And guess where Mute's going to go? Right back on top. Elf on the shelf in the corner.
What's crazy is that Beanmub is going to get that kill. ASG is going to get back into the game, and they just played that entire round with a 4-person roster, and even with GT still knowing where people are playing at, Chud still came out on top with that round. They got the Monty pick, they got the pick from the person that was pushing towards backstairs, and they got a second pick after that from someone who was camping on the backside of White Stairs. That just proved that they don't need an attacking force to get some round wins. They just needed to be on defense because they know they have pressure, they know they have something to play for. Chud is playing for their tournament right now, at least for those early wins or those early points. Potential. Yeah, especially they want to try and limit how many rounds Georgia Tech can get on them and maybe even swipe a couple more.
You will take every round you can get, because if we do see Chud potentially beat Georgia Tech, and then if we see Kennesaw, or actually, I take that back. Georgia Tech has to beat Chud. Chud needs to beat Kennesaw. So things are going to plan right now for Georgia Tech. If Chud grabs a few extra rounds, you upset Kennesaw, you have a good round differential, you could mess around and find yourself as the 2-seeder. If you get really lucky and you come back in this game a decent margin, you could even be the 1-seed after such a close 7-5 that we saw with Georgia Tech and Kennesaw. So without further ado, we are somehow still alive, and the Chuds are going to do their best to keep Chudding along.
We do see a lot of Chud people hanging out on top of in third floor, in Cocktail, as well as in Christmas. So they're pulling something out of the Georgia Tech playbook of maybe keeping a little bit more players surrounding that vertical space that really looks down into bomb. And I think it could work out in their favor, but they can't get lost early on. They can't get early pick. They need to at least survive, I would say, to like the next 40-45 seconds, and then you can start moving your people back down into sight where you just need to be at this point.
You also do have a direct counter pick in Sledge and Bead on the Twitch, and even a Ram to use as well if you can find some of these early picks. That's all that you need to try and take control of that top floor. Having the Sledge will make everything 10 times easier. Also, Sledge, as of late Season 11, or early Season 11, I mean, did get given the Reaper MK2. So having Bebop get that Glock with a switch and also Sledge's normal gun is important until you get knocked out by a C4, and there goes ASG Part 2.
There goes your Sledge, too. There goes your vertical space. They know that they have the Ram still, but they want to try and flush this person out of bathroom, and it's going to be Hayes who does find him. They know that maybe another person is still sitting over in the old bomb site. It is going to be just a couple hits here and there. Hayes majorly injured Cat. Cat does get picked from Doorman, and this does swing in favor of GT as they start attacking the third floor.
Third floor is wide open. Do they have any idea where the other two are? I do not believe they're going to finish at least roaming the rest of third floor and make sure they are A-okay. It is worth mentioning, not everybody's in a beautiful spot. Hayes having to play the Ram vertically with only a sliver of health, that is not a position that you want to be in. All it takes is one tiny pinky toe shot, and all of a sudden, you're gone, you're out of the game, and especially from vertical, you're getting... I gotta say, be careful here with the Ram as well. You can't injure yourself with your own devices to where you actually get knocked down, but maybe even attempting to do that just to maybe get the revive. But maybe I'm overthinking it. 6-2, 40 seconds left. Kev finds one. That's big.
That's exactly what Kev needed. He knows that one's on site too. Goobers gets the swing into it. The bomb, the diffuser is down. Goober finds a second one. Actually swings this back in favor of Georgia Tech. What an insane double from Goober to at least put Chud back into a position. They knew that someone was going to be swinging the window on White Stairs. They got the shotguns ready. They got the swaps ready. Rem does find the one onto him, gets the bomb back. The bomb is potentially going to go down. It's all up to Chud to go ahead and swing this early. Pick him now. What? Picks up the third. we see another round swing in favor of Chud, even though it was not looking for them. Oh, goodness.
No stuns, no smoke. I thought Doke might have had a stun or a smoke. I didn't mean to say smoke. I just anything to use. Decides to stick the plant. Had a little bit of time to use it, but didn't need to. Chud takes a timeout in the meantime. I don't like where this is going.
I honestly think that it could be really smart for them to take the timeout because they are trying to figure out like what site they wanted to do next. I think it is a good tactical timeout, but they have such momentum. I would have expected the timeout to honestly come from Georgia Tech, considering they've lost 3 in a row. Might as well stop the momentum before they get to 4 or 5.
I think they're doing it solely for ASG. I think it's the only reason they called it, because I'm in full agreement. You don't call a timeout whenever you're getting destroyed and then you turn a run into some wild picks. Like Georgia Tech's runs, maybe it was a 4-1 at times or a 5-1 in some of those rounds. However, looking at these rounds, we're seeing 3v2s that are traded back and forth. We're seeing 4v3s, we're seeing 5v4s, and Chud are winning the trades. Cafe is defender-sided, but Georgia Tech just need one more.
And they just can't seem to get it, as we do see our next ban come out, but I think
this is big for Chud to get an extra ban.
Yeah, they do seem to need this, but ASG's internet is screwed up again, so we might be going to a rehost here in
Probably be a tech
minutes.
issue that the TOs will have to fix, so we're going to give it a little bit before we go to a potential break, but I don't even think we're going to get our bans in.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we will in this second, but Chud still with the comeback in their back pocket, pulling out defense rounds like this. Again, they're still winning those 1v1s that are essential. Like, yes, they're giving up the 3rd floor and taking, like, deployable shields up there just to maybe make defenders use or attackers use that util to clear it, even if they're not playing it, which is a smart decision, but at what cost?
That question and many more questions. I have a whole lot of question marks to add to this series, to this best of 1. Not to mention that no matter what happens in group stage, like let's say that Georgia Tech wins, let's say Kennesaw wins against Chud Gaming, that means we would get Chud Gaming and Georgia Tech in a best of 1 rematch in a single elimination losers final. Then we go into a best of 3 grand final where Kennesaw would be waiting. If this is how this map will go, especially Cafe, which again is defender-sided, but not this defender-sided, I worry about what that loser's final could entail. So here's what I will say. If production maybe wants to let us throw to a break, we are going to make sure we can get any sort of updates that we can. Actually, we might even have some other stuff to talk about. I guess this is a perfect time for a sponsor read. Why not? Let me make sure that I have all my information correct before we jump into things. Here's what I'll ask you, Skyther, in the meantime. Were you at GameFest yesterday, or was today your first day?
Today is my day 1, but I do know that I missed an insanely crazy day 1 for Rocket League, though, that I am sad that I missed, but I'm getting my entertainment, especially in these matches, considering we were maybe expecting at least 1 blowout just in general, but we're not getting that. We're getting an insane series every single game so far, and that's all I want.
Well, we also do actually have a sponsor read, so let's actually get into our lovely supporters. Obviously, outside of the wonderful students and staff who make this event possible, we have companies like AverMedia to thank. Since 1990, with headquarters in Taipei, Taiwan, AverMedia Technologies provides cutting-edge, high-quality audio and video peripherals and professional capturing and streaming solutions, like internal and external capture cards and webcams for content creators. Committed to providing rich experiences in entertainment and communications, AverMedia aims to deliver innovation and environmentally friendly solutions. We also have some giveaways with some of that equipment, I do believe, coming off later today. As for some of the other companies we'd like to thank, Alienware have supported all of the Lender PCs and monitors and keyboards and headsets and mice for today. That is 24 total rental PCs and monitors. DreamHack has provided tickets for prizing. For example, CS2 yesterday, whenever those guys won, they all get 3-day passes to DreamHack Atlanta for free.
I was going to say, and that gives them general standing to go watch the IEM Atlanta Major, and that's really the big draw for DreamHack for them to give away those tickets right now.
Well, and also it's worth mentioning how much IEM tickets are in 2026. If you could save money on the general badges and spend that money, y'all got to keep in mind 3-day passes at DreamHack are 120, 130.
They're expensive.
Pretty dang expensive. So that right there might be worth maybe a back row seat at IEM or maybe something along those lines. So you'll take it. Also, Monster Energy has kept the staff locked in all weekend. I mean, some of these lovely people next to us running the production have been here since Thursday night, grinding it out, and Friday night, grinding it out. Obviously, this new lab was built less than a month ago, or a month and a half ago now, I do believe. So trying to learn all this wonderful equipment, keeping us looking fresh and nice. Obviously, as you guys can see, there's a green screen behind us. We have wonderful face lighting. We're using a beautiful Sony camera in front of us. I mean, everything is wonderful, and of course AverMedia for helping out with the supplies to run the production and also the event. Also, they pitched in some prizing as well. So
peripherals for some of the prizing, like mouse and keyboards,
True.
as well as some desk mats as well. It's super nice to see that we see all of our sponsors giving away all of this for collegiate esports more than anything.
Well, that's what it's always about. Supporting the students, students supporting students, staff supporting students. That's what we're all here for. So on that note, there is also a K-pop group that will perform upstairs on the 4th floor of the CRC at 6:30 for the closing ceremony. That, I believe, is everything I have to go through. So here's what we will do. Actually, I'm going to give it a quick second. We might be back. Doorman's checking. That's Big T.O., Big Benjamin, checking on Chud Gaming to see if they're ready to keep chudding along. But obviously, again, have to make sure I thank everybody. There's also a lot of individuals we'll make sure to thank later throughout the day. I'll save a lot of that for grand finals. But Mr. Elijah is next to us, heading up the production, doing an incredible job. Skyler, you're making the time to come all the way out here. Really good
Doing
to
some
share
media work after this as well.
True, yeah, I heard you were going to be doing some photos. Also, speaking of photos, Landon is in here. Mr. Neon, Mr. Neon.33 in the building doing photos. Mr. DreamHack website, Neon33. Love that guy to death. And now, on that note, apologies. Also, Extra Life and Gen G are upstairs in the building with their tables and giving out some extra stickers and And they're doing so much to support college students. Gen G has a Practicum Abroad program, even though they're not technically a sponsor of the event. They're with Emory, so by association, they're able to come and support. And Gen G has done a great job in the history. They're partnered with schools like Syracuse, and they get their students to Seoul, South Korea, which is an absurd sentence. I can't believe I'm saying in 2026. And Extra Life has been supporting college events for forever now. Especially in the college football scene. They've had thousands and thousands of dollars. I've competed in a few of those events. Love the people at Extra Life. And
Pretty sure they worked with us last year for GameFest last year, too.
that is a really good question.
I could be wrong, but I feel like I remember seeing them.
I think they probably were helping out. I mean, there's so many groups that we got the thumbs up from Prod. So yeah, they were helping out last year. So how about Extra Life being a consistent partner of GameFest? And we're also really happy to be in the CRC. GameFest last year, we were in a lecture hall room. We ran Ethernet cables up flights of stairs. I was there for that Friday night session. It was not fun.
Power surges
my
left
gosh,
and right
yes.
for Minecraft speed running as well.
Yeah.
We had a fun, truly grassroots type tournament last year.
Well, and even for this being a grassroots event, it is quite professional. Again, production is beefed out beyond belief. We have so many side events, like Mario Party, Pokemon Champions are going on. I believe within the next hour have already started. Smash Bros. Individuals, singles is happening today.
I want to say we had Street Fighter and Tekken as
Yesterday, I
well
believe.
yesterday. So we have most of the good fighting game community and fighting game people here directly in Atlanta at GameFest, truly giving it their all to try and get those grand prizes.
That's what's so special. Once again, we could go on and on, but we are going to go to a break. Or actually, are we going now? We're going now. Okay, never mind. The timer is up and running. We're going to go ahead and throw it back into the game. We actually do get to see how these bands roll out. So without further ado, it does seem we are going to maybe see Georgia Tech. Do they throw a few extra rounds? They were mad they got upset. They were mad they, in their words, threw against Kennesaw State. I wonder if they're feeling that vibe right about now. It looks like we are going to... I'm waiting to see because chat's going crazy about pausing the timer. There we go again. We're still waiting on ASG. So I'm going to make the business call here. I'm going to say we probably go to a very short break because ASG is having all sorts of internet issues. So on that note, I think we've talked about anything and everything GameFest. I love everybody involved. I'm glad we get to share a booth. We're going to continue to share it right after the short break. Do not go anywhere. welcome back to the CRC for the continuation of our 6 groups. Has it been a group stage of all time? Have we taken up our entire lunch period? Absolutely, but are we ready to chow down on what's hopefully a match point victory? Man, I hope so, but also would not mind a little Chud Gaming comeback. I'm here for the content too, and obviously we had some players reset the lobby. We had to make sure the bans and all that are correct so nobody picks the banned operators. I have to make sure that, well,
everyone looks good. I'm pretty sure.
Was it Ace Stoke or was it Ace Aurora?
It was Ace Aurora on attack, and then defense was Mira, and
they got it in chat. We're good.
Yeah.
We don't got to worry about it. Anyways, my name's DJ TJ. Next to me in the booth, Mr. Skyther, longtime friend, longtime Rainbow Six Siege GOAT, especially here in Georgia. Love to have you here at Georgia Tech's beautiful campus on a wonderful Sunday. I mean, the weather's been great all weekend. Even when it rained yesterday, it was light showers. Me and my Rocket League team walked to Chick-fil-A and back. It's actually wonderful. So it's just such a pleasure to be right here in Atlanta with a collective talent pool on both the staff side and the player side. And Chud Gaming, the Georgia Tech alumni team, against Georgia Tech's main roster. Trying to get out of this one alive.
If we're going ahead and looking at what Chud Gaming is pulling out, because the team names up top are also undone just because of how Siege and resetting lobbies works. It is going to be Chud on defense on blue side, and then on orange side it is Georgia Tech's team that we saw last game. But if we go ahead and look at what Chud is pulling out, we finally have a mute going upstairs to try and block some of this drone usage from Georgia Tech that was truly like defeating them, figuring out where people were in Freezer. I think that is a solid pick coming up top.
Georgia Tech holding the Monty. I am very curious to see if and what this drone finds as well. Very curious to see what they're seeing. But the Monty's already dropped in, so we're just going to roll with that. And Monty's already taken red stairs completely. This drone, I don't believe, saw Freezer. Maybe did see a body there. We'll finally jump into the POV now. And here comes Grim. Here comes Monty. Here they get moving.
Monty going ahead and taking the space into Christmas. Knows that someone's going to be peeking this corner. Goes to tries to get the 1v1. Gets a lot of damage out onto Scorpion, but it's not going to be enough. As he goes ahead and gets the rotate. But Hayes from the outside window, peeking in. Great 2v1 to start us on this round.
4-17 to the dome. Something Slyke to kick off round number 10. Again, trying to get out of this one alive. This Monty is doing wonders right now. Big damage on Cat as well. They're still repping the GT tag. Shout out the alumni. I mean, they're all alumni, but shout out still repping GT. This Castle is a great pick, but the UMP can only do so much against many DMRs, even the Habana DMR, which has gone through a lot of changes, but is a good gun in the current state of Siege. This Monty, though, Rem is absurdly aggressive, right-clicking and aiming for heads every given moment. Will now go back to taking space. They find that Castle stacked up on the pallets here. Are they checking stairs? They see the body. That's big. Just needed a sliver of maybe a delay there for that Legion to come up and grab. ASG goes down from a player from below. I believe it was Bede who was down there. I could be wrong. Actually, no, it's in Laundry. Yeah, it is down below with Laundry. Monty's down here as well all of a sudden. Not sure how the Monty's all of a sudden pushing this Castle, who just needs to get out of here. Cat's got to get up and going. Got to be careful here. You're going to shoot the fire just to give him time to run away. We'll get away with it. Actually turns around. It's absurdly aggressive. You need every round you can get. You need every body you can get. 4-2, 4-1. Give me one more, Georgia Tech. There's a player on white stairs. Big shotgun to the head. There goes Monty.
Diffuser goes down with it as well. He doesn't know he's going to try and pick up some extra people, but it's not going to be the swing from the Freezer. It's going to be Hayes who finds him trying to rotate in, guarantees their win. After all of our issues that we have, Georgia Tech finally secures their victory and guarantees their 7-3 and gives them a little bit more round differential, especially going into those later games today.
The only thing that can change the results is a Chud Gaming victory over Kennesaw. Do I see it happening? Unfortunately, I don't think so. But
we're here for content.
We're here for it, and it will be off stream.
Okay.
So if that is the
now
result
we
that
can actually
happens,
get the shit to work properly.
if that's the result that happens,
What?
then we will have a 3-way tiebreaker, and then we will go from there. But I expect it to be a
Yeah.
Georgia Tech 2 seed, a Kennesaw 1 seed. I mean, we're going to go upstairs in the meantime.
Yeah.
We're going to try and get some food very quickly, and we'll try and eat. We also, again, we have so many games to run through. We thanked all the sponsors. Let's talk about this game very briefly, and then we'll go get some food before you got to lock in for Apex.
Yeah, you know, so I did love what Chud pulled in, especially when they had their Freezer rotating. They had a Warden playing Freezer who was stuck in Metal Freezer more than anything and had Crossfire set up on him, but he somehow weaseled his way out into the back bathroom, found two on the white stairs, was able to get the flanks, but I wish that he would have saw the diffuser go down, because then he could have played those white stairs and guaranteed a better position for him.
I think also in that round specifically, you had a castle on the pallets on the top of white stairs. You then drop from pallets. Then you lose your flank, who was already peeking way too early. Should have stayed hidden. I had no reason to rush. Didn't even have a second body right behind the Monty. The Monty was kind of solo pushing down wide hallway.
I'm surprised that Monty was able to pick up the 2 kills that he did, just taking 1v1s with the shield drop as well. Because usually most people will have that crosshair set on the head for when that shield gets flipped down, but Chud might have just not been ready for it.
Well, whenever you go through 2 lobby rehosts after 3 round wins in a row and losing 6 before that, I think that was about expected for that round. I mean, you kind of lose all the momentum. We originally talked about they called a timeout just to get ASG back in the game. That didn't matter because we had to go through 2 rehosts and about 10 to 15 minutes of break. So speaking of break, I don't want to waste much more time. We have so many more games. TFT has almost, or I believe, over 40 registrants. Smash Bros. Singles, over 40 registrants. Apex, I think, has
over 30. They around like 30 to 40 because we don't have enough to do a BR, so we're doing like a mixed style of games for this, and it should be just a little bit, it's different, but again, what collegiate day isn't different for us?
True, true. Well, if you want to stay, you're going to hear about the format from this guy right here. You're also going to see Big Landon, Big Neon 33 in the booth. Again, our lovely photographer pulling double shift. Speaking of double shifts, you're going to be doing photo stuff later as well. How about that? It takes a village to run GameFest 2026, and hopefully you and the rest of the village and any of your friends and family will come back and join us for Apex Legends. It's the grand finals in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with GameFest 2026, and I have got a new sidecaster beside me going by the name of Neon. Buddy, how have you been doing? Because I know you've been doing photos all day.
I've been doing a lot. I was doing photos yesterday. I also came in the day before to help from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. doing setup. So I've been here all week. So
yeah, that's a little bit of a time commitment, and you're also going to be doing some Valorant, I think, later today.
potentially, yeah. I'm not 100% sure about the schedule of that yet.
But at the end of the day, we're here to finally throw some Apex up on
Very
stream.
excited,
I
yeah.
know that we have a little bit of a different format when it comes to Apex. We're doing like a version of team deathmatch, but like with like half the teams. Could you like walk me through how
Yeah,
that works?
it's a little bit weird. So we've got a team deathmatch, which is usually a 6v6 mode, but we only have teams of 3 because it's the regular collegiate teams. So I think we're doing a team deathmatch, best of 3, 3v3. So it's like a race to 40 kind of thing. So it's a
Okay.
little bit weird schedule, but we'll get through it eventually. So
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this works. I haven't gotten to play Apex at least this season, but I do know that when it comes to like our or our meta legends that we start to see, we do see a lot of like Mad Maggie. So do we see like that start to translate over into like this kind of like TDM mode with them playing beside each other, or is it more like individual? You want like people who are like better for like 1v1 gunfights or anything like that?
yeah, well, we'll see what they pick in just a second. It is kind of weird because definitely the kind of better agents, better legends, I mean, kind of do come into play. But in game modes like this, where it's really fast-paced, you die, you're back in 3 seconds, it kind of doesn't matter as much. So I'd assume that we'd probably see one kind of more, yeah, we already got Octane and Wraith, so we already got 2 very fast-paced, very kind of just get back in the fight legends.
There is a Mad
There is
Maggie
the
up
Maggie,
on
yep,
there as
good
well,
call, good
but also
call.
the Fuse pick. I feel like that's good for just like getting those flush outs and everything.
Yeah, 2, I think it's Catalyst, right?
Yeah, it's either Catalyst or it's Alter. I don't know my
Alter's the one with the teleports. So I think it's
Yes,
Catalyst.
yes.
I always get her name mixed up, so yeah,
But
so very
I-
interesting team comps.
I do agree. I think the Wraith could be really essential here for especially those portals. But the question is, are they going to play like a long-distance teleport portal, or are they going to be playing like the new bubble that got translated into that new update of Apex?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see that Wraith movement versus the Octane movement. It's definitely gonna be a little bit interesting matchup to see.
You know, we do see some early like light weapons coming out. Playing the Eva Age, getting smart. Couple little damage coming up on the blue napkins.
Pretty good damage already. Definitely interesting to see how this is like a very slow kind of calculated game mode, or compared to what it usually is in just regular public lobbies. 2v1, he's taken down. Already 3-1.
It's still super early. You can set the tone fast and still find a way to get into this later on. I feel like we need to start seeing just a little bit more like caution coming out from Leafy, from Tiger, and from Catch.
Yeah, this I think this is Georgia Tech squad. Definitely playing a little bit more cautious, like I was saying. Definitely playing a lot together. All of them in that one little room down there. You wouldn't usually see that in public lobbies, at least in my ranks. So.
I think it's smart though, pulling up the alternator, especially since you don't have the disruption augment on this, like within the new update for the alternator. It's mainly on like other weapons, or you start seeing like a Hemlock coming out. But it's interesting saying that they do have unlimited ammo. They don't have to worry about ammo costs or anything, or worrying about like shield regens or anything, because most of the utility that you would see in like a regular lobby is infinite in this.
Yeah. It's also, just a second ago, we saw Rectemporium getting all 3. Full team wipe from 1. Definitely a little bit favored in KSU's favor, I think.
Pick up another one off the Riot Drill from the Mad Maggie. Pick up the second one on the Tiger, and it's going to be just one enemy left. Does get the team wipe again, and they go up yet another team wipe, 9-1, and this is perfect for KSU in this case.
A very big lead. Being a KSU student myself, I've gotten to watch these guys play in a lot of kind of regular Battle Royale matches. Interesting to see how those skills that they've obviously honed very well have translated into this game mode as well.
It doesn't look like they're worried about a height advantage or anything as well. They're just trying to take these 1v1 gunfights and guarantee that the Catalyst can still be like the shield generator for them rather than pop batteries or pop cells. But that is going to be their Catalyst down. They're going to take the full 3v1, try to get the swing. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. We get some trade outs. And they do, unfortunately for Blue Team, they only picked up 1, yet KSU still got the team wipe yet again.
Yep. It's like even when they're getting traded, it's like trading 1 for 3 or 1 for 2. It's not even trades at all. I don't know if it's even skill at this point.
What is nice to see is Octane does have his ult as well. They're going to just pretty much rely on the stims. Tiger does pick up 1. It is traded out immediately from Limbox, but Tiger picks up all 3 and is finally getting a team wipe on the board against Red Team.
Finally getting a little bit of momentum here. Also, about the height stuff that you were mentioning earlier, I think we might be playing rules of no height or anything, just playing on that ground level to kind of even out the playing field. Because the other thing that was one concern with only having half the team size was having that whole map to kind of play with. So I think by keeping it forced to the ground, keeping it low, keeping it playing around these kind of 2 buildings is definitely, I think, the focus here.
What's also interesting, it doesn't seem like they're playing purple attachments or anything higher, or they're keeping it fair with blues, keeping it like tame just so no one can go over or play. They're not playing Evo shields or anything to get the extensions for those shields and increase themselves. They're just relying on pure utility, pure gunfights to try and win this out. But it will be, Leafy does get killed early on. Tiger is still going to actually go down from this. KSU picking up 2. Swings it in and gets the team wipe yet again.
Yeah, rough moves from GT so far. Not completely unreasonable to rule out the comeback here, but also I don't know if with the with that kind of limiting the height, if we're also limiting ults and stuff, because it seems like they would have gotten used by now. So we might be limiting it to just the regular utility and abilities, but.
We did see Catalyst ult come out for this fight as well, though. It's going to generate shields for everyone even faster. And then we finally see an Eva swing. We see KSU finally pulling out all their strings yet again with all their utility for all their ultimates. We had the Mad Maggie Ball come out as well. Wrecking Ball finally finds 1 on a Red Team, but still, Red Team is still swinging all the gunfights in their favor.
Yeah, so it looks like we are doing ults. I think we're just playing a little bit too cautious, I think. Because in these kind of team deathmatch modes, you definitely get them back very quickly, as we've already saw the Catalyst ult. One other thing is kind of, oh, we've got team fight here. It's definitely kind of interesting to see how they're adapting their playstyle, I guess. Because usually this KSU squad, pretty good about placing like top 3, top 2, top 1 even in most of their events that they go to, at least from what I've personally seen. So it's interesting to see how they've kind of adapted to this, I guess, fast-paced game mode, but still playing their cautious style.
It is nice to see that pretty much every single player is playing an Alternator or an Eva. All 3 of them are swinging Evas, but finally see a golden Spitfire come out with.
See the gold.
It is. I didn't think we were actually going to see like golden weapons in this, but I guess a supply crate might have applied it.
I think in this mode, it's not the supply crates. I think it's only based on how much damage you deal. So that means obviously Leafy's done a lot of damage for his team, and it's not really, not really showing up on the scoreboard, I guess. So I think if we also, Rect Emporium probably also has maybe a gold weapon at this point, maybe a purple. So because he's gotten multiple of those team wipes, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that kind of getting those kills get you the better weapon, which then could kind of snowball into getting more kills. If you have better guns, better weapons, kind of hard to avoid.
I was gonna say it's pretty hard to come back from that. But we do see a nice little team fight coming up from the top roof. The decoys coming out from a Mirage.
Bamboozle does get him, but unable to finish the kill.
Kanji a couple bit of the damage. Wreck does go down. Kanji is not going to go down to this 1v1 against Leafy, but Tiger is traded out with him, 2 on each side. Still 27 now, inching little closer to that 40 goal.
KSU just slowly but surely getting the lead here. Damage-wise is kind of even for those #1 players, but those 2 and 3 on Georgia Tech just unable to really get their full advantage here.
And that's what we need to see. We need to see some more damage in these fights. We need to see maybe the Evas come out. Yes, they might be relying on their alternators or relying on their closer range weapons, but the shotguns at the end of the day do the most damage up close, and maybe they can just start playing their space even more. But unfortunately, Mad Maggie's shot is going to go behind the car. It's not going to. It's going to get just a nick of damage, but it's not going to do anything else. They're going to catch 2 members of Blue Team out. 3 all go down in a team wipe. Still 10 left, inching closer and closer to victory for themselves.
Yep. I think Georgia Tech really needs to play a little bit more aggressively, but also kind of try to single out one player at a time. Because, like, I mean, we've been seeing Rect Emporium doing massive damage. His team's obviously helping get the assists and stuff. But him alone has gotten, I think, 2 or 3 team wipes now. So they can just focus him. Because they're very split up now. I don't know if you can see that one player in the back left.
still do have the Catalyst ult and the Mad Maggie ult are coming out as well, but we finally see that Eva. They know that one's going to be down. It's going to still be a team wipe. Even with ultimate usage, still preset and everything, it's not enough.
Yep. So far, it looks like map 1, I guess, I don't know if the map changes between these, but game 1 at least is going to KSU so far.
We do finally see a switch from like some setups as well for blue team. We're finally seeing an R3 come out. We're finally seeing a switch from the Evas over to the Prowler. So they're trying to just get a little bit more damage downrange so they can start getting these better weapons. But I did see someone was holding a BYOC as well.
BYOC's definitely an interesting move here. I personally am not good enough with it to kind of comment on it. But I do agree with that the R301 is definitely going to be a really good gun to use here. Not sure about how that Prowler compares to the Eva, though. Definitely going to be a little bit worse weapon in those kind of close environments. Because when like half this map is all those little tiny buildings huddled together, Prowler could be good for some kind of medium range damage here in those kind of alleyways. But a situation like this,
getting caught out 1v1 versus like a 2v1 or anything, it's just not going to swing in your favor.
Yeah. Like I said, here in the building, actually gets the kill with the alternator. Doesn't even need the Eva 8.
Kanji's still trying to go ham with his hip fire on his 1v1s, but at the end of the day, the Octane stim does not get you your health back. It's still going to take away that a little bit initial damage that probably would have won him the fight, putting red team at 1 point difference to try and win this game and take it early.
Yep, Rect Emporium once again there with the cleanup. Probably going to finish it out here as well. Once again, we do see GT sticking together a little bit more here, trying to avoid that solo kill.
We also did see the switch to the Bloodhound to try and get some tracking on, and they just have to play perfect Apex at this point, which is a miracle in and of itself, but sticking together and getting these team wipes, figuring out where you can play people when red team still has their ults.
Yep.
It's a hard fight.
Unsure about the third. You see one of their players looking around trying to avoid that shot from behind. So
unfortunately, it is going to swing in favor of red team in this one. I believe that is KSU.
It is KSU,
yeah.
yes.
So KSU does take that game 1 victory, and I believe, like you said, we are still playing a best of 3 between these teams.
Yep, as far as I know, it's still best of 3. It's definitely not out of the ballpark yet. So
I will say, I am interested to see if we do see a switch from Skulltown to a different map, because maybe the extra buildings and everything weren't playing in their favor, but maybe we do see a switch over to like an Olympus, or we see a switch over to like a Broken Moon, try and play some more open spacing and actually rely on just natural cover rather than having to work those small buildings and take all of those close range gunfights. Maybe bring an R3, maybe bring a Devotion or something and guarantee some more long range engagements.
yeah, I'd really love to see if I don't know if we're able to control it in this game mode, but if we switch like something like that Olympus Estates area, kind of somewhere with those longer range fights, something like usually like the R301 or Sentinel or something like that would be good for those longer range. I know that I think all 6 players, at least at one point, were using the alternator Eva 8. So I don't know if I'm not gonna hate on Georgia Tech too much, but I just don't know if those are the weapons for them to use here.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, like, we did see a BYOC come out very late into that game, which it gave a little bit of more like pick damage, a little bit of tick here and there, but it just wasn't proving vital because at the end of the day, it's still something that you have to charge up. It's not something that is just immediate like an R3 or a Devotion or anything like that. So it will be interesting to see how Georgia Tech teams, or that their team can adapt more than anything right now, because that's they go down one more game, that's your entire series.
Yeah.
And then KSU will win that Apex series for themselves.
Yeah, like you were saying, BYOC kind of get that tick-by-tick damage. I just don't think that's what they need. They can't be going tick-by-tick. They got a massive team wipe, massive rush like the KSU guys are doing. Also, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I know that one of the players got picked up. Might have been Empire Limbox here, because I noticed he wasn't running that KSU tag. Could have just forgot, but it is interesting to see how they're, even if that is a pickup player, still dominating.
And I will say, to my knowledge, I think we are going to be playing on Fragment East on a different map. So we are not playing back on our OG map. We're going to something that's more consistent, especially when you play these tall vertical buildings now. So now we have some floors to work with. There's going to be a little bit more height, and we have the metro to finally play off of.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if we're running that same rule about no getting a height again. I think at least for that middle building, we will probably allow that. I'm not sure about the whole how their comp rules work.
The ASU special building.
Yeah. So if we are, I mean, either way, we're going to be fighting inside that building for a lot of it. So those stairs definitely going to come into effect. Definitely going to be interesting to see how, even if we're not allowed to that very top floor of that train building, we already got the Octane coming out again. So Kanji's definitely feeling comfortable.
It is
Right to Emporium
interesting that
switching.
I was going to say, we are seeing a seer come out, though, which I think is actually essential for finding out where some people are hiding when he throws out his Q, and then figuring out where they can rotate around to maybe do a collapse.
Yeah, I definitely want to see. I know that the GT guys started running the Bloodhound at the end there. It's going to be interesting to see if they kind of go back to that more, I guess, information-focused legend. But
I do think the Alter is the perfect counter, since they did start with Wraith last game, but Alter just giving you some, like, a little bit more mobility to move up and down, figuring out where people are. But that, I feel like that's a great start.
yep, already getting one, off to a good start. We are obviously, or now you can see that we're allowing the fighting on that top level. So it's interesting how you can kind of wrap around back to the other stairway. Hasn't come out so far, but
It's still a 3-2 trade that's still worked out in favor of Georgia Tech.
yeah, Rect Emporium again with the cleanup. Seems like a very solid and consistent, like last man alive. Even when his teammate rarely gets taken down, he's there to finish off the opponent.
I completely forget that Seer has the ability when he's like aiming down sights, like with just his hands, he can still figure out and scan where people are to get that early engagement, or to like figure out where people are playing in, but it's going to play. It's not going to play in the favor. Actually, it is going to play in favor of KSU. They're just going to hunt down Georgia Tech, find out where all three of them are, and just get another team wipe up on the board for them.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you get one player down, very hard to kind of get that 2v3. So, once again, already seeing KSU up a little bit. Once again, not too far. Started out like this last game. But once again, seeing Georgia Tech get caught out, that's how it spirals. That's how it goes downhill.
The perfect cue for from the stem off of
Other one.
super glide, off of the the ledge, gets him one to get the engagement. 1v1 essential here, but it's still not enough, and they're gonna get a clean reset.
Misses the shotgun there at the end. That would have been big, but now currently 3-9. That's 3 team fights to 1. I think all these team fights so far have either been 3-0 in favor of KSU or 3-1. So.
Yeah, because the only 2 that they picked up from the beginning of the fight was the 3-2 up on the board, and since then they have taken 2 team wipes and only taken 1 off the board. And it is going to be another swing that does favor KSU in this. Another
One
clean
by
sweep.
one. Once again, Rect Emporium getting 2 out of the 3. Not that the kills fully matter here, because indie game score is all that matters, really.
It is indeed. I will say the Mad Maggie does have her roller ball up for like getting that initial damage, getting those speed boosts, and Octane does have a pad as well. So it does seem KSU has ultimates to work with. Mad Maggie ball does come out. Empire finds 1. He finds a 2nd, and he gets the team wipe all by himself.
Yep. One thing I really want to see here is with that Maggie ball, using that outside, it did bounce back, but it is kind of interesting that it didn't really get as much damage as I would have liked. Maybe if we can kind of draw the Kennesaw people inside, get them all, draw the Georgia Tech people inside, get them all with one like massive back and forth between those stairways. It could be a really, really fast team wipe. Not that it really matters so far, because it's been pretty fast.
Feel free to let me know, does Mad Maggie's ball, whenever she uses her ult and the speed pads are created on the ground, do the enemy team also have access to those speed boosts, or are they only visible to like the actual team of whoever uses it?
I'm pretty sure they are visible. I don't know if it actually applies that speed boost to them. One thing that the ball does do, though, is kind of gives them that stun and knockback. So even if it does apply the speed boost to them, as soon as they get that knockback and that stun from the ball, kind of cancels out either way. So
We do finally see the Seer ult coming out from some KSU people, for some blue team people, my bad, and they finally are able to find one because they have some good positioning. Flatline doesn't come out enough to kill Rect, but they don't need that. They're about to be halfway up.
yep, there's the halfway point. Once again, I think we're seeing a very similar scoreline last game. So yeah, another one. So it's just kind of 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Team fights falling towards KSU.
They're consistently figuring out where KSU is early on here in Fragment, and then using that Seer push, like, and just figuring out where they are. Oh, getting one clipped in reverse to each other.
Does get the trade there. One interesting thing we saw a second ago with that damage count, I think that the #1 player in Georgia Tech so far, yeah, only a couple hundred above Limbox, who's still dealing a fine amount of damage. But those two bottom frags on Georgia Tech, 300 each. That can't be happening in these game modes.
It's not what you want, and then you finally do see the Catalyst ult come out as well. It's still not going to be enough. KSU, within a minute or two, brings their scoreline up 6 off of 2 team wipes, while Georgia Tech only is able to find just 2 more.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate there, getting caught out with their hands up. It's kind of unfortunate. A lot of times I've seen these Georgia Tech people using their utility, using their kind of abilities or spam, just kind of wrong timing.
It just feels like they're still only trying to play for these 1v1s instead of sticking together, playing together. But Leafy and can't or do find 2 and make it a little bit easier. They know that one's going to get here stunned. Trying to play the door, trying to play some cover.
Does get a lot of damage there on that bottom floor.
Gets the swing out though.
Gets his every time. It's crazy. Does go down there.
Yeah, they are starting to see consistent trades right now, which is what you want. We have this swinging 4 kills up since the last kill for KSU. This is essential right now for them to keep staying alive, keep playing these shield cells, and then keep getting this damage up, keep getting like a little bit more momentum going. But it's not going to be enough for Rex.
As well. So it's interesting how first game is definitely fast back-to-back team fights. This game, a little bit of space in between the fights, a little bit of enough time for healing, but doesn't really matter. No matter how much healing you get, does get a couple kills there. You bring it a little bit closer, but still twice the amount of kills. I mean, it's kind of hard to come back from.
Indeed it is. Seer is going to try and catch out 1 off of that Q, but it's not going to be enough with the flat line. Starting to play his life just a little bit more, and then you have 1 swinging in with the RE or with the R99. It's not going to be enough. Rec is going to pick up Leafy, bring their score line to 34 out of their 40 needed. Picking up 1 down from range, it's not going to be enough as well. But Kanji coming in, swinging in off the flat line, picks out Zat.
Yeah, all 3 of the KSU guys getting theirs. Even though I know that Rectemporium has like a lot more damage because he's been getting those kind of finishing kills. We see another one right there. It's definitely been a full team fight, I guess, or team-focused game with this KSU squad.
Yeah, it seems like they're still winning their ones. Kanji is just one-clipping
crazy.
everyone.
R99 is a crazy weapon in his hands.
It's what you love to see. You love to see a consistent 1 clip here and there.
Especially as a KSU student. So.
Maybe a little biased.
Yeah, a little biased. I mean, either way, I love seeing, no matter who's winning, it's interesting to see how they're dominating.
Yeah, we see the Octane swing in, knocks both of the shields off of these current players. Still picks up the team wipe. They're 1 team wipe away from pulling out Apex and getting their win for the series.
Several 1 clips back to back from all the KSU guys. So just one more of those and it's over.
They find them. They see them sitting in the building. Mad Maggie tries to get the initial Q. It's not going to be enough. Kanji's going to immediately swing in, grab 2. They find the Seer ult, or the Seer Q, to try and grab 2 more. It's not going to be enough. He gets the shield knock. 1 goes down. The second one goes down. And there is your KSU victory.
Yep, KSU domination across the board. Kanji there at the end, 1 health, able to fully heal up and get that last kill. Phenomenal round.
That was, I mean, and there... Unfortunately, Georgia Tech's not going to have a way to get into that 3rd game because KSU does take your series on Apex 2-0. That Seer was just insane, but I got to talk about Kanji just getting the insane 1 clips, but also using all of his momentum from his stims consistently and getting those starting picks, getting those initial fights, truly proving that he is a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely. I know I mentioned earlier how Rectemporium leading a lot of that damage doesn't really matter though, because like as far as the team, like we were saying, team fight after team fight, getting the assists, getting the final kills doesn't really matter because you're just the KSU squad, full domination.
It's truly a great day to be a KSU fan, especially when you have this game, you have an insane roster with Rocket League yesterday, and you have an insane Siege roster still playing through their games today. So I will say, like, it's been so fun to get to watch and to watch Apex, but also get to cast with you since I haven't gotten to do that yet.
First time casting. Nobody's gotten cast me. You're the first ones.
So go me. But I will say I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have Avra Media, who has been consistently working with Georgia Tech to put together production and everything since 1990 with headquarters in Taipei, Taiwan. Avra Media Technologies provides cutting-edge, high-quality audio and video peripherals and professional capturing and streaming solutions like internal, external capture cards and webcams for their content creators. They truly are committed to providing rich experiences in entertainment and communications, especially on our collegiate level. They aim to deliver innovation and friendly solutions to everyone who uses their products. So big shout out to AverMedia for helping out with the production today. And then I also want to shout out a quick shout out to Alienware, because I'm pretty sure all of our players were renting the PCs that they were using for Apex themselves.
Yeah, I am pretty sure most of them are. I think TJ was saying earlier in his broadcast, I think 24 total PCs, all of those PCs, keyboards, mouse, headsets, everything. Massive shout out.
You can't go wrong with Alienware. So if you ever want to look into peripherals and monitors, Alienware is your way to go. And then we also do have Monster Energy here providing all of our energy drinks and supplements to our players as well, to get them back in the game and get them playing at their highest potential. Yep. And then we also do have DreamHack, who is one of our big sponsors as well, because most of the games that you see here, most of the people playing will be in attendance at DreamHack, and some of the prizing that we give away is for DreamHack tickets as well, depending on where they place. So it's super awesome that DreamHack's been able to do that for us. And then I believe we also have our Extra Life community out here as well, who came and partnered with us last year. Super nice of them to come back and provide yet another reason for all of our teams to come out and play as well.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with all of those. As far as the Alienware, I wanted to mention I also have an Alienware PC, so I definitely definitely a big fan of them. DreamHack, like you said, big. I think I forget if it was CS2 or one of our other games. Full team won tickets to DreamHack, so definitely, like I said, CS2 getting to see that CS major being played at DreamHack. So a lot of big things coming up. But
and I will say it has been fun casting with you, but we do have more action in store for you guys later today with our Siege Finals and Valorant coming up later today. And I believe we also have some League or Teamfight Tactics today as well.
I know Teamfight Tactics has been playing. I'm not sure if they're going to be on stream. Might be in a little bit. We'll get confirmation from production in a little bit.
I think they did say that we will. So we will see some Teamfight Tactics later for you guys if you do really enjoy anything involving that. But we will be taking just a short break while we switch out our casters and to give production just a little bit of a break. So don't go anywhere. The fun will be had later.
Yep. Be right back.
I think we have a little bit of a production
Yeah.
problem. So
I think they lost connection.
I think we lost our connection and everything.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for sticking with us.
I'll stay in here for as long as it takes.
Yeah,
So
we should be good though. So thank you guys for sticking around. We'll be back soon.
Yep.
Who's back?
Dad, you're back!
Yeah, we're back.
Yes!
AverMedia. One click save your every moment.
Go, 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 go! Yes! Hey, Dad, I broke your record.
Haha,
Right.
no anymore.
Yes.
Think you can beat my
Yes.
new one?
Hey, who's back?
Dad, you're back!
Yeah, we're back.
Yes!
AverMedia. One click save your every moment.
All right, and welcome back to GameFest 2026. I hope you appreciated the Apex Legends Grand Final, and we do have 3 champions to welcome onto the stage. So please join me in one big round of applause for KSU Apex. Once again, these wonderful student-crafted trophies that they have been working so tirelessly on, they have been engraved before y'all got on stage. So without further ado, y'all can look at wonderful Corey taking photos there. One more time for KSU Apex.
Everybody, welcome back to GameFest 2026. This is TFT here, and after our 4 preliminary rounds, this is now our final lobby. Each of these 8 players have played through 4 different games with 24 other players and have outcompeted them, outplaced them, and this is our top 8.
Hi, I'm Sparky, and this is...
Either.
Yep.
Today we'll be looking at, as I said, the GT TFT top 8. So one thing to note is that a lot of these players have been quite highly ranked in previous sets. So we have a lot of Master Tier, Grandmaster, Challenger Tier players. This set has been out just for a little bit, so they are currently Emerald Plat. But in the past, we do have some very impressive peaks, especially Hung here, who in the past has peaked Challenger 1000 LP and has competed in some of the TFT Cups for professional players.
I think it's also, we want to talk about Baba and DRT Darkings, who have had some more recent success in the collegiate TFT leagues. Baba placed first in the ECAC league during fall, and DRT Darkings was second in spring. So
yeah, Baba also placed, I think it was 3rd during the ECAC spring season. So both these players in pretty good form as of now on the collegiate scene. To note, Hung has been dominating the preliminaries with an early score of 30 points, which is first, and then second. So expecting to see a lot from this player. He's been playing predominantly fast 9 and really taking advantage of his understanding of how to play the mid game and then transition into those winning boards.
also, Hung could have gone first, and second, because in the last game of the 4th round, he sold his entire board to try to roll for a 3-star 5 cost. So he is one to look out for.
Alongside with that, we have some pretty impressive placings from DRT Darking and Baba, as mentioned. They shared 1st and 2nd in the same lobby during the 1st and 2nd games, and then also placed well enough to move on to our final lobbies. It took about 23 points to make it to our top cut here, which is an average of like a 3, basically, 7 to 8 points across, 6 points across every game.
Also, right before, to make it into top cut, Ong actually had to win a tiebreaker, a very close tiebreaker with another player. So let's see if he can make some magic.
Yeah, we'll see
with his placement.
Some comeback stuff. He definitely was on the edge for sure at that 23-point mark, tying with Wanderer of China. However, he did have a higher placement in the last game, which is actually our 4th tiebreaker. They tied on points, top 4s, and most firsts. So that was our final tiebreaker to decide. So Wanderer of China just barely missing out on this top cut.
Let's quickly talk about some of these augments that we're seeing coming out here on 2-1.
I think this is replication on the right side.
Yeah, wait, can we get a hover over that?
Along with the early even shroud slam, opting to go towards the 80 direction with the bow on Caitlyn. Probably opting to play this reroll Fate Spellweaver comp that has been seeing a lot of success recently. It is Replication for Ong. I assume he chose Bows. And it's Backline Blueprint for Baba.
And that's a challenger emblem.
Which gives attack speed, and on takedown will heal for 5% max health.
I think this one, challenger, is often a very strong one to be played with, Primordian reroll into playing Kindred late game to cap out the board.
Yeah, we've also been seeing a lot of open fort recently, with many different players opting to open fort just to build up that econ and then spike later on. So as a result, we have seen a lot of that playstyle. Like we're seeing here, James Sabian is on 20 gold, feeling just 2 units out of his available 3, but making this interest boundary, allowing him to make 30, then 40, then 50, just gaining a gold edge on the rest of the lobby.
It does seem like quite a few of our players are trying for a bit of a more econ and lose streak approach. Is that LoL Epic Gamer 1 playing no scout, no pivot that I see?
Yes, sir. It looks like he is opting into his comp very early, also playing this TF Jax reroll comp that has been seeing a lot of popularity. So we know this guy for sure will be playing this one, and there is no pivoting. Just before we talk about some other augments, we should also note that this is a checkmate format. So players need to reach a certain point threshold, which in our case is 16, and then they need to win a game to be crowned the Georgia Tech GameFest TFT champion.
Okay.
We see Portable Forge, and this artifact is, I think, a tank artifact.
Yeah, DRT Darkings has the Black Hole Gauntlet, which is a very strong tank artifact, but it appears that he is not yet to place it on a unit.
Decides to slam it on the Briar. This is the Primordian we were talking about earlier with that reroll, but not sure if he's deciding to fully reroll this direction yet or just playing it for tempo currently.
Seems like he's also holding a few of his item components to... Oh, James Avian is playing full into econ, selling his entire board except 1 unit.
This is savings account, if we'll check the augment here. Looks like, yes, he gains additional, he has to gain a bunch of interest, which is why we saw him open for it earlier, making that 20 threshold faster. But he is able to gain a lot more interest than the average player, with average interest normally capping at 5. Here it's capped at 7. And he gains a bunch of gold once he gets through that interest threshold. So looking to spike more so in the mid-game, late game, while sacrificing some health early.
If you've never played TFT before, interest is 1 extra gold gain for every 10 gold you are currently holding. And again, like Aether mentioned, this is capped at 50 gold.
Here we see one of the new aspects of this new set, which instead of carousels, which in the past you would have a bunch of champions in a ring that would circle around, and then players with lower priority, we got to pick first from that carousel. Here we have Realm of the Gods, which for each game gives you 2 gods to choose from, and you'll choose some sort of reward / bonus from them 3 times throughout the game, and then they'll grant you a final boon at the end, depending on which one you chose more.
So here we have Kale and Ari. Ari tends to give a lot of gold and econ, and Kale gives items. It appears that Calypso has chosen to go for the Kale.
Also note here as aura farming, so there's this 2-star Graves, which is a 5-cost 2-star, which is one of basically the strongest units in the game. But the condition is that you have to wait until much later in the game to be able to field it. So you do sacrifice some early power that you could get from taking maybe some other gold augment that is more combat oriented. Instead, you get this guaranteed strong champion later on, so also looking to spike later on in the game.
Looks like Calypso is going against LoL Epic Gamer.
Once again, the no scout, no pivot line.
What is that item on Meepsy?
So it's like a scuttle thing, right?
Oh.
Mat Preserver. This is from Psionic, which is also an item trait. If you've seen in past sets, like I think it's called Shimmer Scale in set 9 or something, it gives you more items. In this set, Psionic is your item trait, which gives you a random item generated from a pool of 5 or 6, and they give you different effects depending on which one is generated. In this case, I think being more so of a tank item.
I do think it's interesting that I feel like I've noticed this set has a lot of item traits or traits that don't give many stat bonuses and only give certain effects.
Yeah, one other thing to note is that the other sort of random trait this set is called Star Weaver, which grants a random effect from a pool of 5, which can grant gold, combat stats, really just anything. So something to look out for in each different game.
If we can go to LoL Epic Gamer, he is playing No Scout No Pivot with Star Weaver, I think Fate Weaver, and if we hover over his trait, we can see which path he's currently taken. It appears that it is lucky, so any chance effects that his units have are raised.
Critting.
Yeah.
Mostly critting. I don't...
Well, I mean, he's playing TF, so TF has a passive, I think, where he rolls 3 cards, and if you hit a 9, you get some extra gold.
Baba also opting to lose streak here, playing the Anima, which, if you've seen in past sets, is sort of the Econ lost streaks trait. From past sets, it's been like Mercenary, or from this most recent one, Ishtal, where you lose streak or win streak with Ishtal, but here it's mostly lose streak, and then after reaching a certain threshold, you'll typically cash out, and then gain a return on that investment of that health, allowing you to spike harder. So a lot of players seeming to opt towards more spiking in the mid-late game.
On the other hand, DRT Darking's going for the win streak. And
Seems like he is holding Primordials, but I'm not sure if these are the correct items from what I remember. I think it's more so of a Belveth carry comp, which requires you to have more so attack speed items, like maybe the Ginsu.
I think he does. Will probably likely pivot from this comp later on. He is currently holding that Kane, which is a good unit for flex because Kane's unique ability is that he gives bonuses for each unique trait active. So it is likely that he will be pivoting soon after tempoing.
For those who have played before, it's sort of like a Stand United or a Bronze for Life, which just gives you bonuses for every trait active, or maybe a Jazz if you played set 10. So here we see it gives you team-wide attack speed and team-wide resist, which is just, in any comp that has a lot of these traits, it's just a really good splash unit.
I think especially this set, there are a lot of more flex-type Bronze for Life comps, especially with Fast 9s.
DRT Darking does seem to be opting towards a more primordial line, with BT being one of the most built items on Briar, really just slamming the rest of the items for just to conserve some HP and keep the streak of 5 streak, but it does look like it will be broken here.
Broken by Hung, who is also currently win streaking and will take that win streak from DRT Darking.
Hung has taken Epoch here, which gives him a little bit more XP at the beginning of every stage, so it's a little bit more power during the beginning of a stage, while also letting you get towards that Fast 9, which he has been favoring recently. The rerolls are really nice, and if he's already in a strong spot, he doesn't actually have to use these rerolls. As you see, he has 3 banked up, so he may have used 1 just to spike a little bit.
Okay, it's time for our 3-2 augment round. Let's see what our players end up choosing. Here we're looking at Hung's choices. He has Seraph Staff, Heavy's the Crown, and Glass Cannon 2.
These are all sort of combat lines, and I'm expecting him to push towards more of an econ line, if that's what he's been favoring recently with Fast 9. He's also very healthy, which gives him the opportunity to push towards those econ augments, sacrifice some HP on stages 4 and 5 to reach that fully capped out level 9 board.
I think he was going to choose the Artifact, which gives you a very strong item.
Opts to take Gold Collector, which gives him a chance of getting gold on hit, but...
I mean, it plays more into his goal of getting as much econ as possible.
Yeah, you'll notice he did roll past almost every combat augment he saw, which indicates he was probably looking for something more so of an econ augment there.
I think one player we haven't been able to talk that much about yet is Deimos FS, if we could see his board.
Deimos is taking Ascension on his second augment, which is not a lot of direction typically. It is more so about sustaining here, and after some time you gain damage amp, so very flexible but doesn't give too much direction. Although I think he might have a direction already with this too much value, which pushes him towards more 2-cost rerolls since he gains rerolls for every unique 2-cost he fields.
I'm not sure what the current most popular 2-cost reroll comp is. I think it leans towards the Pike and the Gragas on the Psionic line. But
Looks like he has Pike in right now. We'll have to see where else this goes, but...
It does seem like he's remaining flexible and just playing what units he does get. He does see that Master Yi. If he wants to play Psionic, that is a huge pickup for him. Looks like he's...
opting not to take it, so perhaps choosing a different line here.
Yeah.
Also has a lot of unsemmed items, which is maybe a bit detrimental, but he's maybe looking for something that is the best in slot for one of his key units here.
As you see, right, but as you'll see some of the players do during combat rounds, they will sell some of the units they're holding on their bench to make those econ interest thresholds that we mentioned earlier. He appears to be holding at 39 because when you win a round, you earn 1 gold.
Watch this Jax here, very tanky. Just unable, Deimos was unable to break through. Also did not proc Ascension, I think.
Yeah, his team did not last long enough for it.
Not quite at the thresholds. Here we see the second boon, so they once again have a choice between what looks like here gold and items. I assume a lot of these players will be opting for gold since they did decide to lose streak, and then maybe spike later on with more of those 2-star 4 costs, 2-star 5 costs, 3-star 3 costs.
I think while we likely will not be streaming the end of the checkmate format, it's interesting how the strategies of the players will change once they enter check. Because in these earlier stages, the players will be focused on making as many points as possible, but when you are in check, you have to get first, and so they will start playing more all or nothing type games.
Yeah, for now, we'll see a lot of standard gameplay, but at times when you're in check or when you're in check, you typically want to take more risky lines that give you more chances to win out, since at that point the points do not matter as much. Instead, all you're aiming for is that first. But here we see items being slammed on Samira. James Sabian, 8-loss streak into 3-5, needs to stabilize here a little bit. I think I maybe would have rolled a little bit more, only sitting on the Samira 1. Not sure if that's quite stable enough here.
It appears that he's just playing whatever units that he can slam, trying to get a strong front line with the 4 brawler trait and trying to make some other traits for damage. It appears that it will not be enough against Hung's, I think, currently unstoppable win streak.
Hung is 100 streaking through 3-5, which is really good for him here. It looks like he's on this 80 line, which is the Xayah, which has become a lot more popular recently. One of the more known lines that's become sort of S tier in recent times. It really heavily depends on that Star Walker that I was talking about earlier, so if we could check what that is for him.
It appears he does not have the
Doesn't have it in yet.
activated.
But typically this is ran with that Stargazer trait.
It is possible that Hung is just playing the Xayah as a strong AD carry in his backline and is aiming for a 9-cost composition with Jhin as his carry. As you can see, he's holding that Mordekaiser. It's possible that he is aiming for a more Dark Star final comp.
Here we see also the Stargazer, once again, little epic gamer with the no scout, no pivot. His line has been locked in for a while. He does roll down to 30 here, trying to maybe stabilize a little bit more. Typically with this line, you try to stay at 50 interest and slow roll all the way down until you make all your 3 stars, but it doesn't appear he's hit any yet.
I mean, he has hit that Talon 3, but he does not have items for his Talon 3, and so his damage output is a little low, but it looks like he will take down Hung.
Yeah, it is strong enough here to stop the 100 streak, which does deny Hung a little bit of gold. Nice for the rest of the lobby. Denying it into that neutral round, which if you do come into neutrals with a win streak, you do get additional gold because of the win streak. Maybe we can take a look around here and see what all the rest of the players are playing.
Let me see, Ong maybe? Oh, it looks like Baba is currently choosing his Conduit. I think it's Conduit.
Arbiter.
His Arbiter trait. Arbiter is a unique trait this set where you can choose out of a few options and create your own trait bonus. And so sometimes you'll see this with a Timo Leona comp, but it appears that Baba just wanted to see what Arbiter ability he could get.
He puts it in and then takes it straight out, just checking what it is to maybe consider playing it later, but for now he's decided not to. James Sabian, I think, has cashed out here. Considering he's level 870 gold, he has to do a full pivot here. We'll see how this goes. Hits the 3-star Rost.
Hence roll down, hits the Nunu. Doesn't seem to be hitting much for now.
Really unfortunate rolls for him. Has to roll 20 gold to see a unit he's even decides is worth buying. Upgrades the Samira.
Possible he's aiming for...
Looks like he is opting into the Xayah line then? I'm not sure. I think this is maybe sort of a mid-game Xayah line. That's your holdover until you can make it to level 9 with the Jhin and the Bard. But for now, he has Spike spent all of his gold, so he's hopefully stabilized by this point.
I think he'll be pretty heartbroken if he is not able to win here.
Yeah, it's really bad for him if he's not able to win here, considering he just spent all his gold.
Yeah, but his Ascension pops, and I think...
Yeah. Looks like he has enough juice in the tank to win this one, just not enough damage coming out from Baba, who is sitting on 50 gold, so at this point he should not be winning. Baba also getting quite low here, probably does need to spend his gold relatively soon.
Can we check on maybe Calypso. I don't think we've talked much about Calypso's board this game.
Calypso running aura farming, so she does spike here after this round on 4-3, but it is the Graves, which is not seen as much in the top tier comps, more so of a Vex Jhin meta.
It looks like she aims to take an XP augment so that she can roll for possibly more 5 costs.
Just trying to make it to level 9 at this point, although I think this is probably a bit ambitious considering she's on 30 HP and has 6 lost streaks. At this point, it might have been better to try and bleed out to a 6th here, just try to scrape together whatever you could get, but she is playing for the win out, so we'll have to see whether or not this works in her favor.
I think it is also worrying from her position that although she does have the guaranteed item with aura farming, she does not have a good third or even, I think, second item for this Graves that she'll unlock.
Seeing the 3-star 1 cost coming through for Lil Epic Gamer here, he does hit the TF3 and the Caitlyn 3 during this neutral round rolling down, so he has spiked quite a lot, so I think these lower HP players might have to look out here.
I think Calypso will find a tough fight against this Xayah too in the backline.
Xayah 2 spike from Baba, so he does spend his gold and hits the Xayah 2, which is quite important here considering it is his itemized carry. His board state's looking a little bit better now, having managed to stabilize just a little bit. We'll have to see if this trend continues.
Looks like Lil Epic Gamer was able to stomp his matchup with the 3 costs that he hit last round.
At this point, Calypso does get to put in this Graves too, but we'll have to see if it's able to make a difference at this point, and she's able to go 9. Is sitting on a lot of gold, but does want to wait for this explosive growth to fully cash out, since at that point she might waste a little bit of XP at 9. But honestly, I think if you win this round, you kind of just have to go.
I think, honestly, I don't know if she should hold because her board is not very stable right now. Her front line is entirely 1-star units.
It's definitely a very scary time to be holding on to all of this gold, especially with 17 HP here. 1 loss brings her down to 1 life, which is a very scary place to be at times since any mispositioning can lose you the game.
Especially when we have players that are win streaking like Lil Epic Gamer.
Ong here does have a Jhin on 8, so did roll all the way down on level 8, looking for something along this 80 line. Does have this even shroud, which does push him towards the 80 line.
Can we see Ong's last augment? Is that a Jhin augment?
It is a Jhin augment.
So it appears that Ong was able to get Jhin through his augment, which is a huge spike for him.
Here we see people choosing their gods, which is the option between a rerolls and a chain vest. I'm expecting to see a lot of rerolls here because there's so many players low. Calypso especially does need these rerolls because it allows her to go 9 a little bit easier and save 16 gold on rerolls, allowing her to maybe hit some more upgraded units.
It looks all of our players, there seems to be honestly a pretty even split between players who have chosen to take that Ari boon versus the Kale boon. But
I think the players who've already spent their gold probably will just take the item for the immediate power.
Does seem like the Kale boon has gotten the majority of our players. It looks like Calypso has gone 9. She is rolling down for her units. Will she be able to hit? She desperately needs a stronger front line.
Does hit the 2-star Bard.
I don't think Bard is the
Played in this comp.
unit she wants, but she will get the 2-star Bard
And
not play it. It is possible in a lot of these high tense, high stress scenarios where you are rolling down lots of gold. It's very easy to get mixed up. TFT is not known as a very micro-intensive game, but during some of these rerolls, it can get pretty stressful.
at times, there are times you do need to just roll down all your gold and try and hit. But it does look like she's managed to win this fight, so it's looking okay for now. Hopefully the bar 2 goes in. Maybe she just forgot to put it in or didn't have quite enough time to finish her turn.
I think did she sell it?
She did sell it, so that's where all the 15 gold came from. Presumably not the 5 cost they wanted to hit. Here comes the first Graves upgrade. I think this is one of the unique things to Grave this set, which is a 5 cost. Every turn or so, you'll get an army to choose from, which grants you a little bit stronger of an ability, and then after 3 upgrades, it'll take more rounds. So those initial 3 upgrades do come through quite quickly, but afterwards you do have to wait a little bit longer.
Seems like she's still trying to roll down possibly for some of the better 5 costs that she wants to hit. Maybe even that Nunu 2 to help in her front line.
It doesn't quite hit. Her board is all 1-stars right now, so it's a little bit scary for her, but the rest of the players in the lobby have not quite spiked yet. Maybe if she runs into the no scout, no pivot, she might lose. But this 2-star Graves should be doing quite a lot for her at this point.
Yeah, against this 1-star Xayah, she should be able to win out. But it is important to note that that Graves is sitting on 2 complete items and a single component. And this late in the game, I'm not sure how many. Actually, wait, I forgot. The next neutral will give her an armory with components that she can roll for. So possibly she can get a better item for this Graves, maybe a Giant Slayer, or does he like Titans?
Not sure, but looking here at this health situation, James Sabian and Baba both on single-digit HP, meaning the next loss will be their last. So looking to scrape away a few maybe placements here.
Looks like he's debating which armory he should take. You can see, so for some of these players, they have dedicated their game to one of these gods, and they are able to receive a boon from this god. These boons vary depending on the god. For Kale, it is an upgrade, random upgrade to any item on their board gets a randomly upgrade to Radiant. And it's very lucky for James Avian that this upgrade item is on his Xayah.
Yeah, unfortunately, still just a Xayah 1. I'm interested to see why he rolled past those tank items there, considering he does have the Ascension, which gives him enough damage as long as he lives. So choosing to ignore the tank items in favor of more damaging components is a little bit of an interesting decision.
Ari's boon is a very strong one for our players who have decided to roll to level 9 because it gives added stats based on their level.
James Sabian really just rolling down to see if he can hit anything, but a lot of the Xayahs are already gone from this pool, with Baba, I think, having a 2-star Xayah already.
It appears that Xayah has been heavily contested this game. We also know that LoL Epic Gamer just hit a Jax 3 and has been win streaking for the last few stages, sitting on a very comfortable 80 health.
Looks like here we'll be seeing our first elimination, Nunu 2 versus Xayah 2. Nunu 2 Xayah 2 versus Xayah 1. I'm not sure how close this will be. Nunu, also one of those really heavily contested units, just a really well-rounded tank that fits into a lot of comps with nice traits. And it looks like James Sabian will be our first player eliminated from this lobby.
This does not mean that James Avian's chances are out quite yet. He still has a few more rounds to earn points and hit that check.
However, it is not a great start for him as someone you do want to see a little bit better of a start. Going 8th in the first game of a final lobby is always not really what you want to see. Looking at Hung now, Hung is quite low at 24 HP. He did save up a bunch of gold during the first stage of this game and was 100 streaking, so we'll have to see if he's able to convert that early advantage into a first tier, managing to go 9, but does not quite have the Vex 2 here.
It looks like he is sitting on a lot of pairs with the Blitzcrank pair and the Vex pair.
Going up here against Damus FS, who did commit to a 2-star real line with the real Pantheon and Pike with that too much value. Not sure if this is one of the more meta lines. I haven't seen this one much myself, but it does look to be quite strong here.
I think this Pike is able to easily get into the backline, but not onto the carry that Damus probably wants to get to. But it seems like the damage from his 2-cost carries are enough to take down Hung for now.
Pike's still very healthy here, man. His lifesteal his way through the entire fight, ended the fight full HP.
And
Looks
with
like
the Edge of Night, which allows him some extra recovery and untargetability.
uncomfortable decision here for Hung. Does decide if he wants this Blitzcrank 2 versus the Vex 2, decides to sell a different unit and hold on to the Vex pair instead.
But that does mean that he is down 1 unit and may have to play a double Vex.
Baba here still standing strong with the Xayah 2 Nunu 2. Has managed to stabilize thus far, but still only managing to be in that 7th place HP-wise. Does run up into low Epic Gamer, who has been 100 streaking for the last stage or two. So we'll have to see if the Xayah 2 Nunu 2 is enough, or if this 3-star Twisted Fate, 3-star Caitlyn, 3-star Talon comp is just too much for it.
As we mentioned earlier, the Kale boon gives a random item, turns a random item on your board to Radiant, and it appears that LoL Epic Gamer got that on his TF's Gnasher's Tooth, and he takes down Baba. The no scout, no pivot, and Stargazer.
Yeah,
trait.
really paying off dividends for this decision here. He committed to his line from the beginning, and it seems to be working out for him after hitting all of his units. He's just fully 80 HP, only lost 2 or 3 fights this entire game, while the rest of the lobby is fighting for the rest of the placements.
I think the health disparity in this lobby is very apparent, with LoL Epic Gamer at 80 and the next highest player sitting at 14 health.
Calypso has managed to make it quite far, rather than what I thought maybe would have happened, dying with that 50 gold, not managing to spend. She's managed to stabilize quite well, hitting a bunch of 2-star 5 costs here, the Graves 2 and the Shen 2.
It seems that the Shen 2 is making up for her lack of frontline while she is still holding that Nunu 1, fully itemized Nunu 1.
Hung has hit Vex 2 here, which is quite a spike. We'll have to see how this fight goes. Keep your eyes on the Graves here with the Titan stack, eventually becoming immune to CC, just in the front line. Fiora also a duelist here, so...
I think it's that Graves damage, that the Graves 2 damage that...
Graves popped? No, Graves teleported across the fight. And then Hung dies in 6th place, so a little bit of a disappointing finish from our highest scoring competitor out of the first 4 rounds of this game, or this tournament. Hung does manage to eke out a 5th, while DRT Darking does go 6th.
It does appear like there is a bit of a caster curse going on with the 3 players that we highlighted from our TFT competitive scene going bot 4 for this first lobby.
Well, Epic Gamer does take his first loss in the last stage and a half, so it looks like we do have some competition for this first place slot, maybe due to this 1-star comp being more of a mid to late game comp, but at some point you may get outcapped by these 5-star boards.
Due to Hung dying, Calypso, that frees up a few more Vexes, and Calypso is able to hit her Vex 2.
Hung dying here is really good for Calypso. She's able to finish upgrading the rest of the units on her board, still needing the Blitzcrank 2, and I think the Morgana 2, the Fiora 2. Really still needing a lot of gold, but also at the same time with these units being less contested, it becomes much easier to hit.
So she's going against Deimos. If she wins this...
Oh, Pike hooks the Vex. Vex may die here, which is a major source of damage.
But the Pike is not able to burst out the Vex, and he will inevitably fall to her.
It looks like Calypso's board is really doing work here. The Graves too, even after stalling for the first 2 stages, it's doing a lot of work here, managing to pull her into a 2nd place. Ong dies on the other side to the no scout, no pivot here.
I think I would likely give the edge to Calypso here. She's sitting at 9. She has a 5 cost board, which has a much higher cap. Lol Epic Gamer is still on level 7, even though he does have 40 gold in the bank. We'll see what he's able to do with that gold, but the cap out for his board is a lot lower than Calypso.
Especially with this talent acting more as an assassin rather than a traditional frontal line burst mage. It becomes a lot easier for Grace to deal with due to the inherent Omnivamp and more resistances he has. Calypso hits Blitzcrank 2.
And also, Lol Epic Gamer is relying on this Jax 3 for his sole front line. Even though it has 2 Gargoyle Stone Plates, Calypso has the Nunu 2, the Shen 2, the Blitzcrank, all of these units.
Becomes really hard for Lol Epic Gamer's board to get any stronger at this point of the game due to just having a lot of 1-cost 3-stars, but Calypso still has room to grow, still needing the Morgana 2 and the Fiora 2, which are really big upgrades just due to how much they cost. Those units being really strong into the solo Jax frontline as well.
You can see in that last round, she opts to take the Void Staff for her Vex, which gives it the Shred to get through this Jax.
Yeah, C Talon here is just not really able to do much to this Graves, who's taking over these fights really.
And the TF is able to one-shot some of the units, but his casts are not fast enough. Oh, it's a close fight.
Lol Epic Gamer does manage to win this fight. What does this TF unit do? It's so strong.
I think it's a single target burst damage. You saw how in that fight that TF just exploded a lot of Calypso's carries. And Lol Epic Gamer is able to go level 8 here. I think if I'm Calypso, I'm a little bit sweating. She doesn't have much more gold left in the bank to roll for her upgrades, and Lol Epic Gamer is only getting stronger currently.
You saw the one-shot from the last fight, so curious to see how Calypso decides to adjust her positioning here, maybe trying to not let the Graves be one-shot immediately by the TF. I would have thought maybe positioning away from the TF would be better here, allowing the Nunu to tank and the Shen to tank. We also note the Thief Skulls rolls on the Shen are much better this time with very traditional tank items with Gargoyle Snowplate and the Steadfast Heart. So watch this TF cast.
And immediately Calypso's frontline is just gone, as well as her Graves. It's a murder. It's
wow.
A murder.
I didn't realize it would be this. Wow.
This no scout, no pivot augment.
Really, this comp just really ran over the entire rest of the lobby with Lol Epic Gamer winning the lobby with 66 HP. Didn't even have to do that much, it felt like. Just hitting his units in stage 3, 4, and then just cruising on.
It's a very comfortable first for Lol Lil Epic Gamer. We'll see our players take a moment before getting back into their first lobby, but yeah, that was an insane game one. Some lesser known players coming out on top, dominating the lobby.
Definitely not our traditional threats of Hung Baba, maybe DRT Darking here. It was a lot of level 9 as we saw Calypso with the level 9 Hung with the level 9. A lot of angling towards that, but a lot of Xayah priority as well.
And it also shows with Lil Epic Gamer winning first with that two cost reroll board that there's a lot of flexibility in this set for what you want to play.
For now, we're going to go to a break to tabulate the scores before the next round, and then we'll see you back here in 2 or 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Georgia Tech GameFest. My name is Obi, and I'm joined by GT alumni. Matt, you said you were the previous Georgia Tech Esports president?
I was. I also did compete for around two and a half years in Valorant on the GT Gold Days historic ages. So I'm definitely UNC, for sure an UNC.
Well, I'm honored to be joining you for your first ever cast.
Yes. Yeah, I'm super excited. Glad to be here.
And so we had 4 teams come into GT GameFest Valorant, right? We had KSU White, we had Georgia Power, which is like most of the DGA Black Core, and then Consul, who's the Emory Esports president. We had Augusta University as well, and then we had a last-minute sign-up, which was, we'll put it KSU Gold in front. The best way to put it. You have 2 players from KSU Gold. You have their coach, and then you have a UGA and a GTU player mixed in.
A lot of combination here.
Yeah, and they went through a seeding round robin, right?
They did. So they went through a round robin where we just kind of figured out the seeding, just best of ones, and then from there we just did it into a semis. From that the 2 semis, we did best of 3s, and then we are now in the grand finals, another best of 3.
Okay, were there any surprises in the group stage before we move on to the grand finals?
I will say, so from my understanding, I know KSU and Augusta. Augusta's got the 3rd place curse, and KSU's got a 2nd place curse. But it was interesting to see that it was pretty close between the the KSU main team, I guess I'll call them, was the same amount of like I guess round differential with like the C team as well.
Oh, okay.
So that was definitely interesting. But a lot of the matches seem to be pretty one-sided. So a lot of dominant games going on.
Well, that does mean we have our grand finals, which is Georgia Power versus that KSU Gold and Friends. And honestly, I feel like these are the two teams I would have expected to be in the grand finals for good reason, right? They played
Right.
each other before. We'll call KSU Gold as like in terms of meeting each other before at Volan, where Georgia Power or UGA Black did actually beat them out.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a revenge match. And then my
Yeah.
favorite is that it would tie the score 1-1, and then they get the final rematch at DreamHack.
Oh, that's very true. It's very
so
true.
Please tie it today. Is
Yeah.
my hope.
Yeah, I mean that would be awesome to see like that revenge, or I guess to see the revenge match happen, and then be able to see it all go all the way to DreamHack as well, and see who wins there.
Okay, but let's go ahead and set the tempo for this best of 3 grand finals, right? They had little veto, right? Obviously being the higher seed, Georgia Power got team pick. They chose Team B, and we ended up getting Breeze, Fracture, and Split. Any surprises from that map based on what you saw on the maps that have been played so far in groups and semis?
Yeah, I will say a lot of UGA's, or I guess Georgia Power's comps have been very, they just have a very puggy play style. So I can see, for example, with like Breeze and such like that, it can fit very well, that kind of puggy play style, and just kind of going all in and just, you know, getting as quickly as many kills as they can, just round finishes. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree. I think our expectations is that it could be one-sided based on the group stage, but we know the power and the talent that is on the KSU Gold squad, adding in Soph as well, who I think is an underrated player. She's great. Is going to be, there's a possibility for it to be close, and there's that grudge match for sure. Breeze is a fun pick for me, I think, because number one, KSU Gold, I was talking to Dasani, they were like, we're going to ban out Lotus. That's the map they lost in the group stage really dominantly to Georgia Power on, and that's exactly what they did. And Breeze is one that they were super dominant, I believe, on as well themselves. Yeah, versus Augusta, a team that they again play pretty regularly, and it's usually been a little bit more competitive than a 13-3. So I think they've set themselves up really well. And I'll just say it right now, Georgia Power is a complete chaos team, right? Like when I don't know which player was which, but they called out Fracture as their pick. Consultant was like, what? Like they just don't care. They're here to have fun, and honestly, being the front running team while having fun is the entire point of GameFest.
Correct. And they're having so much fun. They had me sub in for a group match.
Oh,
so
how did you do?
I did pretty solid for someone who hasn't played the game in a few months.
Okay, what agent were you on? What map was it?
I was Omen on Splits. I will say I did mess up once, but it's okay. You know, we still won the game. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and again, they are in the grand finals. So if they win, does that mean you win while casting?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe I should go up there with them with like if
you
they
should.
Win,
That'd be really funny actually. We'll have you like run down while we're delaying.
Yeah.
All right, but we are going to get ready for this grand finals again. Breeze, our first map up in the series, where KSU Gold is going to be starting on the defense. Georgia Power on that attack. And all right, Breeze, walk me through Breeze. Right, came back. There were some changes, and it is still a heavy neon meta, obviously. But where do you feel like Breeze has kind of settled down right now?
Yeah, I think they've kind of figured out what to do with mid more. Mid was just ultimate chaos. There was so much going on. There used to be like that jump up in mid. They've removed that now. Now elbows got a little bit of a new building structure to it as well. So mid control I think is pretty imperative. I don't think in this map you can really just rush in like that, especially going against like a Viper and such like that. Sova shock darts, even if they have like a Cypher trip or anything like that as well, it's gonna make it very hard. But recently, like we just see now, they've selected Astra, which is actually become a very viable pick on this map. I was seeing it towards the end of last year being picked more in like pro player, maybe whenever Breeze was last in the map pool. But with that character, anchoring will become super strong, especially on something like B site.
Oh, absolutely. And I think also Viper's role in this map has changed a lot, right? I mean, basically, the last time this was like a mainstay map in the pool was when she had all over util, right? And she's now more of like an anchor as well. Yeah. And then you kind of need those secondary smokes, right? You're not saving your wall or for a retake. It is just more of a sentinel, honestly, since, as we can see, there's no sentinel picks, no even chambers on either side. But what do you think of the double duelist pickup and the differences between this Neon and this Waylay, especially with the Waylay nerfs?
Yeah, I will say I think Neon is just too good to not pick, in my opinion. She's been very problematic, very hard to deal with as an agent. And I think you know, picking Neon kind of puts maybe them at a little bit more advantage with the entries and such like that. But again, you know, with Waylay too, you are able to just, you know, maybe bait out some util and then be able to quickly go back as well, which can be very beneficial in their favors. But I still think Neon still has a bit of an edge compared to something like Waylay. But I guess, you know, we'll see in the match itself.
I kind of really want to see just two of those players like go up on top of that middle column that you mentioned. Like, no, how long does it jump up because Neon can't, and then the player top nest just gets obliterated. But looking like we are going to be getting right back into the game here really quickly. And what are you thinking of these initial setups here? I'm seeing maybe a possible heavier cave fight here, possibly from the defense.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting that idea too. I think they really want to just hold down that A main and just, you know, try to take control of it. It seems mid doesn't really have too much manpower towards there. Really seems to have a strong focus on just holding down A main and such. Like
Yeah, we'll see if they adjust later on. I feel like a pistol, you can try and keep it simple. But I will say for this Georgia Power team, they're going for a really hefty split, and I'm a little nervous that this Viper is going to have to invest util early on. So if you better be ready. I'm expecting a side little dash in the works. Ooh. There it is. That's Jinwoo, by the way, as Ulquiorra. And they're just trying to fake it so this silent scaling you make can happen. So playing safe contact.
just default walking up to the door. We're about to see some contact here in a second.
Ooh, dash break the crosshair, but it's a tag team of a quack back sight that allows them to thrive. Flash missed time to the Neon is already in that close pyramid smoke and completely widening the sight for the safe spike plant. Baze gonna be able to solidify that, but the job's not done yet. Your Neon's low. It's lick away from a 2v2. Dasani leading the recharge there, splintered off from their side Waylay, but Asterisk, coach getting back in the player's seat. Find a quick one. Now this Neon flank mid, I really like that because they're low HP.
Absolutely, but he's got to speed up here. They're about to get on the bomb, and it's not even planned for the Neon either.
They're going to stick it all the way. They have numbers, and it's funny, the full HP player is sticking.
Yeah, it's going to be a full stick, and that's just round win, but he does get clean up the last two of the kills. Unfortunately, they didn't get the round, but yeah.
I mean, I like the ideas. It just came, like you said, a little bit too late, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if he was a little bit faster, I think he would have been perfectly timed to help the Sova that was still on site, kill the guy backside, and then I think probably would have led to Georgia Power win.
And I think as well, I think it was that one player that was fighting backside towards Orange was kind of isolated, kind of alone as well. So when those duelists did group up and fight that forward, it also worked pretty well. Coming to this though, buy up right then for the side of KSU Golden Friends here. And you talked about this A main fight. The Clove's actually the one toying with the idea for it.
Yeah, I'm curious if maybe she's got a shot. Oh, yep, there's the shotgun I was thinking of. Makes sense.
And they're gone, unpunished. I am looking towards this Viper lurk. You mentioned the lack of a mid hold. That could open up a rotation super late if they can't get any headway, already losing one of their duelists over towards A main.
Absolutely, and that's a nice thing about just Viper on this map now. If you have that second smoke character, Viper can be more flexible of a lurk, as we're seeing right now with Console. Walking up in a tunnel, seeing if you can find something.
Console's been a major flex for this. Played Gecko was learning lineups mid-map for in the semifinals, for example, and that's exactly what they're trying to be as this master of mischief, but nobody's rotating from KSU Golden Friends on that B space.
That's a good kill.
Good trade. She stars out. I think Dasani's aware that this is still the end point, and now the Guardian holding the line becomes that much more difficult. They're still going to go for this. Ooh, fighting out. Baze made contact. Dasani, though, does enough damage for now a classic to tag team off of there. Vlad going in for the triple Nabucki. Knife is out. They're out of bullets, and the trade is good, but the embarrassment is not spared.
Yeah, I really liked what Georgia Power just did there, where they put like the little recall smoke on the left side of A site, really blocking off the Marshall that they were fully aware of that was there. So that was a really smart call by them. Unfortunately, you know, they don't have the guns to still win the round, but I think that's just smart thinking with the Astra and leveraging as much as possible.
All right. There we go. And look at this. You asked for a mid-fight. They're going to give it to you on the bonus round. This is super smart. Again, they've been giving that up for free. They've been conditioning the opponent the first 2 rounds. And now this A-split can definitely come on to a head-on collision. It's going to depend on this toxic screen cycling, I think. Oh, no, they're going elbow instead of down mid.
Wow. They've taken all of doors. They're already on A side with the Neon.
Oh, yeah. Now these players feel like they're going to be late. It's going to be clean-up duty for a side with this Vandal, and has to play it somewhat careful. That's not a weapon you want to hand over for the retake, so it's going to come to the tradability or the frag ability. So spares them, gets the upgrade without a fault, but Console standing guard at the doors will not let them in without the toll to cross, and it's that Neon that goes from the entry in to the closer there for the side of Georgia Power to get their first round on the board.
Absolutely, and you know that's what I love about the Neon, just how quickly you can go into the site and just entry like that. Although yes, they were stacking a lot of elbow, and it seems like they were playing a little bit of retake on A. You can just take so much space and just let your team walk in with you, and it's just super impactful.
And I think it does look like KSU Golden Friend are trying to recognize that they really like these A splits.
Yeah.
So for now their first buy round, they actually have a really heavy mid-door presence between this Jet and Clove that look ready to contest. But Georgia Power, steering clear, finally headed towards B. We get to see the anchor ability of the Viper on full display.
Absolutely. The big thing here is they need to try to bait out that Viper molly, which
they have.
They have, but you know the anchoring for the Viper is just super strong, as we can see here.
Job's not done though. Side has made it in. It's again that double dive style composition. She's not protected, and she's been traded out as well. Low HP could not escape, but it's okay. It felt like a trade-off, right? They have so much information, right? They cleared out of the A. They have a flank ready to go. So they come down to the Sova off site with shock darts, the Astra post plant utility.
Absolutely, and it looks like Baze was trying to do a little wraparound, but he's gotten caught by the flank. Now, this is going to be very crucial if he gets this kill or not, and wow.
Yeah, I'm worried. This post-plant position is a little bit rough on the Georgia Power side. I do like the reposition smoke since you know you've lost that backside wall space. That allows Side now to kind of slice and dice, trying to isolate some of these fights. The crunch, though, this should be a guaranteed, trade off the timing. And Side now, similar kind of feels like fall from what they had previously on the A rewrap. They're too late. They've stuck off the numbers advantage. A third now for KSU Golden Friends, and Side says, I just have to hold my rifle.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like he was trying to take the backside and try to wrap around them, but they were all scaling in closer towards the left when they were entering onto the site, so he didn't really get that chance of a timing and be able to get a few kills from behind.
Okay, and so we obviously have the operator online for Dasani, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get into these sites. But I feel like that hasn't been the issue for Georgia Power. It's been these post plants. So how would you address that? What would you be changing right now?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, they enter that site with a man down, but even then, I think they needed to really push for that space onto the site, get as much space as possible, and just be ambitious, go for some picks early, and see what you can do to try to recover from the round.
Well, this is ambitious, challenging the op head-on with the Blade. Storm still has some online. Dashes on the mid-space, push up from the waylay, finishing the job with the right click, but not without the trade. Bottom mid base, Spike is down, position confirmed. Now you're worried about cleaning up the exterior players, those lurks, right? Console dropped, it's down to Sambe.
And this could just look like a save here at this point. Maybe he'll try to go for some damage, maybe try to, get some money out of their way with that op in their hand, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think you at least want to go for one here, right? One off the Cosmo Divide. That would help a lot for an execution here, but you also have 3 stars, so there'll be a lot of util reserved.
Absolutely, and this is a really strong showing for KSU and Friends. It seems like they really know how to handle on Breeze. We'll see how it turns out on attack, but defense, they've been super strong. They've been shutting them down.
Yeah, I think the reason why that also helps is even though they're running similar style compositions, I think the flashes from the sky are making a big difference in fighting and holding that mid space. And also, honestly, the waylay, when you know the plan before barrier drop, is not that in the moment decision making, and you can still effectively plan around her kit. Again, her kit hasn't changed in itself; it's just how it's applied in quick situations. And I'm expecting similar feat this round, right? Waylay's gonna have that ult if they overwhelm Soph and this anchor, and it does look like they're just gonna run it down with Neon on almost be main, right?
It does seem that way, and they have the wall to support them as well if needed to take this site, but looks like they got that Viper molly out. They're into site now with the ult.
Ooh, they've gotten past as well. The waylay ult has no effect other than keeping the support players off site, but the duelists have made that space. They fought in the backside like you asked for. Matt, and the pit is just insurance.
Now they've held onto the site here. They've got the Viper ult. I mean, this is a super strong post. And they also have that little lurk here in elbow with the Astra. He caught him off guard, the Jet in mid. And now he's going to see if he can go for a little bit more. But, I mean, they're crunched in spawn at this point. This is looking like a Georgia Power round win at this point.
Ooh,
unless something drastic happens.
Oh, they had cleared out these backside players. They had so much sky util to clear out that pit. But, again, they're fighting outside of it. And now it's only down to the Clove, who, yes, has the Resurrection online. Now time is Vlad's worst enemy. At this point, I think you save the op and get out.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why Console's realizing and is about to try and prevent that from happening.
Ooh, what a shot.
There it is. No way to challenge even the enemy here. Recognizing that it was, in fact, a nice shot out of left field.
Absolutely. It's good that he was able to save that op. I know they're probably really good on money still, but, ops are going to be expensive and can really impact the economy if you still want to keep it and such like that.
And honestly, they fixed exactly what you asked for. They used some ults to do it. Again, I think it was difficult, the timing there of that Waylay ult, that convergent paths as well, to actually have efficacy. Maybe we'll see them save the next one for a retake situation. But how do you think they compare this Astra and this Sova ult to replicate what we just saw in the previous round?
Yeah, good question. I think, I mean, they're lined up for A here. Maybe do a diagonal wall and then maybe have that Sova ult aimed towards that right side of backside area. Try to kill off whoever is there with that Sova ult. I think that can do a really great job, and we got that Sky kill.
Yeah, they might not even need it. The res actually in such close quarters feels a dangerous game, and that fact it is dropped immediately, but Asterisk is not going to go down without a fight, insert themselves into the equation, and it seems like KSU Golden Friends have forgotten about the lurking Viper. This round feels pretty done and dusted, but Asterisk, he just makes a go at it. Soph as well shuts down the lurk player. 1v2 with side, low HP feels very feasible. That's why the Sova offsite playing Hunter's Fury. Ooh, the Duelist though takes the cake. 3-piece on the board and 3 rounds on the map.
That was a really great rush from Georgia Power. I mean, they just went all in. I'm not even sure how Side was able to get that Sky kill just instantly like that, but you know, being able to get those early frags obviously super impactful for him getting to the A site. If you're really not able to get that frag into just going into an A or B site through just straight through without mid control, it's going to make it really easy.
And it was interesting, right? It was a Clove and a Sky fighting for a man. You usually expect a Duelist to be there, right? Because they can get out unscathed. They're not punished like we saw the Clove. And this time they're doing that with the Waylay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of the reason is probably because they had that Clove ult, so that, you know, they get the second chance to fight again, maybe. But looks like they are kind of doing what I was referencing earlier with the wall and Sobol, trying to get out anyone they can. Asterix taking outside as well.
Yeah, it feels like we have just not been able to see KS Golden Friends hold this A main space to any degree, and that's something I do think we need to see remedied. And this round made it difficult because they faked the Neon through mid and drew those numbers away for a split-second hesitation moment, and then that's when that destructive util combo you mentioned came in. But the round's not over, right? Blades come out, Dasani finds a few in that mid cleanup, and suddenly it's a 2v2.
Absolutely. It looks like they're going through this smoke here. They're going to see if they can try to get any fights in, but they're tucking all the way in. They're playing time really well here. They don't want to give them anything.
Ooh, and there it is. Samve able to isolate. Soph was worried about, again, the lack of time, the lack of space they had on this site. Finds the Ash, but they expect the Sova to be main when they have in fact regrouped and now reflipped the site. They're just going to play the little ring around the rosy game, and we are out of time no matter how you spin it.
Yeah, super well played by Georgia Power just to play time there, not go for any extra peaks, unnecessary peaks at all. They played that time really well, and you know they got rewarded for the round win.
You kind of saw so like definitely letting expectations for these agents and their roles fuel them. But again, this is Georgia Power, really very unpredictable. Like you don't expect the Astra to be on site in the post play, right? But there she is as an agent, ready and raring to go, ready to fight. And I think that's where you kind of do have to throw some common sense at the window a little bit in this server. But aside from that, I think the team fights have been really strong from Georgia Power. So, all right, let's see what this buy looks like. You got a little Judge for the Neon. That's terrifying. And a Guardian on the other side. I feel like this is a big round because it's not just 4-4 like it would be Georgia Power getting a lead, but then the money will be sour as well.
Absolutely, and looks like they're going to go in with the Neon Judge, which is super strong on that character. Seems like they're just baiting out util right now. It seems they bomb is towards A. It seems like they were trying to fake it with B and now end A, and it seems like it could be working, but Vlad might have a read. Oh, and there he gets killed.
Oh, wow. I mean, you're right. It was a fake, and they sold it to a degree that it was just the Clove left on A, but we can't even say just the Clove, because the Clove just did the job alone. 3 kills found, Spike down. Neon, at least going on a world tour, should be able to recover it. Gets a fair 1v1. They're not done. Sliding on in a second. That accuracy. Deadly Sofa, though.
Wow.
Great late round pivot to keep KSU Golden Friends in
Absolutely. That could have been an insane clutch. I saw potential vision there.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I feel like they've been such a playmaker with, again, the fakes, the draws, and the entries as well alongside Side. It's like, I feel like they're opening the round and then Side's been closing it because you mentioned how, like, oh, the support players aren't fighting aggressively in the backside, but Side definitely has been. So they actually broke the economy now, it feels like, for Georgia Power. So how can they make it this round, like, careful, or how can Georgia Power cause some chaos with this eco?
Yeah, I mean, they have the Jet ult, they have the Neon ult. These can be really strong in the round like this with the bad money they're at right now, but it can be super impactful as we're seeing Side scale up all the way top mid. Nice, 1 kill.
Okay, there's that ult you asked for. Overdrive active, full clearance of the site. Dasani taken it down and get a swig of water. And Astris trying to escape the same fate, cannot even with that refract. The pesky lurk player will get spotted out by the Seekers, but they have their site, they have their objective secured. That'll be an afterthought. It'll be KC Gold and Fratt's having to check their backs instead of focusing on this retake. But if you're going to overfight like we just saw out of Jinwoo, you might hand the round over.
Console's trying to get that alert kill. It's going to be imperative. Oh, he doesn't get it. Now it's just a 2v1.
Oh, you too.
Yeah, Baze is sitting in the smoke just waiting and seeing what can happen and who's going to peek into him and try to win out this clutch here.
Yeah, you cannot fight these two players head on. I think they're trying to pry off the idea they always got on the Slyke when they had numbers advantage, but this time they're searching, they're waiting, they're patient, and it will award them the 6th round, a guaranteed safety net first and foremost here in our grand finals map 1.
Absolutely, and I think they were up, it was a 3v2 initially. I saw the Neon peeking from the elbow side trying to go for another kill, but honestly, they could have just stayed back, probably played more time, and it probably would have worked out a little bit more in their favor too.
And I'm trying to think, like, I don't even know if the Neon... I think they were more worried about the weapons, because the Neon could have upgraded a weapon, but I don't think anybody else on the team could have, so that's maybe the only source of worry there, I think, going into a 3v2, is they were the only player with a hero rifle to begin with. But I agree, I think it was an overfight and an oversight, and now, I mean, they've utilized all those ultimates, that was their eco strat, full investment, and you've traded that now for a Clove and Waylay ult on the flip side to kind of drive this point home and guarantee a lead at the half, and the one thing that has worked for this team we mentioned, they get main control free every time.
Absolutely, absolutely. They've had a really strong mid control. I think the Neon, again, really helps with that. Wow, what a kill on him with the slide.
Yeah, I think KSU is realizing they cannot be anchoring these sites effectively. They have to play the retake game, and this is why. The backside control rampant, the 3-piece found for Jinwoo, make it 4. And they are now on for the Resurrection style Ace. It could have been a 6K if Asterix didn't have something to say about it. Now you contemplate using the conversion paths, but that's where the backstab from Console prevents you, pulls the rug out from underneath you. And Sasani 1v4. Up against Georgia Power. Nice little flick to get us started. Side predicted on the close space angle, but now realizes, hey, we're getting too aggressive again. Let me fall back. Show respect where respect is due, and let Console work.
He's got the backstab ready to go. It just the Astra needs to wait, play time. He's got the suck, I believe, and get him off bomb. Yep. Oh, he's not. Oh, he got him off bomb. Nice.
And the snake bites coming in. Like, that felt very unwinnable despite the heroics, despite the spotlight showing that we did get to see it from Dasani. And it is going to be Georgia Power keeping it close, trying to just manage that 6-6 possibility over a 7-5.
Absolutely. And Georgia Power is just so strong on this A site hit. I mean, I think, again, I've been talking so much about Neon, but the Neon stun just allows for such a good entry, especially with that little tight cornering on the right side of back site. You can just throw the stun, clear the site, make way, and it's so easy, especially when you have the jet falling up with you too.
They're trapping A main off the.
Does look like, yeah.
They know they haven't won A main space before. They're trying now.
Absolutely, they're gonna force their hand and get the space.
There it is, off contact of the Owl Drone. It is sprung, and so is Asterix dashing on in while they're hindered. But it's the Neon once again to find first blood. Console's lurk pays off early this time, and Quack is the one left to Soul Linker off of this one way.
Oh,
3.
Quack.
Yeah, quick succession, one after another. 4 kills. This is why they are that KSU Gold MVP.
Yeah, that was amazing shots by Quack. He did a great job holding down that A main side. Phenomenal. I mean, that use of the Waylay ult, it didn't really work out for Asterix, but Quack was there, was able to help clean up, and they secured the round win. Now we're on to the next half.
Yeah, it's now dawning on me that Quack, even after that 4K, is only 8-9. So the fact that they're up at the half while Quack's having a bad game shows that they haven't even unleashed their final form style in this grand finals. But let's go back to Breeze. Is it more attack or defense sided in your eyes, and how does that pose for these two teams?
Yeah, that's a good question. Honestly, I would say probably more attack.
Okay.
But again, I think it really comes down to the comps, in my opinion, because I think if you are on this defense side with the Astra, like Georgia Power is, you are set up in a really strong way, because you don't have to necessarily rely just on that Viper to hold down that site.
Well, we'll see if that's the case. For now, they actually grouped the Astra and the Viper for the pistol at a minimum. And I do like this. They're giving up all that space. The double just going to try and dive right back in off that recon early, but it's been denied. The players are grouped and chipped by the shock dart, and now they're just kind of waiting off this Viper timing, waiting for the refight to come through. Side. Jinwoo leading the charge, as always. Wobbing to the box, do not connect, and while Dasani's a lick away from death, you can see the Waylay trying to keep him alive, trying to buy that time, but the snake bite decay, you have to get out of it. They are starting to lose numbers on the Georgia Power side. It's converting too fast, and there it is, this classic, this Clove, a deadly combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think part of the reason why they didn't go about winning that round, I think because they were so grouped up at backside, like 4 of them together, you can see the 4 X's, and one of them was just off to the side, but that leaves so many other gaps or different angles for the Kennesaw team to just be looking for, and you know, if they're all grouped up in one place, he's going to make it super easy if no one's covering that potential angle.
Look at this buy. How do you rate this second round buy? 3 Guardians, a Marshal, and a Ghost full shield. What does this scream to you?
I mean, they're going to take some long-range fights here for sure. It's interesting. A lot of them are going towards A main with these kind of guns, which, you know, I don't know how well it'll work out, but we'll see here in a second.
Well, close angle for Dasani to fight. Misses the shot. Has the teammates behind him, but he does not need it just yet. You know the Neon is here. Neon is falling back just a touch. They're going to give it the sight yet again. Ooh, good timing from Jinwoo. Beautiful recon confirms position at least 2 out of the 3 that do remain. And once again, they're kind of in this corralled mentality. They're all sticking together, minus Soph. One has been able to escape the pack, but no Senti, no flank hold. Concern dawning. Just like that, Jinwoo. Same procedure, same clear. Soph, the from main. Talked about the long-range weaponry. This is the longest style of range. Now it's a little 3-2-1. We swing at the same time. And while all 3 in that triangle are whiffing, eventually the better weapons prevail. And KC Golden Friends get to 9.
Yeah, so, I mean, good damage by Georgia Power, get some guns off their hands. Luckily, Kennesaw was able to just hold down, get the round. Wasn't the cleanest, but, you know, they still got the round win. That's what matters more. I think Georgia Power did a really good job when they entered into A side, playing together as a team, getting those different angles. And of course, they had some really great shots with the classic. Jiwoo is just, you know, clicking away at the classic and just doing a great job with it.
Yeah, and it's only the first 2 rounds, so we don't want to get anything too brash, but it has been very retake-centric for Georgia Power. I do want to see them get a little bit more aggressive, which the Neon is doing ever so slightly. Side is also doing into elbow here. It is risky, though, as well, on KSU Golden Friends bonus to be putting these weapons out in the open for reasons like this. The tradability, the upgradability. Clove, right, had a Ghost and a Full Shield to buy this 3rd round Vandal, and now they're going to use these double rifles to fight into B site, and they're kind of splintered, these defenders.
Yeah, they're very spread out. Looks like they have a double flank coming. Baze, good shot.
Spike's down. That's buys time for that flank.
Absolutely. Jinwoo's positioned really well. They don't know
It's a crazy
about
cross
this
to
flank at
allow.
all. Yeah, yeah. Nice. 1 kill.
That was the plan. Hope they plan open, deny it in that fashion, at least guarantee your 1, instead of the possible whiff of them running across. Do they expect more? Right, the Neon has rotated, but the Astra stays behind.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Nice kill by Sambe here.
Sam is going to set up the Neon base re-entry as well, right? Those stars ready to shock, to concuss this opposing squad, but they have other plans fighting around Pillar. So trying to isolate, unfortunately, it is the flawless 3v3 retake there out of Georgia Power.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was a great retake by them. Something I would have liked to see by Georgia Power is if Jinwoo had just baited himself entirely, gone for as many kills as he can. If he died, that's fine, because the Astra would be a surprise flank. They wouldn't necessarily, in all cases, expect that double flank to be happening, and I think it would have been a cleaner round, but again, they won the round, that's what matters more.
Absolutely, and I think it goes back to KSU, even though they found a great opening, right, to that round, getting those gun upgrades, I think they lost sight of the objective because too many players stayed around wall, stayed around arches, and they didn't get the plant down until it was too late, until they lost that number, lost that flank space that somebody should have been holding instead of fighting back into the site. And I mean, again, it was a bonus, so it's not home, not foul in that regard, but they could have had double digits. They could have upset. They could have been at 11 instead of this moment right here where it's even footing.
I like the use of the Astra smoke here, taking A main. Same thing that the Kennesaw team was doing with the Clove, but it's nice with the Astra you get like an additional star for like a suck or stun as well.
Yeah, this is very, very defaulted from KSU, right? No evidence of the actual site that they're leaning towards, seeing who's going to find a pick first and lean off of it. Double is grouped into elbow, you know, the Baze. Sova is top mid, and he's trying to veil the fact that side is this far down mid. Ooh, quick little one and done, no risk, high reward. Goes back for seconds though, it has not had his fill, and still has not.
Yeah, I like the idea of Kennesaw just defaulting here. I think they realize that Georgia Power is a pretty aggressive team, so they're going to go for peaks like pretty aggressively and try to get as many kills as they can. If they can play around and punish them, that'll do a great job for them.
And we were right, they never knew about side and mid, finds the lurking Soph. In the meantime, Baze would pivoted, full stop anchor there on the A space. They know where the last player is. Just like that, Sambe, little jiggle tap, and that is suddenly 2 rounds separating these 2 teams in map 1 of our grand finals. Quick reminder as well that this was KSU Golden Friends map pick as well, so they can make it close if somehow we can see Georgia Power steal this away. It's a great look before heading to Fracture, but all in all, we talked about how, okay, no harm, no foul when it's a bonus, but they just lost the first buy, and look at the economy.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Kennesaw has done a really great job just with their rushes and just execing hard. I think they should continue to do that if they want to, get a few more round wins here, and especially on this eco round. I think it'll be great for them to do this too.
Well, I think they are. Four strong into A main, late Viper Lurk, or you can put up the orb, rob them at mid info of it possibly being a split. But that's where Sanbei's been a really strong anchor. We mentioned how were playing grouped early, now they're split up, and you get to see that Astro util you wanted to see, Matt.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Look at the Neon. They're almost into spawn. They're going to be contained.
Yeah, this Neon being down mid provides so much information. They can see any of the crosses, get a probably surprise kill here maybe. Yeah, and there we go. There's one.
I don't think Soph saw it. And while she's been here the whole time, she can't even find the trade. It's just so lethal. Get on this half-buy situation that KSU Golden Friends are under for that weapon to thrive in the best environment. Speaking of thriving, wait, and a Bucky couldn't close the distance because of the guiding light. Self-stun relay will keep these players alive, but that's where the overdrive should have come in clutch. Blades out is a full investment from both sides, including the Hunter's Fury, obliterating this remaining player. And honestly, Georgia Power, their ability to rotate so fast when contact is made has been very impressive.
Absolutely, absolutely. They did a great job. They have great chemistry as a team. I will say one thing I was not a fan of on their side of that round was how many ults they had just popped there. I think they popped that Sova ult, they popped that Neon ult. These are some crucial ults that can be used later within the game. But, we'll see how that turns out for them. They may have to face some consequences with using these ults early.
Yeah, I think the Neon one is fair. They were on an island, they knew they were in a sink or swim,
Right.
and they decided to try and continue paddling to no avail. But yeah, Sova one felt like overkill. But flip side, some ults coming online, 2 off as well. If you think from the Blades on the KSC side, ideally if they do lose this fire round, but they don't want to. They have Seekers, they have Clove ult, and now they're faking heavy A main presence with the dog. But in reality, it's 4 players coming in through mid, led by this Clove. Resurrection active despite losing the opening engagement. Unfortunately, though, when it's a 2-pronged war and Sanbei's winning one front, you can try and crunch off your backside player. Base. Oh, Sanbei doesn't care about the odds. 3 kills found before ultimately succumbing, and it's Soph. No pit left. Understands that if they plant, they could get overwhelmed, so she looks for a kill first, realizes it's going to be safe for the time being, but look at the flank, look at main. Side, it's an op. Oof. Crisp.
That was a great round by Georgia Power. I really liked what they did when they were being rushed mid-doors. They decided to push towards A main, kill out whoever else on the weaker side, which they did. They got a trade and they got the kill as well, which I think was really smart. And of course, Sanbei afterwards was just killed 2 of them as well. Just great aim by him as well.
Yeah, aside from the pivots to like clean up after each other, I do feel like it's been a lot of multi-kills by individuals in prime positions.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where I haven't seen the oppressiveness, I think, from the util that is available, it feels like, to KSU Golden Friends. So I'm curious how this round's going to go, right? Previously, I think that our big score was 4-4, and KSU stayed in the lead. We'll see if that's the same territory. The difference this time, I think, is it was full buys, full shields for both sides, versus still these light shields. And no Outlaw this time, but the operator from Side we just got a sneak peek of. I feel like the Premier is going to be good now.
Yeah, absolutely. Side is set up on the perfect angle. He can just hold all of A like this, and everyone else can worry about things like mid, which they're rushing up mid doors now.
Yeah, they're not going to expect this off angle from the operator, even with the tailwind and the light speed over. Oh, they're second-guessing themselves. The Seeker is not really revealing the full picture, and Console anchoring this site brilliantly finds through. He wants to secure the ace, but it's going to be Jinwoo through mid, literally 3 Musketeers style, coming on over to rob it away in flawless fashion, finally take the lead in this map, and double digits.
Absolutely. They were really quick on those rotations. Georgia Power, they were able to come together as a team. We started helping from mid as well when they were rushing onto the site. That really helped them. But Console did a really great job just anchoring down that site, especially when Side had missed that off shot. I got a little bit worried for them, with missing that off shot. That was a pretty critical moment, but Console was able to come in, help him out, and they were able to just clean up the rest.
Yeah, I think it was partially because the players that dashed in through mid door went front side instead of back side as well, when the Seekers already cleared out front side, so they lost that element of surprise and allowed Console and that op, honestly, to pivot. But into the next, again, money now sour for KSU, more even so, and this crunch into B main takes out your Clove, your secondary smokes. Now you feel kind of contained to end here towards A, and you're trying to put out this fire that is just blossoming. Or in mid elbow side, the op feels like the weakest one to challenge if you just 3-2-1 swing it. They can't take you both down, can they? Side says, I'm gonna play both sides of this picture, and they're not done just yet. One after another, but you only got 1 bullet left, and you only got 1 player left. Soph on the other side, shotgun in the face. That's 11. Now 2 rounds in the lead.
Yeah, great job by Georgia Power. I liked how they just singled out that one guy in B main by himself. Good push on their end. A little bit risky just pushing in general so much, especially when they have
the info.
Yeah, economical weapons, but you know it worked out in their favor. You got to take some risks sometimes and play unexpected.
This is a team that's confident at Slyke and that's tapping out, playing other games in between. So I think that matches their style for sure, especially when, you know, Jinwoo is about to drop a 30 bomb in this map 1, kind of facilitating that comeback. They've won 6 in a row, only that pistol and follow-up going to KSU Golden Friends on what you mentioned was an attack-steady breeze almost. And finally they punish the early fight here. Finally they get the same main control. I wonder how much information Jinwoo got though. Lots of players, even the Astra now rotating off of the B site. And ooh, Virgin Pass. It doesn't get anybody here. The Jet's already back site. Ugh, it's not good. And that is worse. And so doesn't even get one in her own pit. That's difficult. FaZe 4K found. Map point secure. They are on the verge of ripping KSU Gold and Friends map pick out of their grip.
Yeah, FaZe did a great job there. I mean, he just had spot-on aim, just killed all 4 of them, and they were all kind of grouped up in that main area too, so it made it pretty easy for him to get the few of those kills. But it looked like Kennesaw had the right idea. They were set up perfectly. They had that Viper ult as well. Could be a result maybe of a little bit of over-peaking or such that kind of led to their downfall that round. But overall, I like they had a good vision. It could have been anyone's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, got out on the site itself, which is great. Keeps the money flowing a little bit. These light shields are my main concern still, especially when Console has a judge in this B main choke. If they are going to pedal to metal it, Viper's Pit should slow them down for now. Further reveal comes off the Trailblazer 2. Jet up and over, disrespecting it, distracting from the fact really that now they're crunching Judge in front, Neon behind, and while your duelists may be out, your spike was stuck. Anchor held. This is huge from the Neon once again. Jinwoo says, I need this 30 bomb before the map is up. It's all down to Vlad, the GT player from KSU Golden Friends, and they have 2 out of 4. Little sight smoke to player on the anchor of stability that's now been ripped to the surface as 13-9 fashion. It is going to be Georgia Power to take map 1 of our best of 3 grand finals. Yeah,
Kennesaw looked really strong on that map. It does seem like this is a map they're very comfortable with. They did a great job with that defense. I will say for that last round, I do wish that they leverage Waylay to go into that Viper ult, bait out the Viper, see where it is, see where they are, and then be able to kill the Viper. I think they forced it a little bit too much there, but, you know, I still think they had a good vision for it, but things could have gone a little differently.
And I mean, that's a map they hadn't played in the tournament yet, right?
Yeah.
They have played Lotus, Haven, Split, and Pearl, and I think that's why KSU wanted to push towards uncomfortable territory. But for the next map, right, we have Fracture coming up. It's another one that neither of these teams have played. How are we feeling about Fracture? I'm happy it's back in the pool.
I am too. A lot of people hate on Fracture, but I think it's a very unique map, of course. I mean, you have the double sides, you can switch sides like that, and the defense is in the center of the map, right? I think it's a very interesting map, a lot of opportunity to pull off fakes and such like that, and I think we'll probably see that a little bit here, making some noise across the map, and then they just run up B main or something like that. So I'm sure we'll see that a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm more of a mindset that, aside from it being Georgia Power's pick, that this does cater into them more based on what we saw on Breeze, right? We saw KSU Golden Friends try to take that A main space and fail every time on the defense versus it was successful, right, with that Neon pick on the side of Georgia Power. And you think of A main, how, especially if they're going to pick up these Taehos, it's usually like Taeho, Missile, Breach Stun, and a Duelist is diving in, and they keep that space to narrow those options you meant of these split fakes. And that is where my concern lies a little bit, and this is interesting.
Yeah, so no Breach on the Georgia Power side. Little interesting, right? Because, you know, Breach is kind of like the bread and butter of this map. Interesting, they've gone with the KO here. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do here. It seems like they're going to leverage a lot of the KO flashes, probably do a lot of pop out with the smokes, with the neon sliding through and such like that. So it'll be interesting to see here.
So instead of as flash, it'll be more surprise. We're going to get you. We'll see if that is, in fact, the case here. I do also think, I feel like it'll help deter the kind of post-fight mentality Fracture has become a lot. Again, with the Brimstone tucked away main, same with your Taeho, waiting for those mollies, those salvos to come through. And again, right place 0 point or a null command, and it gets ripped away. And I think my only then flip side of that, Sandbait, I liked the Astra. They looked like a really good side anchor. I don't think you can do that as effectively on a KO, but I'm ready to be surprised.
Yeah, KO's got a pretty cool toolkit. The suppress can honestly can stop rushes, right? If you use that suppress correctly, let's say if the Neon ult coming in, that's a rush entirely stopped right there and then. The Molly's good too, but with the flash as well, you're able to really leverage more aggressive fights, and that's really, it fits the Georgia Power theme that we've been seeing.
Well, speaking of Georgia Power theme, heavy fight here over towards Arcade. This is not a game. Dasani has found first blood for this map 2 of the Grand Finals, making a 2 for Quacky, debating between taking up the gunfight or taking up the util support role, and it's been decided for them. Sanbei now has a decision to make alongside their Brimstone base. They wanted to fight it together, but Quacky able to take a 2 for a duo. Fights out instead of allowing for the players to rotate at their side, their helm, but that's because they believe in the 3v1 prowess of their squadron. It's the Chamber to roll in, not with a Headhunter, but a Shorty of all things to close the round.
Absolutely, and I love what Kennesaw just did there on that Arcade side. They were ready. They had a trap set. They had the breach stun ready to go. Off that contact off Dasani, Quacky was just ready to unleash that stun, let Dasani just go in there, get a few kills and such, and that's exactly how it played out. So really smart play by the Kennesaw side to set up that trap and such like that. And that's really the ultimate power of Breach, to just be able to do trap plays like that. And it can be very crucial in a map like this.
And coming into round 2, I'm not too worried about the potential of KSU Golden Friends losing this round, aside from maybe the Jin Wubaki could bring up some nightmares, but I'm more worried about after that fact, right? Because they can win the opener, they can win the follow-up, but then they've also lost like 6 rounds in a row before, like they did over on Breeze. So we'll see if they can find that consistency here. For the time being, it's more mind games, information game, as to where the stack is headed, because it's Nico. They're going to peel off, maybe aside from the chamber. And,
Yeah, it looks like just kind of walking around the map, kind of exploring the area a little bit, just being a little cautious of a potential outlaw here, the Neon. Seems like they might be aware that someone's holding this angle with the outlaw too. So just kind of getting an idea of what's the best, where's the weakest side, and where can we attack here.
Yeah, I really do like this Dasani Quack setup. Like, again, this is a classic duo from that KSU Gold squad, and it is, again, very risk minimalizing. Speaking of risk minimalization, so is like the complete opposite end of that spectrum, right? Insert themselves into the fight. Console was kind of ready for it, still is. Special delivery primed, locked, loaded as soon as the Ray Flood comes out from KSU Golden Friends. With the timing, the window opportunity slammed in his face. The retake is fully on right before that 0 point set it's in. Fast line is up. The game, the jig, has come to a conclusion, aside from the fact that side could have a surprise cameo if they get there in time. That's always been the issue, is time for the side of Georgia Power. Now all that promise was there. It falters, it falls flat because KSU Gold were already out, and they have successfully, flawlessly found the second.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that round you can say gun difference and such like that, but I really liked how, they're fully obviously aware that they're on economical weapons, right? They're leveraging their mollies, their stuns, clearing out those close corners so that they just take no risk at all, just walking and drying. It's like Tower we just saw there with the Brimstone ID on stun. That's great. That's a great thinking by them to make sure, clear out these close angles where they could have like a shotgun or like a Bucky that we had saw. So Kennesaw did a great job at just being clean that entire round.
Oh, absolutely. And I will say, silver lining there for Georgia Power. They got the spike down, which is nice, but I'm still confused that the money isn't great as coming to the third. Lots of light shield rings and shields, and Blad has it outlaw, so I'm a bit concerned, at least for the potential of the openers. But speaking of openers, understanding that they are, or should be, I should say, on a bonus instead of about square footing, decide to push these players deeper into that A site, into that outlaw, but Blad is forced to rendezvous out. The Bucky has closed the distance, and even now has an opportunity to hold this choke off of the salvo, and it's gonna be a big reaction play. What happens once that door in main is tripped? What does the Tejo do? What does the Neon do? They now have to make that decision. Sand fully occupied, scaling on in off of the Stimmy in the fast lane. I don't think they're gonna have enough utility to weather the storm, so you gotta get into the fray, into the fight, and that's exactly what they are accomplishing. Asterix able to recollect himself there. A little salvo Bucky combo. The pistol comes out, and so does the outlaw, but now suddenly still a 2v2. This is where it's just post-plant simulator. Your salvos have been tucked away safely. First tap, you're off. Second tap, you're off. And ooh, Console knows how to play this game. And it's messy, but it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was interesting. They all went up in the tower and went for the drop there. I think that's good thinking. I wish that Kennesaw had someone also CT as well, because if, even if the Bucky did get someone in this case, they were able to easily trade that person from CT, and then it probably would have made things a little bit more even as well. Also, Georgia Power obviously has better guns. They have some rifles as well like that, so they'll add a bit of an advantage too.
Okay. Well, again, that was an important round to win for them. They had, again, a plethora of light shields. They wanted the money to come flowing in. Speaking of money, operator online for Blad. Consistency over towards the A space. Now coupling the Opto with the Neon breach combo, usually to me I feel like they should play divided. They should play opposite to each other, but this does feel like with how disconnected they are. They're playing a full retake game. They knew this was going to come. They knew it was going to be null command. They knew that B site was pretty much going to be free for the taking. So now I'm just curious, what does the retake look like? Do you use the overdrive?
I think they do here. I mean, once this KO ult goes down, they're going to be set up in a way for the overdrive to be really impactful here. It's going to be very crucial how they set up Dasani here to go into this site. They got the entry kill, which is super good for them. Now we'll see if the overdrive gets used.
0 point lands on the Neon, so they cannot use the overdrive for the time being. And in that moment of opportunity, Jinwoo flips into Generator again, trying to run interference. Neon out of the picture as well. This refight, Jenny's side is brilliant. They flip the switch, no longer post-plant simulator. It is instead a fight, head-on collision, rear-ended, and just like that, we are tied to 2. That's really, really nice.
Absolutely, and I saw a perfect flash by Sanbei going into CT, getting Soph down, fully blinded, and it allowed for Jinwoo to just go in with the judge kill as well. That's super great thinking by them, especially when they're down a player in that moment. They need to think of they need to go in, go for a fight, try to even the scales a little bit. Everything just kind of crumbled in their favor there.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see why Sanbei is great on Astra and KO. It's just the support player in him itself. And I honestly do want to see, I think, KSC Golden Friends fight for B-side a little more starkly. I didn't expect it to be in this fashion, though. Arcade and Dish side crunch, and they're going to play retake A-side instead. I do think this is good if you keep drop control, which they have with the chamber, because then you can breach the entirety of the A-side.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they've taken site here, going for the bomb plant. Now, they've got... Ooh, what a great kill. I mean, Jinwoo's just going in, taking out some ecos.
You still use the breach ult here, right? It's a 3v4. Players are in position for the post plant with their util spams. I feel like I don't think you would win even if you use it.
Yeah, they don't have the good guns for it either. I mean, they've taken up all of main. I'm sure they've got the Tejo rockets, they've got the Brim Molly, KO Molly. This is looking like a Georgia Power win here.
Oh, you gotta upgraded, collected, but there is Salvo's fragment, the works that you cannot close the distance, you cannot take that fight. Nastric says no harm, no foul, it was a save anyways. They are not even gonna be able to challenge into a main through the smoke console, drops them. They get the lead here on Fracture, already being up 1-0 in the grand final series. So again, great starts on both fronts, and I don't know, I saw the vision, I saw the plan, like we both did. And it was, again, Jinwoo at the helm, controlling this game. Understood that's exactly what they were going to go for. Overwhelms the chamber, overwhelms Dasani the Neon, and then Quacky is left like, do I still ult? And decided, obviously, not to. But that does mean I think there's a chance for a bounce back here. This is where the weapons come online. This is where you're still going to have that ult. So they didn't invest it and lose the round.
Yeah.
But now we got a double op. This is going to be fun.
See here, looks like they're thinking of doing an A split. They're kind of exploring it. Oh, Jin was just going all the way into this A site, took all the space, clearing out A main. Now site is just pretty much all theirs. Now this breach here is gonna be super impactful. Didn't really get anything. Went back. This is just gonna look like a classic retake. Probably with this breach ult. I would hope they use this breach ult.
That's why Quack didn't stay on the fight. Knew how integral
it
was going to be here in this retake. But there it is. Again, the reason they pick up the KO, the null command, throwing that ultimate out of contention, limiting the option for KSU Golden Friends. I do like this though, instead fighting into main, understanding why they lost the previous round, and trying to counter it head on. The difficulty here is the tag team though. They look at the op and suddenly the front main players strike specifically there. It was side that made that big picture difference, and now when you invested so heavily, when there were light shields, when there was an opera in the mix, you're left just take a little mini timeout, chat with your team, and save this weapon to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. Georgia Power did a great setup there in A main. They were ready for a potential breach ult coming into them. That's why they popped that KO ult early. They wouldn't have to worry about that breach ult at all. And plus, when they do that, they stall more time. With more time, they have so many like mollies in their disposal to use. So once that KO ult's even over, they can just keep throwing mollies and just post-plant simulator it.
Well, Vlad at least able to take some ult orbs off of those players there while salvaging the operator for later maybe eco round. But I think my difficulty now becomes the fact that it does seem like we're seeing KSU to try and get themselves out of this hole with like scraping the bottom of the barrel, buying round after round after round. And even though next round they have enough, I think, to get most rifles aside from Quacky, they're going to have light shields again and again and again, and they're immediately at a disadvantage while being down in the series and the map. So we'll see if there's finally going to be a turning page moment, but with this judge running down your operator, I'm still not the most confident. Vlad, I can be swayed though with that opener, and again, they're just going to play this B-side retake, and I'm going to see what Soph can do. Ooh. No overheat, no weapon collected though.
Yeah, I absolutely love how Vlad just played it there, just playing aggressive with the chamber. I think that's how Kennesaw should be playing it, just taking as whatever line they can with the chamber and then abusing that will be super impactful. What a shot by Soph.
Anchoring Heaven. 2 kills found, right? After they expected her to go for the gun upgrade. Now side. May! The backstab Soph's just saga continues. Side though. Oh, they recognize the ops in, and it's a nice little 9-degree angle of trust to get that third again. To me, it was like you win that round, you maybe have a chance at tying or winning the half. You lose that, it's dominance for Georgia Power.
Absolutely. And I think if Kennesaw, again, like I want to reiterate, set up their chamber in a way where they're positioned well and just leave him solo, that will be super helpful because that allows Kennesaw to be able to stack on other places like the B side, for example, in this case, right? If he's able to hold down drop here, maybe 1 person by door, 3 people can be towards B side and just ultimately hold it. And even if they need to play retake, they have the ults perfectly placed out for a retake here on A if needed.
This time the breach is alongside their own Neon scaling into be made with the real ult. Crux is through Sand, Jinwoo is through, Orbital Strength at the side itself, but mentioned again playing retake, they've given up all of this A side space. And instead, the Neon again worried about this breach ult. Their Heaven is cleared into Dish. Not planted for them in that regard, but force out. The ults are early. They don't even want to play retake. Retake, they want to keep them off the side altogether. The flank, the sides, the walls are closing in, and it finally feels like KSU Golden Friends have a chance at grasping, dismantling this post-plan hold. I say that, and there's still a player tucked below the ropes. The side had a moment's notice to adjust, and somehow this is a 2v2 after all the dust settles. Still some ults to throw into the picture. Asterix also has a drone to contribute. Info gathering, spike plant. And where one is, you know where, assume where the other is. 2 places, 2 locations, and somehow after all of this, you still have a player off site. So why not throw a third ult into the picture? One enemy remaining.
Oh no. I wish Baze was able to walk up a little bit more, knowing that tail ult was coming in, because Sam Baze forced to swing no matter what. If he doesn't swing, like even try to go for something, it's pointless, right? If Baze was there with him, they could have called double swing, at least maybe had a much better chance of winning that round. But again, Kennesaw did a great job in that round. They knew to play the retake and such like that. They used their ults perfectly, and it worked out in their favor here.
That's my concern. It's like they hadn't won a round in a while. They fell into that curse that I mentioned of you win pistol, win the follow-up, you lose a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
And they had to use 3 of those ults to get a singular round. So now it's a question of how do they replicate that without the ult versus, look at the ult cycling. I feel like we just used the null command, no?
Did,
Sam
yeah.
has another one.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Sambay's just been, I think he's been getting most of the plants down too, right? Probably collecting some orbs as well here. It's a great ult to have as much as in your pocket.
Third of the half, but it might not matter here. It's again a similar setup. Take the main space, play the retake game. This time they have a flank possible, I think, from the chamber in the super late round from side, but
yeah, they might try to do a callback here, but it seems like they're just taking the site with ease. Now, side needs to probably pick up the pace here a little bit and try to flank the CT people, but yeah, they're forcing the fight on CT, but it's not working out well for them. They're not fully aware of this flank either that's coming up.
Soph had a great read, and they're just trying to get a hold and wait for that flank to get there, and I do like that. They're not overheating, taking the pace fast, but Sanbei, this is why they weren't worried about that flank, I guess. Gets a little 2-for-1 special, evens things out on a 2-on-2. Now the difficulty is they're still off position. It's not planted really best position for this. You still gotta swing out on to the rafters, and now it becomes difficult because you have no more visibility blockers left if you are this Neon. Just gotta take the fight head on. Hope there's a rare tour de force whiff. And Asani has ridden that 3K into a 5th and a lead for KSU Golden Friends.
Yeah, Soph had great awareness there to be aware of that chamber flank. Unfortunately, she didn't win the fight, but you know, we were still deciding still able to close it out in that 1v1. Overall, I mean, it was super. It looked super strong for the Georgia Power team initially, but then they started pushing into their spawn without having the support of the flank, and going for those ones in that moment didn't really help them too much.
Okay, so just hunker down, wait for them to fight into you, which is what they were doing early on. So
absolutely,
again, it's small mistakes. I think that they can clean up real fast. It just takes one person to be like, all right, guys, let's lock in. Let's finish this 2-0. We want to go home. We have homework to do. It's a Sunday night before finals weeks. But all in all, Getting back to these ults, the crux of the issue, and I think they're very lucky that they didn't go for the B main fight this time around. KSU did 2 rounds in a row, and finally they don't, and that's exactly where this team is headed.
Yeah, they're stalled out right now. They have basically three people here now. The Brim's rotated back towards A, just in case they call for a potential fake or just quick rotation as well. Seems like they may just try to wait it out a little bit, let them kind of, get a little bit paranoid as to where they might be going, and then try to re-hit towards B again.
Yeah, it's a great fake out, and you're going to pop the null command while probably being in underpass, so it'll take the full radius of spawn any rotations. That's where I do think the fact that GT Golden Front has so many players on site, they might not get caught out by it, but all in all, we'll have to see. Kasambe hasn't ripped it. Now look at this proactivity from KSU Golden Friends. Try and go for the reclear. No more fake ability for this execution. And now it's just down to Dasani. Timing perfect off of their canteen and generator friends with the double dive. And it's a nose dive into the abyss. And just like that, 2v2. Again, talked about fighting forward. This time it pays off to a certain degree. 1v1, you have to finish the job that was started. Baze, nasty off angle, but not enough HP to finish it off. Just like Breeze, first to 6 is KSU Gold and Friends.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Georgia Power is able to make it 6-6 going even into the half. But I do think that this round could have been played out a little bit differently. I think Asterisk didn't need to necessarily push up for potential information. I think, luckily he didn't die, but Quack unfortunately did face consequences for it. I think if they had waited a little bit, they were also set up very perfectly. I think that double tower play would have been great, and Asterisk right there on the side too. But, at the end, Kansas still took the round.
They did, and talked about how the previous round we avoided the head-on collision fight in B main. I don't think I can say the same thing about Arcade this round, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here with the Teo, Breach, and Neon. This is going to be very interesting.
Not just that, but look at the ults they also have, right? I'm expecting some overdrive, some orbital strike, and some salvos. It's going to get messy, and it starts off with a perfectly placed flash by Sambe. Yet again, so your escape is veiled. Tower is cleared, and just like that, Georgia Power have come out on top. This is where we go to, okay, you mentioned being too aggro. You need that hero player this time to flip the numbers advantage. Dasani tried to be that player, but that's where the fragment is thorough. Can't even push out past these brimstone smokes, and you just have to wait. And speaking of waiting, Georgia Power don't. That's too aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, this Teo ult's gonna just clear out Dasani here. Force out. He's lucky to live here. Soph got a nice kill on Sambe here, but they're not aware of the side chamber flank.
Fully distracted. Now they funnel the players over towards Arcade. You expect the refight here, but the Salvos are going to keep them at a distance for the time being. Slyke halved. It's all down to Dasani inside, who has been brewing the entire time. Finally gets there. Hot pot of coffee. And just like that, 6-5 here yet again. Same scoreline as Breeze, where we fought for a 7-5 or a 6-6. It came away at the 7-5. Whole comeback arc for Georgia Power. I feel like we're writing the same script.
Yeah, absolutely. And something, again, with the Georgia Power comp, again, you have the KO, you have the Brim, you have the Teo, you have so much stall potential for your Lurk to come back and be able to do some backstab kills. So really well played by them to just wait, you leverage that util, wait for side to come in and get the flank there as well. It's going to be interesting that we have the KO ult as the chamber ult pop this round with the Neon ult, so we're going to see some mayhem here.
Early on as well in that fact. Like, yeah, Blad gets the opening kill, but it was more the Carnage Dish side that I think determines the course of this round. Close enough up. Blad doesn't get affected by the null command just yet because it was Dish side, but everybody else does. Dust settles, it's a 2v2. I like this decision. You're respecting the tour de force, you're respecting the A main control. You pivot B, and somehow the breach as well has gone towards a site. I don't know about this though. Quack looked like he was gonna regroup there with Vlad, and they were gonna play this together. Instead, just go for a redivision here, and it's the complete opposite from Georgia Power. Look, hand in hand.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little slow. Yeah, it's just unfortunate timing.
They're still looking for fights. Like, hope you can handle them. No double swing action there. You can see Blood even expected it, trying to go for nasty transfer of the common trade angle, but Sambe instead just silent, waiting for their moment to strike, and it is tall in the grass. 6-6 half this time. We've thrown the script out.
Absolutely, absolutely. I liked how where Sambe played, and I think Baze was trying to get a little bait in there, try to get him confused a little bit where Sambe could be playing, and it worked out for them. Very strong early fights as well in that previous round too, leveraging the ults and such like that. Just came out to an easy 2-2 with clean trades and such. And
one thing we can say KSU Golden Friends have been good at this series is pistol rounds. They have 3 for 3, don't they?
I believe so.
That, or if Georgia Power did get one, it would have been the first pistol on Breeze.
Yeah.
I don't even think they did. So either way, again, they're good at second half pistols for sure. Won the previous one as well, once they had that 7-5 half, and then again it was like the 6-round comeback that we saw Georgia Power endure. So curious now what this opener is going to look like, but I'm not surprised to see a Neon walking down. I'm not surprised to see a dish side crunch attempted and succeeded to a certain degree. Right, Jinwoo finds the opener, but it's super low HP, not able to re-engage or hold the spike position that they just got down.
Yeah, that's a big kill on the breach there. That's like one of your most important like abilities in that character, to have that stun, to get that space, especially very crucial on a pistol round where you don't have as much util as well.
Yeah, we're at just over a minute left and everyone's basically in spawn, right? Blad, even not too far off there. So again, trying to recollect, and all you have to show for it is a player and a half worth of HP gone, and Neon, I guess, chipped down on the opposing side. But I mean, now they have barely any util left. Now they're worried about the space they gave up. They're playing mind games. They're going for re-clears, and I feel like if you're console here, I liked the idea of jiggling on the deep line, but you need to get out unpunished here. Where are you looking?
Wow. I mean, it's good that he still got one, but still.
Like a trust fall fail.
Yeah, basically. They're out onto A site. They got the space. Baze coming in with the rotate. Dasani got a nice kill. Gets traded. Blad just all left by himself to try to figure this round out.
I think it's really funny how it feels like Georgia Power respect like Vlad the most on this KS Golden Friends roster, right? The GT player. And we saw the Neon wait for the recollect, wait for that little high-low around dish to finish the job, finally swing in with that frenzy for the closer. And I'm sorry for doubting Jinwoo at 22 HP, I guess. He's got like 2 more with the 22 HP, but that's pistol. That one feels rough, right? After a side half, and you're the one down a map. That's something KSU Golden Friends really would have liked to have, and now they can't.
Yeah. And looks like they're set up with just, looks like Side's gonna have that Marshall. Probably just pick up a line here and hold it for the rest of the round. And Sambe's, interesting, got a judge in his hand. I'm curious, he's just gonna probably hold down tower like this, but look.
Vibes from himself previously.
Yeah, Kness was just running it down A main. The kill from Jinwoo to stop the early rush.
I think we found an answer why they don't have a breach. It's because Jinwoo doesn't need the breach. Just the Taeko is enough.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, the Rockets are probably just causing a lot of mayhem, and once he kills it, they're just going all in and just punching them from both sides.
It's not even Outlaw. That was a Marshall in Side's hands. Picks the angle into spawn, domes them right outside of A main. I mean, that round, even though they win it and they should win it, just from a buy perspective, felt like a confidence killer in the fashion that they were able to engage and succeed, right? The previous time where it was the second round buy-up for KSU, right? It was like, okay, it was flawless, right? Like, and like their team got onto site, right? Like there was a plant for Georgia Power, so it's like, okay, we don't get any of that. We don't get the extra cash flow, so that's where the regen shields are now plaguing their side. Like, it's a dangerous round with a double outlaw.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, on Georgia Power side, they're very confident. They're always going for those aggressive peaks and such like that. And sides up perfectly for one right here. Get some really good damage on Blad with the outlaw.
Oh, Soph, honestly, I think also should have been hit 140 there, protected by the rock side. Now, recollects. Get the smokes in for the dive that's about to come out of this team. Refight, though, not expecting the players into arcade feels like a major oversight. Sambe, though, you mentioned it, lurking in the dark with this judge. Could be exactly what the team needs. They're surrounded.
Yeah, Kennessel's got to do a good job of clearing out this potential player, especially with the judge. It's going to be critical. The stuns are good, but it's not going to stop Sambe with the judge here.
Trade. Now Quacky has to hopefully throw some neutral in, but the Outlaw is going to finish the job here. You have the overdrive online now. I usually in no circumstance would want to judge, or sorry, an ult used with this low of HP, but Jinwoo, green flag, go for it. If you would like, asterisk though. Don't expect him to be playing up this close, but no util in hand, trying to play off the Soph's contact. There it is, perfectly done. Give and take, push and pull. It's all down to one last Outlaw, and they should be able to dust this round.
Yep, that was a great angle by Soph to get the Neon. Very tight angle, unexpected as well. So good on her. And I mean, just overall good post plant by the Kennesaw side. They played it well with the Georgia Power eco weapons too. Great job by clearing out that judge tower.
7-8, close map.
Yeah.
That's how Breeze was until it wasn't. So I'm just like waiting to see like who's gonna suddenly pull ahead, who's gonna take that momentum under their wing. And I don't know the answer yet. Money-wise, it does feel like if KSU win this round, they would get the lead back. But
absolutely.
we've seen that where again it's been we had what was it 4 and 9 we had ties on Breeze and we had a tie here early and with the 6-6 now we're kind of primed for an 8-8. So honestly when we were talking about this, right? Even though it was a stomp in the group stage, I was like, that's not the normal KSU Golden Friends. I expect this to be close and we're getting it.
Absolutely, yeah. They've definitely upped their game. Maybe it was just a little warm-up match.
Yeah, it was map one of the day. 9 a.m. no one, 10 a.m. no one was
Yeah, early morning, you're still getting your hands warm, getting ready for the game and such. But they've really upped their game for this best of 3 grand finals.
For Bucky tucked in a main corner though.
That's always fun to deal with, especially in ranked.
Oh, they're not gonna deal with it. They have disengaged completely, which is somehow feeling like more and more like a Spidey sense when you saw the Brimstone rotate over to get the smokes. There's the 3-stack in sand. I think
they got
lucky stars.
They got a really good read, and I'm very curious if that chamber position at the top, they might have heard the Brimstone rotating early, and they're calling for that beat-hit.
It's very heavy footsteps, I would agree with that. And now they have an open site, pretty much proof for the taking. A similar judge posted up in tower, but this time Overdrive, zero hesitation on the dive-in. Finishes off the flank, they root on the site, they are surrounded, but they are still conquering. Asterix on the escape to try and play on the post-point util, takes up 2, reclears the flank. Now they've tried to reclear the judge before planting. I've seen this before. It was when they donated Spike Arches wall side, and this crumbling yet again. A 2v2 side just to stay alive. Console reinforcements have arrived. Now you have a pinch play. Blad needs to take it slow, and unfortunately just cannot. No rendezvous, no stability, no round 1. That was supposed to be the tipping point.
Side was in a very critical spot there with the tower judge. Good patience on him to just wait for them to come to him. They probably were not expecting that judge at all, especially since they saw it on Nico. No, surely they don't pull out another one. But Side was in a great position. Console was able to then come follow up after those few kills as well.
And that's why I'm like thinking I understand the idea of wanting to clear out heaven, especially when you're already getting consistently pressured by an overdrive diving in and such. But I almost want KSU Golden Friends to simplify. Again, I want Quacky trying to refrag and fight into heaven. I want you planting the spike first and then doing that. Get the timer started because they didn't get any of that round.
Absolutely.
Wow. Look at this.
Gotta go.
Interesting. No one's on drop. Looks like they're just playing a hard retake on A. Jinwoo just going and killing the weak side of this rush.
Oh, they aren't tricked either. It could have been a chamber lurk, but nope. Full dive out of dish. You confirmed that now. Baze not in the right position to capitalize off the choke with the judge. But speaking of not capitalizing, when your dash is down and you try to get scale into same with a Bucky, your life's gonna get ripped away. Console playing with fire here. Astrith really good imagine the flank, I think, without the sentinel that died early on again. Good delay utility here as well. Breach stun cycled alongside that special delivery. They are trying to keep these players away as long as possible.
One enemy remaining.
Almost worked.
Like a good retake from Georgia Power.
Are you gonna invest it? No, you're open.
I mean, that was just a great retake for Georgia Power. I was a little confused by the smoke and sand because it was a one-way, and that one-way was set up perfectly for Console, right? I'm not sure if that might have been a mistake because that caused the Neon to unfortunately get eliminated. But I think overall, even if there was a correct smoke, I think the right thing that Kennesaw could have done is maybe even use that tail ult early and push towards the CT side.
I'm wondering if it came online though from Asterix's team.
That could be true as well, yeah.
Yeah, my only thing I think that changed the outcome of that round because the util from KSU Golden Friends was beautiful. The delay right on there on CT.
Absolutely.
It was the fact that Sambe had a really nice molly I think on default that flushed 2 players out and he got both kills. Without that, they would have bought enough time just holding their corner, staying out of sight, on site, out of mind, right?
I agree.
And now it's double digits. Look at the money. There's nothing. You have to lean into these ults. It's like you can't question, do we invest them here or save for the next, right?
Yeah. Oh, what a shot by Blad. Meanwhile, they've taken all of B main and pushing right into their spawn.
All right, head on both sides of this smoke. Line shots are ringing, forcing them trying to back towards this A space where, honestly, I think the Chamber's done a good job. Weapon collected, scaled here. It's safe for the taking. We didn't see it test their post plant once again.
Absolutely, and I love what Asterix is doing. He knew where the information was. They all had push B main. He comes in from arcade. Now he's in their spawn. Getting a flank kill on console. Nice, good kill.
He can play really far away. Salvos come out, get a little bit closer, you can rip as well. Your own Armageddon, but it's the flush utility orbital strike that clears out the site now, and suddenly it's not planted for you. Quacky needs to survive here, and that he has one found. Tries to tuck, just needs to buy time for Asters at this point, or get the job done himself. It's a 1v1. Sambe should get the call that both styles have been used. You expect him to stick all the way. Armageddon needs to come and fast. It does not buy you that much time, Asterisk. He's sticking it all the way.
I'm not sure why he didn't use his ult there. I don't know, maybe he didn't hear, maybe he might have tapped bomb. He might have been a little too far from it, but I'm shocked. Using that tail ult would have been perfect, and they could have secured the round right there and then. But unfortunate.
All right, and we are looking at probably the round to end all rounds. Okay.
Yeah.
One off of map point for the side of Church of Power. 5 ults and a full investment buy. Right. You lose this round. I think you're gonna obviously have a chamber buy because they're gonna pop on the Tour de Force this round, and you're gonna have a buy for Neon, who's lucky and also probably popping ult. But other than that, it's dangerous territory. Use these and don't convert. I think you'll kiss this grand finals goodbye in no two fashion. So that's where Bay is. Huge opener, huge trade back from both sides. You might not even get the chance to use the front of these ults.
Yeah, they need to be very good with their ult usage here. They still have 3 of them that can turn the round around 2v4. Now we're into a 2v3 scenario where we still have the Neon ult and Brim ult.
Get the spike down. Don't overthink it, I would say, but it's down on stairs, and now there's eyes on it. Jinwoo again, a punishing force. They don't even know.
Not aware of his flank.
They threaded the needle.
This is going to be a critical kill right here.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even worry about it. Salvos flush them out in quick conjunction. It is just a little sweeper. And just like that, map series grand finals point for GameFest in Georgia Power's favor. And we talk about the implications for that on GameFest real fast. This team, I think, got top 3 in CS2 as well, right? They're not in a Val action. Let's try out CS2.
Yeah.
And that's scary. One of these two players could then take like a PC, a Switch, a monitor home.
Yeah.
If they're lucky. But we mentioned it, right? Hard round to lose. You only use 1 ult. That's the silver lining, I think. They're using them all. But again, the buy is rough, and they're trying to fight early on again. They know the power of these ults. They want to prevent it.
Absolutely. If they want to get to this OT, they need to be very smart about this ult usage. And side in the 3K. Wow.
Very sad.
That could just be the finisher right there.
Feels like it. I mean, you already have the Neon breathing down Asterix's neck. Spike is down as well, so you know they have to come to you eventually. There it is, the one and done. And now it's all down to the chamber, who gets one with the operator, but an op cannot win you a 1v4 in 13-7 fashion. UGA Red, with the help of Console Emery's Esports president, take the victory as Georgia Power for your Georgia Tech GameFest Valorant bracket. It was entertaining. A little too
That was entertaining. Kennesaw really did a great showing. I think from where we saw him in that group round versus Georgia Power, they really upped their game this time, and I just loved how competitive it was. The matches were competitive, didn't feel that one-sided. I really liked how they played some of these rounds. They had some great thinking as well.
Yeah, and I didn't know too much, I think, about Vlad in particular. I think I knew about everybody else. I always see them playing with Soph, especially in the 4 a.m., 3 a.m. queue. So there was going to be some synergy with the squad no matter what. But I think the fact that it was 4 out of 5, right, of those UGA Black members. And I liked Console coming in. He really was excited for GameFest to play. It was a squad to be trifled with. Their confidence, I think, was well-founded. I mean, look at that as well. What can you do when you're up against Jinwoo of all players, right? I think he got the 30 bomb last map, or he was really close to it.
I think he did.
And 7 first bloods this map.
Yep.
Absurd.
Absolutely. I mean, Georgia Power, they just powered through. It's great GameFest win, so good for them. They get some free DreamHack tickets.
I think they already. That's funny that you say that. Console will be happy for the DreamHack ticket.
Yeah.
Everyone else, we get to see this team again versus each other, probably, in the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational in literally a few weeks. They're in different groups, I think, but UGA should make it out. KSU's guaranteed to make it out, so I'm hoping they meet in that playoffs bracket.
Yeah.
But with that, obviously, that does bring our Valorant coverage for GameFest to a close. Congratulations again to Georgia Power for winning out, and thank you to DreamHack as well for those tickets to go towards the winners of the Valorant bracket. But that's not all the action, not all the FPS action we have as well, as I believe either our 6 grand finals is going on and we could jump into that, or either way it's still going on and we'll need a grand finalist to tell you guys about later. So stick around, and before we jump to a break, we do have one last thank you to give, which is to the other people who have made this event possible. First off, thank you for being a co-caster. You're one of the people who have made it possible.
Yeah.
Shout out to Georgia Tech. We're actually from their new esports game room. Very
super exciting.
And thank you to the sponsors as well. We have Extra Life, Alienware, Monster Energy. I had one earlier if you couldn't tell from me talking. I really like the
USA flavor. It was really good.
I had the Passion one, and that one was good too.
Gotta try that one.
And then to AVerMedia, which I believe they've actually, AV I don't know how to say it. Media. Yeah,
that right?
perfect. Either way, they have a bunch of, I believe, peripherals that they're giving away to people who don't get those top 3 Directors Cup Grand Final finishes.
Absolutely.
For those that are in person. So if you're watching this at home and you were like, oh, I got some tokens, you need to be in person to claim those raffle prizes later on. So come out for the rest of the day. But with that, again, thank you to those sponsors. Thank you for watching. And thank you to the players who have come out and played in not one but multiple games in terms of the Valorant players. And we will see you later today, either for closing out the day or for R6.
Yep, stay tuned. Thank you guys.
up with a Georgia Power win. It was a 2-0, but games were pretty close. However, I think we've saved the best for last. My name is DJ TJ. Next to me, Mr. Skyther. It is time for our Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals with a K-pop performance in the CRC at 6:30 Eastern Time. We're encroaching on a whole lot here in the next hour.
I will say, we are also starting back on Siege and bringing it back to where today started, back on Consulate between Georgia Tech and KSU themselves. We can't ask for a better start and an end to today.
KSU will be representing the orange side. They will be defending first. They were the team that got the uppers advantage. So even though they had the extra bans, the way that things ended up falling, they got their side pick on map 1, which is a very bold decision. But Georgia Tech, we talked to both teams. They love Consulate. It's one of their best, if not the best map for both teams. Now, when it comes to whose best is better, I don't know yet. Obviously, earlier today, we saw a lot from Kennesaw, but also I think a lot of it was so spontaneous. I think the strat book goes deeper for both teams. I think we're in for a doozy.
Especially since we're starting out up on top floor. Rem is already looking to pull out the Monty early on and establish that space, get that admin position easily. But TJ, I also want to hit on, we got to watch the map bans in person this time before the game started. And while both teams are super confident here on Consulate, KSU got to pick, or Georgia Tech actually got to pick the second map, and they were kind of forced into picking Lair for this second map. And I was talking to KSU, and they're like, yeah, we have some unused strategies that they've been working on that no one knows about for second map in case Georgia Tech was able to pick up this first game. So I do think no matter how this game swings, our second map is going to be absurdly insane.
And also, I worry because the way that both teams talked about Lair, Georgia Tech is not a fan. You said they got forced into picking Lair. That is exactly what the wording and the body language of Georgia Tech told us. So I worry that if we do see Kennesaw grab this series, if they do win a very close nail-biter, I don't know if the series is already over. I don't want to say that this early on, but it feels like that map is almost guaranteed to go the Owls' way. So this map becomes even more important, and these early picks, especially Big Senior, Big Benjamin, Doorman GT, got to be careful.
Yeah, admin window is finally starting to get opened up, but we do have River that's going to try and contest this like for Doorman off of the balcony. It could swing anyone's favor here, but we do see the Nitro Cell come out, tries to get an early pick off of it, but it's not going to be effective. No one's going to lose any health, and we're going to still see a stalemate here, coming up the stairs, going into the hallway, grabbing these default cams. Picked out one.
Gallo was a top frag, was a menace as well for Kennesaw State, was a big reason why they stayed alive, and so was Dylan, who was right behind him in the top two. Those two, if they get hot, especially early in this best of three, things are going to get shaky. However, there is somebody who was actually watching Roof. It was Bebop who gets a free kill on Spiral Staircase. Dylan is caught out trying to rotate back. That's a big gun. Rooney already got their ability out. You know, you take that. But the DMR losing that early, that hurts. But 90 seconds to go. GT does still have a shield. Also has the Flores and the Grim. In terms of utility, this is very doable still.
I will say that deployable shield is still down over by vending machine, so I think we're probably going to see a rotation maybe from these spiral stairs, but we finally are starting to see some Grim harvest out. They know someone's going to be there. A zombie barrier come out, try to block it out, force some utility out. Doorman picks up one. Gallo immediately trades it out. Doorman, though, does find Gallo as well. This turns back into a 2v2. Bebop still does have Diffuser down. They know the Monty's in the hallway. They know probably someone's going to be pushing around from break room. This is a huge swing in the defense's favor because they still have good positioning.
One-on-one. One-on-one. That pistol gets aggressive for Ram. He's been doing it the entire day. Continues there. Also, Diffuser's in the hands of Bebop, which means it's even more pivotal that Plant Gazer has to be absurdly cautious. Cannot let this Monty force you into a corner. You can't get melee. You gotta get a pick here. Gotta find him. It's gonna be aggressive. It's gonna be awkward for Bebop. Quick turnaround with this SMG. It's very, very dangerous. This Plant should be free for Bebop. And Georgia Tech needs everything they can get. Gotta be careful still. Rem playing some mind games. Plant's gonna go down. You're gonna try and take out this Monty, but that shield is way too fat, way too thick. You can't get around it. You gotta get this kill right here. Does get the injure. One-on-one. Back is turned. Rem gets a free kill. I don't think he knew that he injured him, and Rem will take it every single time.
honestly such an insane pivotal play from the Monty, just baiting out, constantly calling out positions for his buddy on Flores. But even with the getting caught out, knocking down that Flores, Rem just coming out of nowhere, dropping his shield, getting the pow-pow, guaranteeing that kill. What a great start from Georgia Tech.
Kennesaw had the setup. I mean, just unfortunately for them, things got a little out of hand towards the back end. When looking at Dylan's rotate through Spiral Staircase, that was a critical moment. You had two operators off site. It was both Gallo and Dylan. Again, your top fraggers from this earlier series that kicked off the morning, you lose both of them early. Gallo also had a trade onto Doorman, but then Doorman got the headshot as they were dying. I mean, a crazy swing of two from Big Benjamin. That's team captain. That's my GOAT right there. Again, grad senior, going to miss him in the Georgia Tech program. He's been the comp director for the club, who is now obviously much more than a club, and they service hundreds, at this point, thousands of students on campus. It's very admirable to see what him and DJ and so many incredible admin in this Georgia Tech program. I mean, Elijah running production as well. So many incredible admin in this program, who are all students, by the way, grad students and undergrads, who are just incredible at their jobs. And it helps when you're also good at a video game, like Big Ben is here, 2-1 to kick it off. Big first starting round on attack.
I will say, looking at defense's utility now, we do have 3 operators that are able to all run Nitro Cells. That'd be the Warden, the Valkyrie, and the Cade, all ready for that garage push. They had the breach holes opened up top above the garage, and it was guaranteeing that they're waiting for that sound cue for that Thermite or that Thatcher to go down. And I bet you had the Thatcher still sitting, waiting with that utility.
Oh, wasted.
Unfortunately, they do not miss... or they do miss the Nitro Cells, and the Thermite is going to finally come down. It's not going to be enough for them. Jackal's still upstairs trying to hunt down a roamer. That could be a pivotal moment as 2 or 3 of them try to work out where the rest of KSU is actually hiding out.
I believe that's Dylan, who got tracked by the Jackal, so has to give up position there, so get out of meeting room and up and away. You can tell, you can hear the audio from a mile away if you're Rem, and now here they come. Bede looking for his first, but this Jackal is doing absolute work. However, there's also 3 Kennesaw players all the way up here, including a Vigil that I'm not sure if they know exists just yet. We'll have to find out. Hayes is clearing out a lot of room over on the server side of things. You'll take that space all the time. They know that one's here. It's going to be very awkward. They're going to just not be looking. They're going to pinch him here. It's a great kill from B. Here comes a Jackal all over again. Dylan is pinged once again. Bebop is traded out, however. You lose the Thatcher. I don't believe they got Garage yet either, so big pick there. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, they got it open. Thatcher did get its job done. Thermite still trying to go ahead and find one that's hiding behind that yellow pillar, behind garage and everything. Ooh. But they did find where they're all jackaled up and everything. Got 2 people still stuck behind bottom of yellow stairs and everything. They're going to call the Monty to try and get maybe a pick or 2 opened up on this back wall. They know 2 are now hanging out. Still finds one. Hayes finds one that's... What? Hayes finds a second one. That's going to be yellow pillar destroyed. And now there is a chance for Doorman to get in, get this bomb down. No one... Still know that one is hanging out red car. Now it's going to be traded out. Doorman just picking up 3 now. Tech's pulling this out in their favor.
Gallo, though, of all the guns you want, you got to be careful. You still got that Monty deep in your face. Got to watch out for the hole on the right side. It will not matter. What a round from Hayes. I believe a 3K from Hayes, who had an absurd amount of killing potential and showed it off for the entire first half of this game. Showed it off against Chud Gaming, but then started to fall off. We said there was more to be desired. I'm getting all of it right now.
And... might I mention, this is still Georgia Tech attacking. They are getting early attacking rounds instead of being on that defense side. So the more that they can pull, that better, because KSU felt so confident when I was talking to them about their defense, especially when knowing that they had the Aruni, knowing that they had the Denari plays that they could play anywhere. And I do think it is a smart decision to slow it down off of basement and bring it back upstairs, knowing that Gallo is going to play an insane Denari up by Bending, by admin. Really good analysis, I feel like, from KSU about Georgia Tech.
However, with it being a defender's side of map, if Kennesaw can get back to the basics, maybe some of these new strats aren't working out. Maybe you got to go back to the playbook and kind of refresh some of the older strats that worked earlier. Now, granted, I think Georgia Tech have already shown an incredible amount of resolve in terms of how they're adjusting throughout the day. had a great series, best of one, I mean, in losers final. I believe it was a 7-3 against Chud Gaming. So Georgia Tech starting to look and play like their own. I believe even in a group stage, we saw that on stream, and I think it was also a 7-3 or a 7-4.
It was indeed. It was still like 10, 11 rounds. It took Georgia Tech a little while to get going, but once they did, they finally felt confident enough to be able to take their space and make their presence known to whoever they were playing against. But at the end of the day, it also came down to how pivotal Rem was on the Monty for all of the rounds that they did win on attack. So if they could continue this pressure up against KSU, keep making the Monty push forward with like a Deimos behind them or anything, it could truly be their game, win or lose, depending on how it goes.
Free admin, no major hold here, no shocker. Especially with how both these teams are playing it. That Denari going all the way down the hallway. Again, no shocker there as well. So already a minute in, admin is being taken. First floor is going to be an issue here. Bede's going to have to try and find something special. I mean, with the Deimos, absolutely possible to even find one vertical through the floor. Nitro Cell is not going to get a single lick of damage, so only so much could be done there. However, again, look at the amount of room that's being taken, especially through kitchen, through break room. Got to be careful here. Hayes finds one. River tries to grab some sort of pre-fire, but I'm not sure if they got much of anything. Doorman's hurt, but only so much on balcony. Deimos is coming in, but all for what? No damage. I think River actually took only a shot or two. Vertical is played, and Gallo will swing down on the Deimos. He'll find one more. How about a third one? Nope, a pre-fire will just be sent into the reinforcement, but two huge, huge swings there.
They're also getting rid of the utility for the deployable shield that Warden could have played behind if he was to swing back in from Spiral Stairs. So now you have one player probably stuck in Spiral, even though it's still, everyone is pretty injured, minus your Plant Gazer, minus Bebop over here. So teams need to play a little bit more conservatively, even if they're trying to take these swings for these 1v1s.
What?
And Gallo finds a third one to guarantee this placement. And the Doorman goes down as well. He's going to grab a 4K for the round. River picked up Doorman to guarantee the round. And now we finally see a defensive round swing towards who needs it more than KSU.
I mean, you could have just said Gallo. I mean, who deserves it more than Gallo? I mean, we talked with Dylan right after that first map this morning, and he said, and I quote, he just does this. He just makes those plays. Those 3v1s, 4v1s, he does that. How about just a calm 4K while you're defending? I mean, first off, getting the Monty pick is one of your very first picks. That changes the trajectory of the round entirely. But then you continue to find, I think, also a mix of perfect timing. I think should have been hit in the backside, especially from the agent coming from Spirals. I forget who it was, or the operator, I do mean. Sorry, I was thinking of Valorant. I'm not sure who was coming from Spiral, but that's got to be a kill. I think Siege timing worked out in his favor there. And then obviously just right place, right time, right reticle spacing, and you're right on the head of one. So you'll take it. Granted, did they start slower than they would have liked for Kennesaw? Absolutely. But also, have they been on a break since about lunch to the 1 o'clock period? Also, absolutely. So got to get warm, got to get probably these next 3 rounds to feel okay about this map.
I feel a little bit more confident about KSU, especially coming back down to the site, because now we finally see the Tubero and Cade trick come out. So I expect that there's going to be a lot of slowdown on utility. We're going to see this round played out a lot more towards that last minute instead of the first minute of the game trying to clear utility. It'll pretty much come towards that last minute and that last minute push. We do get Rem back on the Jackal as well, because that worked out in their favor in the first round, so might as well take advantage of it. And then maybe we'll see if Bebop takes another Nitro Cell to the face and tanks it out. But I think they're probably going to play just a little bit more cautious, try and clear out that third floor, get rid of a roamer in the case of a Vigil, and see what kind of utility they get to work with coming down to that last minute and a half.
Rem catches a spawn peek and just kind of leaves that hole in break room. Nobody's playing near it, though. Only one all the way upstairs. It's Plant Gazer. Dylan, however, I expect, and he's going up Spirals, I call it, will end up on, actually, playing from the bottom side of first floor. I thought it was going up Spiral, not down Spiral. So going to leave Plant Gazer, and they're going to leave a lot more bodies downstairs as well. That Denari, I think, will come in handy. No shield pick, because the Monty's obviously done and dusted. So I think 2 little free rounds, I guess, that obviously Georgia Tech earned. Also, Rem will find one onto River. Dylan and Hayes exchanging gunfire. Huge pick from Dylan.
They didn't expect the roam down the back stairs, but Doorman's going to find one in Pyro, and it's going to actually even out everything. Plant Gazer finds Rem, and
backside of servers.
of all places.
Not sure
We
how
just
they
had
got down there.
We just had a consistent roam off the backside, and I'm finally happy that we're seeing a little bit more towards the server side. But it's going to be It's going to be KSU who finally is going to play a little bit more defensively while Georgia Tech tries to swarm the front of site by Garage.
We're full swing Garage. That's a big pick from Plant Gazer. You see him? Huge whip from Gallo. Very uncharacteristic, but my lord, that was one of the shots of all time. So a 2v1, BYOC gets a second life, basically. An extra life, if you will. Shout out our friends over there. A minute left to go now. It's going to get even more awkward for BYOC, who, again, has a Thatcher, but nobody to play off of. I'm not sure. With 3 breaches as well, not even any flashes or anything like that. Has to do it with the gun alone. Siege timing is your best friend here. However, a Malusi will absolutely let everyone know where you are. Got to be careful. Kennesaw's got an issue with a little bit of ego. Gallo should never swing this. Neither should Plant. A reset from BYOC. We're going back outside.
It's truly pivotal that Gallo and Plant don't overextend in this position. They have the 2v1. They know that maybe the diffuser is down in sight, so it's not worth the extra utility use. It's more important that they just play their lives. They're going to see a shot onto Gallo. He's down to 1 HP. Don't know if they got him down, but Gallo is going to just find the head and guarantee it off that Scorpion. Brings it back up to 2-2, and we have a game on our hands with a 1-tap.
That is so smart from Gallo. I mean, great, should you be peeking? That's not smart. I'm not endorsing that. But what I will endorse is backing up and then going for the 1-tap. You make the odds of you getting tapped at all by a bullet completely mute, and you even out the game 2-2. Again, for Kennesaw to actually get back into this one, as we thought Rem disconnected. Rem is in. It was just a little game bug, but Rem's in the game on Hibana as well for the meantime. A little short hover over Hibana, but back to the main point. Do you get egotistical if you're Gallo? Yes. Do you also probably deserve to be egotistical after how the games have been today? Also, yes. I mean, if I was UGA, for example, I mean, like players like even Console from Emory subbing in on his little retirement tour. Also worth mentioning players like Side and Base. Side top fragged in that last game. If you're playing a certain way, you deserve to trash talk just a little bit. And even though for Valorant you didn't see the all chat because Siege is I mean, 17+ game, I think, or are they 13+? Either way, all chat is shown. The trash talk is here. We're all for it. We're somehow evened up, but Kennesaw want 2 more.
I will say, I do enjoy seeing Gallo pull this 9-2 in 4 rounds already, and I do enjoy seeing him on the Azami, especially after game 1. So it's something that he's comfortable with, especially if he can't play a Valkyrie or play someone that's playing off of their cameras a lot, but playing off of these keeper barriers, it's going to be very nice for his team to just guarantee some safety, covering up these breach holes, and especially when you have a Blackbeard, maybe getting rid of some doorways just so the Blackbeard doesn't have as much space to take. Especially now seeing they have brought a sledge too. So we might actually see a push directly from 3rd floor to open up this vertical. So it's huge that this sledge actually can take some vertical space.
Great counter pick to the castle 10 times out of 10. Not to mention, we haven't seen a Blackbeard too often today, which I'm a little surprised about. What I will also mention is that Big Benjamin, that's Doorman GT, 4-4. And I will also add this, he will not like that I said this, but was not showing a lot of killing potential in the first few matches today. Even when they were blowing out Chud Gaming. I don't know if they went positive or if they were tied or even. So going 4-4 in this first map, in what feels like a must-win for Georgia Tech, because again, we heard everybody talk about Layer. Georgia Tech does not want Layer, but they're stuck with it for map 2. So this map feels like a must-win, or else we're going to be done a little earlier than expected. And Pyro with the first pick will keep that theme going. Kennesaw takes an early man lead.
I think it's really sad that Hayes goes down, especially because he had the utility for the Ram to be able to open up that vertical space. And then you're going to also see Gallo pick up Doorman as well, so you're going to lose those B canisters figuring out where people are. So this is just going to make it even harder for the roaming up top to be cleared out. But Rem does guarantee the one on the Pyro. That's your castle, but all your castles are already down on the floor. Oh. Gallo picks up another one. He's trying to guarantee that he has this space with these Kiva barriers and not going down without a fight on this 3rd floor.
They did double swing Gallo. They almost triple swinged him, and so that pick is huge. Dylan is caught on a flank, unfortunately, and so Bede will take Dylan out of the game. So 3v2. Again, Kennesaw have got to be so cautious with the way they're swinging some of these plays. But speaking of caution, you got to watch out for Gallo, still roaming around, playing close, crouched down. Bede with the DMR will get away with one there. Is only really hit by a bullet or 2. Plant Gazer, however, turns 2 and finds BYOC. It's all down to Bede with still 3 Aurora gates. So there's some room to work. There's some creativity to be had. But also River dropped all the way down to 1st floor. I wonder if Bede's going to hear him.
The question is, Case is is Case outside or is it still inside? Because
Can't tell.
now Aurora still has to play the kill game. They got the default cam. They know exactly where Aurora is going to be hanging out, or if they're going to be playing this vertical space. The Case is down right outside on the balcony, so now he is basically playing for kills while KSU is just playing for time at this point. I think if you're River or if you're Plant, you stay hanging out by Piano and you guarantee that you cannot get taken out, especially since you don't have any vertical space to deal with, because Aurora just has her DMR. She can't play anything down.
Nothing you can do. I mean, I misspoke earlier. I thought River was going to try and flank because I'm so used to that ego from Kennesaw, but with the first floor sight, you will take it any way you can get it. 5 seconds left. You're going to need something more than a miracle. Drop down. Audio is heard. Need to find one, but Plant Gazer, a little juke and jive and diving around with a crouch, and will find an easy pick. 3 rounds in a row for Kennesaw. The dream scenario of 4-2, given the 0-2 start, is on the table.
I still think we could be looking at a 3-3 right here, especially since they took away Piano, so now we're going back up top, and we finally could see a Monty get played yet again up top, which is what they're comfortable with. First floor Piano is still something that they're not comfortable with, and you can even see it from Plant Gazer saying actual Monty crutches in chat. They know that they're relying on these shields. But they can't even play the Monty because of the last ban. I totally forgot. So they're going to have to rely on either a Blitz or a Blackbeard since they are playing these shield operators so consistently well. Now we have to see how KSU can still deal with something that's so oppressive like a shield operator.
I will say, however, the utility of that Blackbeard was cut very short last round. Georgia Tech done a great job of utilizing these shields thus far. I mean, the Monty gave them 2 rounds just by keeping them alive for the end there. And you isolate players. Kennesaw has naturally isolated themselves many times, so you kind of get caught off guard. It doesn't help when the Monty can corner you as well. Didn't even have to use the melee to knock anybody down, because also what I love about Rem on the shields is Rem is not afraid to take that pistol out and go to work. So what's special about this Kennesaw roster is their confidence, even though they are a mixed A, B, and even a sub team bag. And I say that. Dylan is technically the sub for the A and the B team, but also he's second fragged in this game earlier on the same map. And as of right now, sitting at 2 and 4, granted, that was exactly how we saw the other map, where Dylan all of a sudden had a surge in the last few rounds. But Gala being 10 and 3, I don't think you need a surge from anybody right now. You just need to get this round. You need to get into the attacking half. Get an early
Warman's already getting to a down.
Wait a minute, the Yang Candelas are coming in to try and go ahead and blind everybody. Will do exactly that. Diffuser is down. Bead will find Plant Gazer as well. It's on window. Hayes finds another. Georgia Tech out of left field.
They see where everyone is because of the Grim canisters, but River's going to pick up one underneath. Pyro's going to pick up the other one who's playing underneath sight. We have Amaru with the shotgun, but can't pick up one. Gallo gets the essential play. They know they have to swing out, which they do. Gallo gets the swing out. This swings entirely into favor. But they're actually the defuse and everything. He couldn't figure out where he was.
How in the world does Georgia Tech take an Amaru rush? You get the plant down, and then Kennesaw says, screw that. We'll win every first floor fight. Then we'll jump out of a window. There's only one person watching one window, the far window. It was actually, I believe, the basement run out he was watching was not looking for the first floor run out, wasn't ready to play off his team's trade. And so not only does Gallo get outside untouched, but Net doesn't even get a bullet shot at him. Just makes it for free, and Kennesaw convert that like no other. 4 rounds in a row, big defensive half.
That was the best round you could have asked for if you were KSU on that one. You couldn't have asked for better siege just because they decided, hey, no one put claymores on these windows. They had some idea of someone hanging out windows, but that goes to show you, I'm so surprised Georgia Tech didn't have claymores on the window or down on the bottom yellow spiral doorway. Like, yes, they could have one on rappel watching one. I'm surprised they didn't have a second one outside watching the other window and watching both runouts just in case, and then watch the long arm just from the actual window. Oh my gosh, my head hurts just thinking about how that was played out.
This morning, we drew a lot of comparisons between what to look out for in North American Pro Siege and what to look out for in College Siege. I can tell you, there is a big gap and a big difference, and it's rounds like that that you would never, ever see. Even in a Tier 3 tournament, you would never see a round like that. And after that half, it looks like we might even get a rehost. So, on that note, Skyther, other notes before we talk more about this rehost. We also are going to have a caster substitution coming in as well. So, your last notes.
Man, I don't even know how to explain what we got to see, because you had an insane half from KSU, but also the attacks that Georgia Tech actually won were also massive. They clearly showed that they could take presence, take their space, like we talked about before the round started. And yes, they were relying on the Monty a little bit, but as soon as you saw the ban for the Monty, they couldn't pivot away from it, even when they had shield operators too. KSU adapted to that and said, you know what? We're going to use our Denari lasers, we're going to use our Ella mines, and make sure that everything is getting concussed out, so everyone could actually play to their full potential and actually make these one-on-one gunfights, win these 2v1s, and still walk away with so much health and be able to get back onto site.
Well, and that killing power is crazy from Kennesaw. And Gallo being 10-3, I believe, or was it 11-3 with that kill?
I want to say it was 11 or 12 after that last round, because he went into the last round 10-3.
Through 6 rounds. I mean, my lord. But here's what I will say. Unfortunately, my time at GameFest is about to come to an end. And also, we are going to rehost, so we're going to send it to a very, very quick break. But very quickly, I want to make sure I give a huge thank you to the Georgia Tech Esports family. Everyone's done such an incredible job. Skyther's going to have a lot more of the sappy stuff. Hopefully, DJ will come on stream and talk as well. 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, there is a K-pop group that will be performing live upstairs at the CRC. So if you're anywhere near campus, make sure you show up. Also, we got a banger final coming up. So we're going to go do a very short break. We're going to make a little caster sub. It's going to be our boy Neon33 coming in very soon. So we'll have the rest of this map 1 coming to you, the entire second half coming to your screens in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We are back into the game, still looking at 4-2, swinging in the favor of KSU, but we did finally get the side swap for the teams, and we will finally get to see our bans, because I know we didn't get to see them right at the very start of the game, but we do have our typical Ace Mira ban right here off the start. And like TJ mentioned, guys, we do have a caster switch, so instead of taking over for TJ and everything, it's going to still be me at your play-by-play commentary, but I did get my buddy Neon, who I got to actually cast some Apex with today. Neon, I'm glad to have you back on the cast.
Glad to be here too. I don't know if TJ mentioned this, but I have played, I think, 2 games of R6 ever, and that was like 4 years ago. So I know basically nothing, but I'm still going to do my best to be able to provide you some.
Hey, I got to watch you do some studying and everything, so that's good. That's all you could ask for, right? You still tried. You're still trying your best, and that's all we can appreciate. And you still did. I got to watch you try and learn some of the operators, just so you're not coming in blind. So I can walk you through maps. I can walk you through how some stuff works, but we're going to be looking at the top floor of Consulate here, you're going to have a lot of people trying to hold down certain areas on this map. More than anything, you're going to have people trying to watch these back stairs and watch this admin office on the right side of the map, because you have a lot of people trying to play on the outside windows to come in on that specific area.
Yeah, I know that a lot of times for these outside windows, at least from the little bit that I was able to watch earlier, those windows with the rappelling up the wall are definitely a very interesting angle. I know that front kind of door area is definitely a dangerous area from what I saw. I think it was the case you guys earlier who they'd rappelled up, broke through the window and gotten two. I think if I
did indeed, yeah. They broke open that little side panel off of the balcony, but you do see a lot of consistent players open up this main balcony reinforcement just to try and create some space. But we finally do see these admin window breaks coming through. They're going to play a little bit slower right now just because Georgia Tech knows that they're down 2 rounds. They know that they can't throw their lives away, especially to give KSU a map advantage. They know that if they go into layer, it's not going to swing in their favor. KSU is so confident playing this next map, so might as well try and even out the odds, take this first map from them, who they also feel confident on, and just start winning these crucial rounds.
Yeah, I think you get this first map is definitely going to do a lot for their ego and their kind of boost their morale. Also, with having that front door pressure, like you mentioned earlier, having those broken kind of adds to the round pressure, because you already have, and you're up in the round, 5-4. Kind of everything's kind of going their way so far. So.
Great pick from Pyro, and the Aurora door does come out, so it's going to cut off an angle a little bit more. We do see a hatch drop finally coming from some of the attackers as well, so they're trying to maybe work their way up the spiral stairs or come up those back stairs, but they're still trying to clear out this hallway from the vending, with Rem also knowing that some more players are in admin. Grimbees do come up. They're trying to play some of this vertical space, clear them out from these corners. But Plant's going to pick up Rem. Pyro picks up Doorman. This swings back in the favor of KSU. Huge great man game from them. Gallo picks up Bede, and now you just have Bebop defending site. Still picks up 1, can try and hold off a little bit more. They took away Gallo, who was their top player, even after the rehost, and we can't see the stats. But Bebop holding down site, knowing that there's also some Goyo canisters that can help him out a little bit more. The plant is going to go down, though, for River.
Already made it a 1v3. If you're going to get at least a few more, it might help. But don't know how much you'll be able to do here.
Unfortunately, it's not enough. Plant Gazer picks up Bebop, and we see a 5-2 come their way. Huge pickup from from KSU, and honestly a crucial round for Georgia Tech to lose. They had the man advantage coming in early into the round with a 5-4, but again we see KSU constantly adapting to how Georgia Tech actually plays their attacks, and they aren't swinging into them. They're taking their 1v1s and still winning them, and then playing more conservatively after they get the man advantage.
Yeah, having that man advantage and that round advantage definitely doing a lot for him here. I think you said Layer is coming up next. Is that kind of a KSU favorite map or a GT favorite map? I don't know if there's like a kind of basis for each one. But.
So coming into this, Consulate got to pick, or KSU got to pick the first side that they played on. Georgia Tech was very confident in the fact that when we played the first game today, they were very close. So they were like, we're confident we can come in and win this. We'll let KSU pick the side that they want to play on, and they started on defense. But if Georgia Tech didn't win this game, they were not going to be favored for layer. KSU were like, hey, we have some strategies that we haven't even used in our B team or our A team yet that we've been working on together in preparation for GameFest and who they would be playing against. So they're coming into layer with some strategies that we not even at the casting booth have seen.
Interesting. So I know earlier, I think it was, you said 6-8 scoreline, right?
It was indeed, yeah.
6-8 scoreline. So far, looking to be a little bit more KSU favored here, but it's taken out already. Wow.
The problem is Georgia Tech still has defense. They have plenty of time to still get this round swings back in their favor, especially an early pick on Dylan, who was running the solid snake, can't really use his utility anymore to find where people are roaming and hanging out. However, Gallo is still on an Ash. That doesn't mean that their rush is stopped. Gallo is still been able to take space in the back server room, And that's all they need. They've gotten to take their space. They just need to push in just a little bit more, clear out this hallway a little bit more. They know the head holes are looking into sight, but Georgia Tech is not playing that site. They don't want to force that space, knowing that that area is open.
Yeah, they do have a lot of space to work with. Nobody's really taken it so far. So I know there's that one kind of angle of seeing all the way down that hallway, but nobody's really daring to take it.
Yeah, we do have one camping out on spiral stairs, but now that hallway has been taken. They're going to run away. They're still going to be able to make it to site a little bit more, hold down these angles a little bit more, and Georgia Tech still does not have a lot of space to work with. They see the Tuberal canisters are going to come out from Georgia Tech, still try and swing and open up this back reinforcement, but they know that Georgia Tech is looking for this back-ended push. They have men set up everywhere to watch all the doorways and everything just to guarantee that this extra back hallway can't be taken easily.
Yeah, I saw the one guy pinging the drop with his drone earlier. Is there a threat for somebody coming down there, or are they not really pressuring that side of the map?
It currently looks like more people are hanging out. They do have one upstairs on Dokkaebi that's trying to watch just to see if they had a roam or anything, but it's going to be Pyro who finds Rem. The Dokkaebi call is going to come out as well to try and figure out where people are hiding. This is still an anyone's round, with it being 40 seconds on the clock left. Hayes is going to start rotating around from yellow stairs, guaranteeing himself a space on the site. Huge pick from Bebop, though.
Diffuser down.
That is diffuser down, unfortunately, but that is going to be a huge pickup. Hayes gets the swing onto one. Bebop finds the other. Beat actually finds the third one as well. That's a huge round win for Georgia Tech. This is still anybody's game to take.
Definitely. Dominant closeout there at the end. Very impressive. Still 5-3, only 2 rounds off. That's what we ended with last time. They're totally able to swing this back.
We do see a swing back upstairs, especially since Georgia Tech finally feels confident in themselves to still take this upside or this upstairs site. However, it still looks like KSU are going to try everything in their power to guarantee themselves get to 6. I would say you have Pyro, who's finally starting to pop off just a little bit more, especially you have him playing on the Aurora, trying to get these Dom panels down, probably through admin or anything. But honestly, if I was playing Aurora, I would put a Dom panel on the spiral stairs over here, block the doorway so you can rappel into spiral a little bit easier, and then finally try and clear out the person that probably will hang out in this cooler hallway more than anything.
Yeah, we did see one person barricade that front door, like I mentioned earlier, trying to avoid GT taking that space. Or sorry, trying to avoid KSU taking that space. GT's trying to lock it down. You see, like you said, going down that spiral staircase, trying to, I guess, if they force them off that staircase, or force them coming up that back wall of repelling, they kind of have that entire side of the map to work with, right?
I think something interesting to note as well, Bede is on the Scopos and hanging out first floor right here where the operators are hanging out at the bottom of these stairs. So I think what he's waiting on is someone to either be repelled on this so he can do a run out and maybe clear out someone that's chilling out here on the admin side. Maybe he doesn't realize that there's 2, but there is potential for him to try and get this run out. But I think he might just take the shell switch and go back to site. I don't know. This is a really risky play that could work in Tech's favor if they pull it off correctly.
2K, so you guys through the window now, right? That's that upstairs second floor. Meanwhile, I think one downstairs was at the front door.
Yeah, around that area, but you do see a lot of drones coming out to try and clear out where these people are in admin, but it is going to be a 4-person push. What they're trying to do is EMP through the wall just to get rid of these some of this utility hanging out in front of the deployable shield or behind it. So in this case, there's a mute jammer behind the deployable shield that's stopping the drones from getting through the hole. They're still trying to get them cleared out, but they have a Wamai setup that's going to try and stop the Dom panels from coming down. And they do stop one.
The second one does get through, though. Very interesting to force them off that angle.
They're trying to isolate a 1v1. They knew if someone is hanging out at the spiral stairs, you have a green canister that's going to try and block off the swing. You have Dylan or Gallo that's going to be on the snake to try and clear out that first floor. You have a lot of utility use coming out right now, but it's not going to be enough to stop these B canisters and figure out where one is. It's basically a cat and mouse game to see who's going to get the first pick off of this next minute of this push.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's crossfires are pretty good so far. Like you said, knowing where Rem isn't going to help them much because they don't know where the second is.
You have Rem actually playing smart and playing the shotgun, trying to get the quick peek onto someone in admin just to figure out if they're coming around this corner. But They don't know. If someone swings that corner, Rem has the highest chance possible to get this pick early on.
Interesting little setup there on the table. Trying to get the... ooh, does get alerted.
Snake is actually, because he did that click, it's going to create a giant audio cue. They know someone's going to be coming from spiral stairs, and it's going to actually make 2 of those defenders back up towards site. Snake tries to get a pull onto 1, but Gallo is going to take damage as a result. He is going to see that 2 are hanging out behind behind your main lobby, behind your doorway right here. Still 23 seconds left. Pretty much every single person is up on the board for defense with no damage taken. They try to get the swing out. They know that they can just hold sight. I will see a pick onto Dylan for Doorman to get the trade out, and you have 10 seconds still to get this bomb into sight. Dylan still has not gone down with the bomb. He still has a chance to get the picks here early on, but it's not going to be enough, and Georgia Tech still finds a way to come through at the end, and we have a 5-4 up on the board.
Super close game here. Like you were saying earlier, as soon as they took Spiral Staircase, a little bit of chip damage came in, completely deactivated their push.
You couldn't have asked for a better play from the Scopos, too. They had a shell downstairs, immediately swapped up when they started flooding site, especially since Scopos, you know, puts the shell down. They has a deployable shield technically in front of it, but as soon as they swap to the other shell, they get all of their health back because it's an entirely different entity. They played that so well by playing their health, playing their man advantage because they went up to a 5-4. They were like, hey, it's 20 seconds left, play site, play your space, play anything, just win your ones and guarantee time to get off the clock, which was exactly what they needed. That was just a perfect round from Georgia Tech. You couldn't have asked for more.
Yeah, very smart plays there. Like you're saying, playing time, definitely a crucial factor here. Getting, I think there's like 4 seconds left at the very end when they forced that. So forcing KSU to rush, I think, is what's kind of going to get them more rounds, potentially the win. As a KSU student, kind of biased KSU, like I was saying earlier. But I think KSU's strength is kind of lying in wait, trying to bait out that 1v1, trying to bait out that, get GT to kind of stop using their crossfires to their advantage. So.
I will say, one thing I would have loved to see last round for KSU was Dylan still had the case and had full HP and everything. He got the 1 kill onto the person that was hanging out inside by the table. I would have loved to see who his second person was alive. Maybe swung around behind him, watched the doorway while Dylan went up to the reinforced wall and started planning, played his life, and played the man advantage. And that would have probably given them just a little bit more time to work with, especially since when you start planning the case, the timer, even if it hits 0, is not going to stop. If you are planning the case while that hits 0, that case animation can still get played, the bomb can still go down, and you get 45 more seconds added to that clock to work with. But Dylan, he found the man and didn't do that. He was able... Unfortunately, he died while trying to go up, getting ready to plant that case, and it just wasn't anything they could have wanted.
Yeah, I think at that post play there, I think it drastically switches around. Even though he's down manpower, hey, down men, Dylan makes up the manpower. Let's be honest.
That is true. He has had clutch moments, especially last game when they had their first round against Georgia Tech. But I think what we really need to see is Dylan and Gallo pick up some rounds for themselves or pick up some kills during these rounds. They've proven time and time again that they can be playmakers, that they can be these kill grabbers, and you have people that are constantly playing utility purposes even better than anyone else with those two. So now it just depends on who are you going to play, who are you going to rely on to get those picks, to guarantee the round, to guarantee that space get taken away from Georgia Tech. However, Hayes just proves that Gallo can't stay alive in these rounds and takes him off the board. Still, one of your main kill leaders in Gallo, gone.
Yeah, definitely crucial kill there. Does get a little bit of chip damage, though. We'll see if that comes into play.
Yeah, Hayes is looking about a third of their HP left, but the Deimos is still up to try and find someone if they're playing any of these roams. But you have lots of DMRs in play, lots of long-range engagements, but Plant is going to find Bede, guarantees that it turns back into something that swings in their favor, but Hayes says, no, we're still going to play our man advantage when it's there, guarantees the kill onto Dylan. That's your other top fragger for him. Plant, Pyro, River still have this chance to pull this for KSU. My big problem is Bebop is still alive on the Fenrir to guarantee that some of these giant canisters to block some of their vision, take away some of their ability to see, is not in the favor of the attacking round. But Rem finds River, takes away a little bit more of their safety net, pulls Georgia Tech even closer. Pyro finds Bebop. This is going in the way of Georgia Tech, and this is probably going to see a 5-5 up on the board, tying this game. And this is still just game 1 of 3.
It's crazy. Momentum has definitely switched to Georgia Tech now. Crossfires are going crazy, especially in those upstairs longer hallways. Definitely holding those down is very important for Georgia Tech here. So, like you said, 5-5, brought it back from a 2-point game. So, it's definitely a lot closer than it should be.
You have a tactical timeout being taken from KSU, and that's just an essential timeout. You've lost 3 in a row, and actually really 4, because we went into this 5-1, but Georgia Tech is just proving time and time again that they can take this space and take everything that they want and still run with it. They still keep winning those gunfights. They still keep getting that utility use down, and they're playing their lives more importantly than KSU. KSU, they had that space. They had those rounds to work with being up so much after the half. But now, going into this, we have Georgia Tech who is still feeling that momentum shift. Maybe they come out of this timeout and KSU can finally put one up on the board, but Georgia Tech does feel like they can't be stopped right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that timeout kind of halts their momentum or lets them build it up even more. So, like you said, 5-5. Close. They've won more rounds in the past, like, what, 10, 15 minutes than they had before that. So
I believe the first game we saw was a 7-5, so we're looking towards that right now. I would honestly not be surprised if we go into overtime when it hits 6-6, because if that's the case, it's going to be whoever gets first to 8, or if they both go 7-7, we get to a final round 15, which it would just be absurd. And it's basically come down to who can win the more defense rounds. Is it going to be KSU or is it going to be Georgia Tech? And it is looking like we're not going to find out right now. We're going to find that out later when we get there.
Yep, definitely. So KSU, once again, slowly building up their push. I'd like to see a little bit more kind of teamwork, not necessarily crossfires, because obviously they're on the attack. But like you said earlier, trading off each other is going to be really important here, because with so many of those Georgia Tech crossfires being the one to get them the kills in the past 2 or 3 rounds, it's kind of hard to avoid it. Like, you got to do what you can with it when you're KSU, and haven't been doing it.
I will say I do enjoy seeing KSU bring out the Blackbeard, bring out a shield operator, because they know Georgia Tech was punishing them with shields. Why not do it with us? Bring out one of the most apparent shield attackers in the game, especially since they're not comfy running the Monty. They're saying that Monty is a crutch operator earlier in chat, so they're probably being like, you know, we're going to let our ego get us there and be even better.
Yeah, I know that with those shield operators, you're kind of able to peek into those crossfires to get that information. Hopefully they're able to use that to kind of nullify, I guess, some of what Georgia Tech's using to their advantage right now.
I think what's being smart is they're using the IQ to figure out where some of these gadgets are placed so they can figure out, hey, what area is safe for us to take. But Scopos trying to find one early on the grab, seeing exactly where people are playing around, took a little bit of chip damage. They're trying to figure out if they can take the switch onto the other Scopos, which they do. So now he gets caught. Dylan catches beat out on the Scopos transfer. That's your roamer gone.
That's what you need. Getting that first roamer, like you said, kind of gives them the ability to cancel out that crossfire with that second Scopos ability.
Now, because they've used the RAM, they've taken all the space above garage and are trying to clear out the server area. They see that the RAM drum's going above them, but now this is going to make it insanely hard for Georgia Tech to go ahead and play everything. But Dylan and Hayes get the trade out on each other, still putting KSU up a man. Doorman, Rem still have the ability to tubby trick anything, but it is going to be super hard to make sure that this hatch stays closed.
Up a man and up a little bit of info. Having that so much space in that floor, kind of know if you know where Georgia Tech isn't, you know where they are. So
Oh, they do catch him out in the office. They can't find him entirely for the kill, but it's going to be huge that we finally start to see our Georgia Tech people or our KSU attackers drop into site. They still only have 25 seconds to work with. The question is, which site are they going to decide to flood? Is it going to be A through copy room? It's going to be a K that tries to find the ram onto the hatch, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to try and go ahead and get to this garage push. One still chilling outside, one chilling in red car. You get the top fire from vertical. Gallo finds Doorman. Rem trades him out with plant. It's going to be a drop into sight. It's going to be a Georgia Tech drop into sight entirely, and you see Georgia Tech unfortunately fall.
Yeah, beautiful trades all around. Georgia Tech getting theirs. Dylan, I think, was the one who kind of started that rush of kills at the end there. Very insane. So, also Gallo with the cleanup at the end. Nice little drop down, like you were saying.
Oh my goodness, that was perfect vertical play from KSU. However, Georgia Tech, despite being down a man in that, they still played their lives very well and forced every second to matter and forced KSU into positions they didn't want to be in, especially for those hatch drops, especially trying to play that vertical space a little bit more. You had the Kaid trying to take out the Aurora or the Ram that was above. They got the pick that they needed, but they were instantly traded out while they were trying to rotate to red car from the person outside. You had really great positioning from both teams, but KSU played their position better.
Definitely. I agree with you that the ram there was definitely very crucial for KSU. Getting all that space taken out in that middle floor kind of gave them that information that they needed. At the end there, I was getting a little bit nervous because they were taking too much time, at least in my opinion, because I know at the last couple rounds, time's really been what's killing them. Like, forcing them into those fast, pressured situations. Not that they're not good in those situations, because obviously they can win them, but I think that they do better with those kind of slow, like, sweep the room, play by play. It's kind of what KSU does best. Still get it done, though.
They still make it work when it matters, because now KSU is playing for this map win right now. You have the C4 that's going to be sitting up top. They tried to EMP the bottom of the door, but the Kaid is sitting up top so that EMP wasn't effective. They ping it out to figure out where the actual Electro Claw is going to be staged so that they can make sure that that second direct EMP has a chance at guaranteeing the destruction of that garage wall. However, you got two already into sight, up into the third floor, trying to guarantee some of this vertical space is taken and they can actually work their way, play that vertical space yet again like they did last round.
Yeah, we did see that shield operator dropping down early. Like I said earlier, trying to get that shield to break up those crossfires is definitely going to be big here.
Even just figuring out where some of these people are playing, they know they finally figured out that there's a Legion mine at the very bottom of the stairs. They're like, okay, we can figure out how many people are chilling in garage and maybe make a push based off of that, especially with 1:30 still on the clock. They're like, okay, we have plenty of time to work with. Bede tries to take the 1v1, but it's not going to be enough. Pyro does find the kill onto Rem, brings it back into the swing of KSU. They're getting the person that they want. Tubby is going to actually make the hatch cold so the reinforcement isn't destroyed immediately and people can finally rotate down. It's going to give Georgia Tech a better position to play.
Sees one through the hatch. Almost gets the kill there.
He gets the injury, though, onto the Blackbeard, so it's not going to be entirely bad for Georgia Tech in this moment. Doorman is going to find the one kill onto it. Hayes finds another. Pyro tries to get the trade out, but still, this is swinging in the favor of Georgia Tech.
Yeah, if they can just get the finish on the bead, it's totally possible. I fully believe in KSU here. They have some space in that flooring, like we were talking about earlier.
The hatch is also destroyed, too.
So he is able to see that. Gets the kill barely through that crack there.
So now they know that there's no one in sight because they took all that space up top. And they're like, okay, we need to swing this bomb or swing this case back down to yellow stairs or swing it onto the hatch. Maybe he gets the drop, tries to find another one, can't find it in time right now. Gallo still has the case. That wall is soft, so I don't know if they can watch the hatch drop. Gallo's going to go down with the case. Now they have to rely on Pyro to actually get the kills.
Yeah, he saw where those bullets are coming from, but I don't know if he's going to get the angle on him. Especially with both of them being in that same kind of area.
We're going to go to overtime. Oh, we're going all the way.
We are going all the way.
We're going to at least get around 14 in this game. Oh my goodness. The case went down off of the Grim, and unfortunately, they could not go over to secure that in time because they were so scared of the pressure of the crossfire from the actual rotate over towards the case. So I understand why they didn't, because they were like, okay, if we overcommit and both die, we can actually like give KSU the round, guarantee the thing. It's more important that we actually go into, or guarantee that Georgia Tech wins the round. And KSU is like, okay, we could probably still bring this to overtime and still have a higher chance of winning this game.
Yeah, once again, we see KSU losing another round of time. I feel like that's what Georgia Tech's doing the best right now. They're setting the crossfires, really dragging out that game. Also, killing the diffuser there is definitely a really big advantage for them. I think even if they get the other guy, I don't know if he gets the plan.
I think it was smart, though. Hayes still had some of the Ella mines set up above the yellow stair doorway going into the electric area. So it's like, if they were to run in like they did, they were going to hit those mines, and it wasn't going to be in the favor of KSU. They were going to have to deal with some of that utility that was still out on the map. But Georgia Tech didn't need that. They just said, we're just going to chill in our area. We're fine. We already got the kill that we needed to. They saw the case drop. They were like, we played this spot specifically. We forced the case to go down anyways. We're like, we can double swing that, guarantee some type of momentum to go in our way. And it was just, that was such a good 2v2 from Georgia Tech.
Yeah, 2v2, chill and kill is what they're doing really well right now. Does see one. Don't really know if that's going to matter for now, though, at least, because drone gets broken.
Yeah, still, everyone is still outside of sight, so it's better that they actually just rotate out, maybe pull another man up, see if they can force out something. They used, you had Dylan, who created a punch hole, guaranteed that the space was safe for the breach to come through Blackbeard, get rid of that soft wall, create some of that space in the back. And we do see they are already through server trying to take this blue hallway. They know that someone is going to be chilling on those spiral stairs, but Hayes says, screw the Blackbeard. I'm just going to click ahead, guarantee my kill, and then run away, play my space better than you can play yours.
Yeah, and that was a shield character, which I think could have been the one to break up the crossfires, kind of get that early info. But yeah, as soon as he goes down, that's a big hit to KSU.
Hayes also walking away with most of his health. They're still trying to guarantee the space, but also they're still trying to tubby trick this back wall, and it's going to, they're going to destroy the canister, let the Electro Claw take its place, and still try and deny that back wall. B does take a little bit of damage, but it's okay. They have plenty of stuff to work with. Dylan now trying to take away the spiral stairs from someone, but Plant Gazer is going to find Hayes, gets rid of their top fragger, and makes this pretty much dead space for anybody to turn this into anybody's game in this last minute.
Yeah, I know that they saw Beat in that earlier push. Beat almost goes down again. Wow. Barely surviving there. Don't know if they saw the second guy.
Dylan proving with the DMR that he doesn't need anything. Pyro gets the swing onto him as well to help out, but Rem is going to trade out Dylan. Rem finally finds another one. It's going to be a crossfire from River and Plant, and it's going to swing in KSU's favor as now Georgia Tech plays for their map and their lives.
Double trade was crazy there at the end. KSU cleaning it up once again. I feel like the rounds where they do kind of get that, get onto site, get that pressure kind of taken off of them once they're actually where they're supposed to be, that's when they're really able to go just crazy with the kills.
I think what was worthy to note as well, they still played all of that without a shield operator. They died early on, but everyone was winning their 1v1s. They were getting traded out entirely, but they were like, just because we're traded out doesn't mean you can't stop the push. They kept the pressure going, and that was essential for them to take that entire back server, take that spiral staircase away from the defenders, and really use that momentum to push themselves and assert their dominance.
At KSU being down 4-5, but still winning just shows how if they just play smart, if they just play, even if you don't have that shield character to break up the crossfires, if you just swing, like 1-2 swing, whatever you have to calm to get it done, like they can do it fully. They can close it out here. I think that they can probably win on, you said Layers coming up next, right?
Indeed it is.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see their tactics there either way, whether they lose or win this. Are you hoping to go to game 3, or are you hoping KSU just full sweeps?
Snap. I love watching Pro League, and I love seeing games go all the way, especially knowing the audience that we have watching and everything. So shout out to everyone who's still tuned in for GameFest 2026 and for some insanely good Rainbow Six Collegiate League from 2 of the best teams here in Georgia. But if we're looking back into this game, Georgia Tech needs to win this round to guarantee this goes to round 15, and whoever wins that round would be crowned map 1 of our best of 3.
Yeah, and obviously switching sides now, KSU potentially able to set up some crossfires, kind of give Georgia Tech a taste of what they were dishing out earlier. So if they're able to kind of capitalize on this this map change, or not map change, side change, sorry.
I will say Gallo is on his confidence operator. He does have all of his Denari lasers set up in perfect positions to try and guarantee that some of this admin area can't be taken entirely.
Yeah, it looks like one person was about to break that window that we were talking about earlier. Applying pressure at that upstairs door, definitely gonna be big.
You do have someone that's still playing that hallway. Oh my goodness, Doorman
Wow.
finds Pyro onto the soft breach hole. That's going to be huge for Georgia Tech as they pick up the initial frag. They don't know that someone's chilling on the other side of that window that is open right off of the balcony. They're going to try and get the C4 kill in case they hear someone drop in, but it's going to be Hayes who finds another one onto Plant Gazer. That's your warden who is hanging out behind the cooler and behind the vending machine. Gone.
Yeah, like you said, I don't think they saw that second guy below the window. Might have moved now, but ooh, see somebody through that crack there.
This deployable shield might make or break this defense right now. They can see everything and where everyone is chilling through those little peeky holes in the glass. But now Grim is trying to guarantee he can figure out where some of these operators are, and take away some of this utility from them.
Yeah, KSU saw the one guy through the hole. I don't think he saw the second, though. That could be...
The Dom panel is going to come out. It's going to shut down spiral stairs. So now you're trying to get rid of someone who can play behind those deployable shields. Dylan finds Rem and is going to get 2 picks onto Hayes. Your diffuser is still not down. Doorman has the chance to pull this through. Bebop and Bede, though, do find their picks, and it's going to go all the way to round 15 here on the map 1 on Consulate. Can't ask for a better game.
Yeah, as much as I love KSU, that was a phenomenal closing out of, from Georgia Tech there. KSU looking kind of shaky there at the end. I know that all happened pretty fast, so it is kind of understandable how that can be a confusing situation. But
even despite finding 2 kills with his UMP on Castle, Dylan just could not maintain his life to guarantee KSU into a better position onto that. But at the end of the day, we're here for content, and we're getting it on round 15.
Yep. If they're throwing for content, they're throwing well. So I saw somebody a second ago saying skill issue in chat. So a little bit of trash talk. Hopefully, KSU can funnel that into a win.
I will say, we did see a side swap, and we are playing back upstairs where everyone feels the most confident. And if we're seeing this on map 1, I can only guarantee you that we're going to see some insane attacking even from Georgia Tech, even if they lose this map on map 2, on Lair. But if we throw ourselves right back into the shoes of this first map, Hayes, Rem are both rocking the shotties up top. They're probably going to be playing the closest angles possible and playing as many deployable shields as possible. Instead, though, Rem actually brought out barbed wire, and I kind of don't like that. Smoke has a deployable shield now after this last patch, and you have Warden who could play a second one, but they are putting it over at Vending Machine, which is the smartest play, especially knowing that you don't have a Denari on this defense from Georgia Tech, so might as well play where you're confident, and they're confident in playing that hallway.
Yeah, so far we've already seen Bebop deploying that shield at that front door that we talked about earlier. You know, Georgia Tech winning 5 rounds basically in a row on that upstairs site. Going to be interesting to see how KSU adapts to this. Getting 1 is definitely a big advantage, though. We'll take that.
That's an insane peak. That's an insane opening. KSU is going to pick up 1 here with 2:20 still on the clock. They're going to cook the frag to try and get rid of this Warden's deployable shield.
Sees one to the right.
They know that he's there. They're going to get the peek onto him, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be late to it. They're going to try and take the 1v1, but it's not going to do it either. It's more important that Georgia Tech plays their lives, rather give up space than play into KSU and try and keep their chances of winning this map alive.
Yeah, KSU saw 2 there, and it's the shield operator who is peeking, which is what I wanted to see earlier. Using that shield operator to kind of peek in, break up that crossfire. I almost got headshot by the second man, but because of the shield, able to fully avoid that and kind of back up, keep the space, keep the people alive. I think that they're playing the best they could in that situation. Also, early kill, massive advantage here.
You see the Goyo canisters still out on defense for the left side door of A from the actual staircase from admin. So they're getting used early because they know how much space they have to work with. But you do have 2 players laying down right here. They know that one is here. We're going to go ahead and see a insane frag, but it's going to be a self kill. It's not what you want.
Especially on that shield guy. He was the one peeking in, breaking up that crossfire. Both of them being there, I think he only saw the one.
Deimo's playing underneath, trying to get some kills and some damage off into him. Plant Gazer does find Rem. Bede swings in to get Plant Gazer, guarantees the trade. But now you have everyone chilling outside of sight. 45 seconds left on the clock. Pyro trying to get the bomb down, and it might go down. This could be KSU's chance to win this round. It's gonna go down, but it is traded out instantly into a 2v2. One's still playing on those stairs and trying to take some vertical space underneath, but it might not be enough. The flash comes out. Pyro does get the kill. Pyro still trying to play off of this and guarantee it, but it is all down to Bede to try and guarantee this. You have 2 people playing the diffuser and one trying to play underneath. They know that if they can't play this admin, they can't try and do it. But Bede is gonna get killed from Gallo underneath on the Deimos, and that is map 1 going to KSU. What an insane map 1.
KSU, beautiful finish there. Like we were saying earlier, as soon as they get that bomb down, able to just fully take control of the situation.
That is exactly what the best scenario you could do. Get the bomb down, play every single angle. You had someone trying to stay on the stairs, but instead of playing the stairs, they decided better to play underneath on the bomb and then have someone hold the crossfire on in the admin window or on the admin side of the desk for the doorway. And that was just every person played their position perfectly in those last few seconds of Siege.
Yeah, we saw there at the end. I think it actually got closed out, but Georgia Tech had more kills overall. But KSU doesn't matter. They get the rounds that matter. So crazy ending there.
You couldn't ask for a better thing for KSU. They go into layer feeling confident, and they know that everything for them is going to be favored. So we will see a map 2 later. However, we do need to thank our sponsors still. We have Alienware, who's still providing PCs for all the collegiate players here. We have Extra Life, who's doing some charity work with us, and we can never go wrong with helping out everyone. We have we still have AverMedia, who's still providing insane comms for us and through our production booth. So shout out AverMedia for always helping us with everything. And then I believe we also still have Monster providing that caffeine, that extra boost for everyone. So shout out to all of our sponsors for this event. But we can't have...
Right? And DreamHack?
Yeah, we have our DreamHack tickets still going out and still our discount codes for all the teams and everything. So shout out to DreamHack as well for providing all of those codes for all of the teams to still get insane sponsors. But we still have a K-pop performance that's still going to be live for everyone shortly after this game. And it is going to be a full dance performance from them.
I'm looking forward to it.
I know.
I don't know what to expect.
So instead of us talking and letting us take away from the excitement for that, we're going to throw it to our stage back up in the CRC for everyone to watch that performance. But until then, we're going to throw it to a quick break from us.
Yep.
You've seen a lot of us while we set up that K-pop performance for you guys. So don't go anywhere because you're going to want to see this.
Everybody put your hands together for GT Solstice.
손끝에 느껴지는 whiplash 돌아봐 turning back 남겨놓은 trace 흔들리는 네 눈빛 그 속에 우리 봐 꽤나 대담해 어제 이미 interested No no 고민하지 마 face it I don't care about any digits 멈춘 듯한 minute yeah on a must 9, 4, 5, 8 yeah 깔아나다게 계속 더 better 만적은 이르니 왜 무해지 못해 선명해진 순간 자유로운 paradigm yeah 망설임은 past 나를 자극해 그게 뭐 어때 take that 혼자만의 race love it on my lane to the max limit on the speed XXX 오직 나만의 max 맘을 따르지 5, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 휘청여도 돼 내게 없는 shade night and day I'm blazing 5, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 자극해 그게 뭐 어때 take that 화려해지는 시간대 that's my place to the max limit on the speed 오직 나만의 맘을 따르지 그런 5, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 정려도 돼 내겐 없는 shit night and day I'm lazy to the max trap 따위는 받아들여 spin 오직 나만의 맘을 따르지 4, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 정겨도 돼 내겐 없는 shade night and day I'm blazing 5, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 oh yeah 가는 5, 6, 7 내게 들을 때까지 맘 집중해 좀 더 세게 나를 꺼내 태초에 DNA 원하는데 이건 필연이야 I love it 우리만이 true love it 그냥 나를 볼 때마다 소스를 챙겨놓나 신기한 자꾸만 숨이 멎는 삶의 상대 설마 이런 게 말로만 듣던 사랑이란 감정일까 애초부터 내 심장은 널 향해 두니까 하지 말라 힘든 건 우연이 아니니까 우리 완전 달라 baby 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까 내가 생긴 그날부터 내 세계를 넘어서 우리 더 생긴다 아마 더 생긴다 영원히 함께니까 돌아보시면 운명을 찾아낸 우리니까 후회하지 마라 baby 영원히 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 함께니까 두지 말라 완전 달라 baby 찾아낸 둘이니까
Let's give it up for GT Solstice.
broke your record.
Haha,
Right.
no anymore.
Yes.
Think you can beat my new one?
Hey, who's back?
Dad, you're back.
Yeah, we make it.
Yes.
Ibermedia. One clip save your every moment.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament here at GameFest. We already eliminated 30-odd players, so we have the top 5 up here, plus one of our staff members just to clean out the top. So, the format is best of 3 for up until the actual final round, where it is best of 3 of a best of 5. So, you actually have second chances there. But standard rules, rock, paper, scissors, and throw on shoot. You guys ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, throw on shoot?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Very confused.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That was quick. GG, man.
What do we got now?
Step to the side. The next two. Are you two ready? Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 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 Rock, paper. Yeah, that's one. Okay, there we go, guys. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 1-1. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Now, great. Make your way off stage, man.
My God, bro.
Now, will this monster eliminate yet another player? Or will we have 3 going forward? We will see. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You are a monster, man. Okay, so we have the top 2 though. So straight into the finals. We'll actually have you two go up against each other to choose third and fourth. The other ones. Okay. This one is Do you guys want to skip straight to best of 5? Make it quicker? Okay, sounds good, guys. Okay, we ready? Yeah. Sounds good. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 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 Good job, man. Congratulations on winning the rock, paper, scissors championship. We'll go to awards soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you guys waiting on that break to see some more Rainbow Six Siege played out, but unfortunately, because our night is starting to get pretty long here, Georgia Tech have decided to go ahead and take the forfeit for the rest of the series, and now KSU will walk away with the Siege victory and pick up all those GameFest points for their team, for KSU, and I have to say, the one map that we did get to see from KSU and Georgia Tech, that was the best match all day. That even when we got to go upstairs and watch some private matches played off stream, that was the best Siege we could have asked for, Neon.
Phenomenal ending. Pretty good game for me to first cast. I feel like I definitely didn't do everything perfect, but it's definitely an interesting place to start.
Especially coming from someone who hasn't played as much Siege. What do you think KSU, especially like going forward, can take away from this, especially if they decide, hey, we need to start bringing in some more players like our substitutes, putting them on our A team, and just being that kind of like filler type of team?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure TJ was telling me yesterday when they were playing, just kind of like on the side after Dylan had competed in Rocket League, how Dylan was also subbing for R6. I think he could be on main team, honestly. He was going crazy in that game.
He really was, especially when he was paired up with Gallo. You definitely couldn't have asked for better teammates, and especially I got to give a shout out to Wow Wow, who was also IGLing for the second time, I want to say, in his KSU career. They decided last time that they were playing that he would take on that role of in-game leading all of his people around, making those call-outs, making those info pushes for them. So I got to give a big shout out to him for really stepping up for his team and proving that he can be that team leader for them.
Yeah, massive shout out to all the KSU guys and the Georgia Tech guys, but hey, KSU gets it done. So
and they walk away with a trophy, points, and an insane way to close out all of our headliners for GameFest. So I want to give a big shout out to you first, the audience, for watching and hanging out with us all day, especially for our main Rainbow Six Siege cast. We couldn't have asked for a better audience in person as well, so shout out to all of our audience members that stuck around in the actual rec center, stayed around, watched all of us compete today, and even watched all of our casting. But
and everybody yesterday who was only there for day one. We
exactly.
appreciate you guys too.
Yeah, so a big shout out to all of you for sticking around for us throughout the day, and a big shout out to all of our sponsors who stuck with us for our entire event. We have Extra Life, we had Alienware, DreamHack, Avermedia, as well as Monster. So big shout out to all of you guys for helping put together such an insane grassroots tournament and an insane second year of GameFest. We can't ask for better sponsors, and we can only ask that the next year's event is even bigger and better.
Yeah. Also, shout out to all the people tabling. I know we had a few people cycling in and out throughout the day, or throughout both days, I guess. Hey, bringing more attention to it. We appreciate them as well. So.
Yeah. And I will say, like to end it on our note, that was our last game, like I said, so that is going to be the last bit of casting from myself and Neon today, but don't worry, you might get to see us back at DreamHack. I know Neon is going to be doing some media. I know I might be doing some media work over there, so be on the lookout for some insane photos, and that's not going to be the last time you heard me with TJ on the cast, because TJ is going to be doing some insane Rocket League commentary at DreamHack during the Collegiate Invitational. So it's not the end of our casting here.
Yeah, massive shout out to TJ. He's amazing. He's the reason I'm kind of around in esports. So definitely appreciate him kind of even giving me this opportunity, leaving early. I appreciate it. So
and also a big shout out, like I said, to all of our production people as well. We had Elijah running our direction and setting everything up. We had all of our tournament organizers up top in the actual rec center, being around everyone, getting all the point totals and everything from everyone. And then also a big shout out to DJ for constantly putting together these events with TJ and being that lead person to go to, especially when you have all the technical difficulties. Dude was on top of everything that you could be on top of.
He's been dealing with a lot, and he's been dealing with it very well. So also all of our people just helping out around. We have a lot of people, I know, like you said, organizing games, also organizing side events, just being there at the table to check in people. Like there's been a lot of hands to help this make it work. So
yeah, so big shout out to all of our volunteers. It would not be possible without them running our check-in desks, running power cords, and helping set up and take down everything. Because I guarantee they're still going to be here tonight taking down everything probably until like 2 a.m. We had at least our setups on Friday going up till 3 a.m. So again,
4 a.m. Most people left at 3, but like people like DJ and the other like Georgia Tech people, they've been putting in a lot of work even before this weekend. They've been a lot of months of planning. So massive shout out to everybody. We really could not have done it without you.
So like I said, it is going to be the last you see of us today, and we probably will take a small break before we throw it up to our closing ceremony up in the rec center. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss like some words from DJ himself. So Neon, is there anything else you want to say before we close out?
I mean, yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Like I said, casting Apex, great. Casting at R6, even though I didn't understand most of it, great. Can't wait to do it again. So.
Awesome. So like I said, that's Neon's last word. That's my own. I've been Skyther. It's Neon. We'll see you guys on another cast.
Yep. Have a good one.
Good evening, everyone. It is the last awards of the night. We have finished all of our headliners and side events, and we are giving away the last trophies of the night. For the first of the two that we're doing right now, we have our R6 team. They played all day, and they are the last main event to end today. So let's welcome onto stage The Last Dance. Woo! Congrats, guys. I'll get you your trophies. Yeah. Yeah, you guys fought long and hard today, so congratulations on that. The Siege champions. Yeah, hold it, guys. Give it up for them, yeah. Congrats, guys. And you'll be getting your DreamHack tickets soon.
Sounds cool.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Love y'all. Bye, guys.
Now for the second trophy for this award ceremony. We have, go ahead and come up on stage. We have the winner for 2XKO. Congratulations. And what was your name again? Tenny. Congratulations, Tenny. And that was the last fighting game event for this weekend. So congratulations. I know those brackets were hard, but you played well. Good job, man. Okay. With all that said, all of our events have wrapped up for this weekend, and the point tallies are coming to a close. So I'm just waiting from our head TO to get that in with me, and we will be announcing the final prize in. Stay tuned. Okay, sounds like they are in. So, we'll start with third place of the event. After this long weekend with 870 points, Evan Britton, come on stage. Congratulations, man. Here's your monitor. How many games did you actually go through and play this week?
Quite a number. Most of them were today, but yesterday I finished first in Brawl Stars, second in Mario Kart, did a few of the side challenges, and then today I competed in Clash Royale, tied for first in Mario Party, Pokemon Champions, did all the side challenges, bingos. I did as much as I could today.
Well, it paid out, man. Congratulations. Good job. Thanks for coming. Okay. Yeah, picture. Did you already get it, or? Oh, you want me out? Okay. Get one with just now. Well, congratulations. Yeah. On to second place. Really close matchup between these top three players, honestly. So, second place with 990 points. Give it up for Gavin Carr. Winning your Switch 2, and we've added in from our AverMedia sponsors a nice charging dock for it. Congratulations. So, you've went above and beyond almost every player this weekend. How did you do it?
I was pretty good at fighting games, mainly.
Well, that'll do it.
I won Marvel Rivals, but also won Marvel Royals.
You heard it here, fighting games. We had a lot of those events this weekend, and he pulled up and played really well in them. So, might be specialized, but also with Marvel Rivals, just a bit to diversify. So congratulations on the win, and hope you enjoy the Switch too. Give one more round of applause. Yeah. Lastly, for the most anticipated first place. This margin was so slim we had to go through and check the point totals literally like 4 times. With 1,005 points. Give it up for the GameFest Director Cup champion, Aiden Cobb. Now, I'll give it to you for a picture, but we have the box and all of the components to give to you later, so we'll pose with it for a sec. Congratulations. Well, yeah, interview. So, you've bested, at this point, I believe we had over 300 unique individuals check in this weekend for games, competitions, etc. You obviously came in here with a game plan trying to win this PC, and you came out successful. Just give us a little bit of insight into that.
Yeah, so my insight was really just win hard, play hard, do all you can, give it your all. That's what my mom told me, and I really want to live it up to her, so thank you all.
What a show, guys. What a show. Well, let's get all 3 winners up for top 3 picture, and then we will be on our way for the day. Once again, thank you all so much for tuning in for this comp. Basically, yeah. So, if you can swap to over here for the picture for, yeah. Congratulations to our Directors Cup winners.
All right, sounds good. GameFest 2026. This has been an amazing event. It's been put together by a lot of amazing people. One of those amazing people I am joined with right now as he meanders over and gets a headset on for himself, our broadcast director, Elijah. Let's hear it. A lot of people are clapping at home right now, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
100 Hundo P, as they say.
As the kids say.
As the kids say, indeed.
Yeah, the youth, the GameFest youth. By youth, we really mean college students.
Of course, of course.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
else would we mean?
Absolutely. All right, so.
Wait, I missed something. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. GameFest 2026, amazing people. So many volunteers. It could not be possible without them. It also couldn't be possible without the community members, the people at home watching, the people participating, the people playing. Overall, we had over 20 games worth of competition. Is that right?
That sounds right. Across
Sounds
our
right.
side challenges and our headliners, that sounds definitely correct.
Absolutely. An insane amount of content and an insane amount of coverage to have overall. Honestly, though, what was really impactful this time was seeing the new Georgia Tech Esports exec and staff teams get more involved with GameFest this year. Big step up from last year, and so grateful to them, especially you, Elijah. Insane work on this broadcast. Genuinely had maybe 4 days to prepare it, right, with a whole new system. That is talent.
Well, 4 days in the room, a little bit longer time to prep in advance, but it's hard to prep when you don't know what you're prepping for. So
that's on me. Now, really though, it's more on Mattis, who is our event
okay,
director.
no, not on that part. I mean, we can talk, details of where maybe things dragged, but more so, we're knowing like my actual canvas, I guess, on the broadcast side in general. Not necessarily knowing how I was going to run graphics, for example. Made a lot of last-minute changes that I had to work through, and I'm not as experienced with the ATEMs, but going to take some of my downtime, I think, to learn more, watch some YouTube University, as they say. But I'm very grateful rather for all of the great casters we could have on, all of the opportunities we were able to give students who had never tried being technical director before, and getting that sort of experience in this more professional feeling and looking space for sure. A little bit of hijinks every now and again, a little bit of charm, we'll say, that maybe we can work out. But overall, I think it was great. I think everyone had a really great time, and I'm just glad that we can provide this opportunity to our students and our players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wouldn't be a community event without charm, right? And that's what we embrace with GameFest. Obviously, we do other higher-level productions, DreamHack Atlanta Collegiate Invitational coming up. But this was a community event, and it took people who believed in a community to make that happen. I want to give a special shout-out to our sponsors and partners, Alienware, who loaned us 24 machines to use for rentals for those who didn't have their own computer to bring to this event. I want to give a shout-out to Monster Energy for bringing us energy drinks, delicious monsters to stay energized all weekend. Really helpful for us on the tech and broadcast side and just production overall.
Got a lot of sleep for sure.
Oh, yeah, lots of sleep. Want to give a huge shout out to DreamHack, who also gave us tickets for prizing, as well as Aver Media, who gave us hardware to help run this stream. Lots of prizing to share with people. Really good hardware that just helps them get set in different ways to configure their setups, that help them game more in different ways. I know we had some of their ads on there too, so you got to see a few of those products that were featured. On top of that, though, those are external partners to Georgia Tech. We had a lot of super valuable, important on-campus partners too.
100%.
Absolutely. One of which being Dramatech, who helped loan us equipment to make this production, especially in separate locations and venues, possible. The Campus Recreation Center for supporting this event as a whole, where it was located out of, and for constant support and a 10 p.m. call to a few staff to help get things ready just in time when problems came arise. That was amazing. Could not do this without that group and the overall GT student engagement and well-being group that believes in the mission that is esports at Georgia Tech. Beyond that, two other colleges, people who came out, we had teams from KSU, had teams from Augusta. In fact, we had people from as far as California come fly out to play. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So true community stuff out there.
Really wide reach here at Georgia Tech.
Absolutely. But we're grateful to all these people. I want to give a special shout out to Mattis, who we dug in on a little jokingly earlier. This was his freshman year, Georgia Tech Esports Organization events director. Amazing job for a first ever event of this size, like genuinely amazing. I would have failed out, to be honest, pretty quickly, but he kept his head down, made it happen, and I'm enormously proud of him. And it's good to know that this organization will be in good hands moving forward. I want to give a special shout out to you again. Genuinely, I would probably punch a wall if I had to figure out the number of technical problems Elijah does on a day-to-day basis, and I'm grateful for that. I want to give a shout-out to Ben Edmonds, who came back and was head TO again. Never an easy job. Lots of emotions when you're in the game, and he's good at handling those with people. And special shout-out just, again, to all the volunteers. I'm going to give a personal shout-out to some of my brothers at Chi Psi Fraternity 100%. Who came out huge in numbers to help us set this up. It takes volunteers to make this thing happen, and they
also heard they loaned us some equipment, huh?
Yeah, a lot of equipment.
One or two things.
Yep. Heck yeah. Well, I think this has been a great Game Fest, Elijah.
I have one or two more shout-outs.
Please, yes.
Special shout-out to Tyler and Sam on the Georgia Tech staffing side as well. Some key individuals who, without them, this would not have been possible. Putting in some extra hours, working really hard, being available almost around the clock for us when our issues did arise.
And they did arise.
You know how these events go. Issues come up, and you got to do your absolute best to work through them. But they were key instruments in getting everything done. So just big shout out to them as well. But on your point about GameFest, yeah, I think GameFest 2026. We expanded the number of games we had, expanded the number of days we had, working out of this new space. Our first broadcast in this new space, getting students who had never touched technical direction at all, getting some students who were fresh to casting as well, and just being able to do all of that in just this great weekend, I think really just punctuates this event. And it was just a great time, I think.
It was an amazing time. It's always so reassuring to see everyone come out and be appreciative of this event. In my opinion, gaming is something that's meant to happen together. It's meant to happen in its best form in person. In my opinion, you get to make new connections, make new friends, and bridge that gap in so many ways. And I was so glad to see everyone out today. I honestly, one last shout out, very important, the GTPD officer who responded when I had to go to the AV Services office to get a new piece of equipment and did not arrest me because I do in fact work there. That was awesome. Thank you to that guy. But all in all, Elijah, if you want to close us out, I am so happy that we were able to make this event happen.
Thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been GameFest 2026. We will be back for GameFest 2027. I am DJ Fratt, and Elijah has maybe cut me off the screen. I'm back. I'm DJ Fratt. This has been Georgia Tech Esports Organization's annual Game Fest, an event that has spanned over a decade and a half and has always kept community at heart. So grateful for this. So grateful for you, the viewer, for this whole team. And yeah, go Bills, go Jackets, and to hell with Georgia.